Hello, and welcome to the live stream of the watch party of the first half of 2025. You're already going to get to see my big stupid face up there, so I'm just on here briefly. I will be here in chat, but let's get going. This will run through all of our events, and you will hear the audio coming from somewhere else. This will be all of the weekly recaps for the Portland startup community that I've done for 2025. If I'll be in chat, you're welcome to hang out as long as you like, and look forward to chatting with you. Let's go. Hello. Welcome to 2025. Happy New Year. The first episode of potentially 52 episodes for 2025 with Portland Startup News. I'm pretty excited about the Portland Startup community and where it is right now. Because if I'm being honest, I've seen this 3 or 4 times before, and I like where we are. Like, I've been through this cycle several times. I like where we are in the cycle. You know, we're kind of coming out of the doldrums. We've got some good momentum. There's some interesting stuff happening. We have serial founders working on companies. A lot of elements coming together that, you know, they're not exactly the same elements I've seen in the past, but thematically, this is feeling incredibly familiar in a very, very positive way. So if you're in the Portland Startup community, I sat down before New Year's, like back in past Rick, 2024, Rick, sat down and recorded something for you for 2025, which was really designed to be this kind of high-level primer, you know, Portland Startup Community 101. I was just talking about the basics and the things and stuff you might be interested in, and wound up sitting there jabbering for like 40 minutes on all the things and the stuff, and that wasn't even the deep dive. There's access to a deeper dive on that kind of thing, but if you're interested in getting more engaged in the Portland Startup Community, if you're new to town, if you've just decided you want to try a startup, maybe you just decided you like hanging out with startup types and you want to be around more of them, this primer is designed to help you. I will link it up so you have access to it. Please take the time to go through that. It'll point you in a bunch of right directions, from events to online tools like the Portland Startup Slack, that will help you get more engaged with the community, help you start 2025 off on the right foot, and hopefully wind up with us running into one another here sometime soon in the Portland Startup Community. At the end of 2024, I was like, oh please, I would really like fake internet points. I would like to get to 600 subscribers. And because of you kind and giving people clicking on the subscribe button, I was able to achieve that fake internet point milestone. If you subscribed out of the goodness of your heart, and this isn't really your jam, I totally get it. It's fine. Feel free to unsubscribe. Thank you for subscribing in the first place. Really appreciate you helping me achieve what was important to me and what was a goal for me in 2024. But this is a whole new year. I need to set new goals, new fake internet point milestones, and all that kind of things. So if you don't like this content, if you're like, I don't want more of that content in my stream, totally understand if you unsubscribe. But that being said, if you're new here and you do like it and do want to give it a chance, please subscribe. Not a very heavy news week, but there were still some things coming up that I wanted to make sure we covered. Like I've talked about before, if you're working on a drone startup, please get your application in for the Oregon UAS Accelerator Program. Those are due on Monday, January 6th. Doesn't matter where you are in the world. You can get money, you can get mentorship, you get the opportunity to come to Pendleton, fly your drones there, or test drive your software there, or what have you. So please, if you're working in drones, this is world class, one of the best programs on earth for people building drones. And it's right here in Oregon. So whether you're building drones in Oregon or elsewhere, we would love to have you as part of the next cohort. Would love to see what you're building and watch you be successful right here in Oregon. Get those applications in, please. Another thing that's coming up really quickly, kind of came together at the last minute, I'm like startup events too, but Wednesday, January 8th, Matt Ellis will be joining Dave Barkos for Startup Conversations in the Couve, which is a regular series of really interesting individuals that Dave brings to the stage. One of the things I absolutely love about Startup Conversations in the Couve, I mean, apart from all the awesome folks who take the time to share their stories with you and have those conversations, is that it takes place in the morning. So if you're in a situation where you're like, I can't do the evening events, I don't want to do the evening events, this is a morning event in Vancouver that can potentially be more accessible to you. The other thing that makes it way more accessible is they often record these events and then post them to YouTube. So when that happens, I will link that up and share that as best I can, especially this week, because this one near and dear to my heart. Matt Ellis, the founder of Cloudability, who is now working on a company called 60 AI, he founded that one as well. But Matt Ellis just has been a quintessential part of the Portland startup community for easily the last 15 years, had a successful exit, really kind of paid it forward, paid it back to the community by being an angel investor, by supporting organizations, by sponsoring events. He's just been an incredible give first steward of the ethos we would like to see in the Portland startup community. And besides that, he's got tons of interesting stories and a really charming British accent. So what could be better? What could be a better way to spend your Wednesday, January 8th morning than listening to Matt Ellis wax poetic about the life of a founder in a British accent? Nothing better. That's what I say. So I don't know if there's still room, but if there is, please sign up for Start Conversations in the Couve. Make sure to join the meetup group so you get their information, and you'll get a lot more opportunities to meet really interesting founders like Matt Ellis on a monthly basis as they kind of pull folks together to share their startup journeys. Speaking of startup journeys, that's an awful segue. Speaking of events that are coming up quickly, January 14th, it's Tuesday, second Tuesday of January. I know I've been pushing this a lot, but I'm surprised. Pleasantly surprised, if not shocked, the number of folks who seem to be interested in joining this event and hanging out. I've received feedback, critical feedback as well about the event and the format and those kind of things, and that's all good too. Like, everything is good. Like, I'm test driving things with Pi, trying to get Pi back more involved with the startup community, because I took a year away and like kind of sat on the sidelines and watched what was happening and tried to be helpful and all those kind of things. And I was like, oh, here's an opportunity for Pi to engage in 2025. This is the first experiment in that regard, and this is a big community networking event. How big, you might ask? Well, there are tons of partners who stepped up to say, yeah, we want to be part of that. We want to bring the community together too. We want to bring our communities together with these other communities. Like, just a whole bunch of really supportive organizations that are joining forces to bring this together. On the main RSVP page, we were in the 350 range last I checked, and continuing kind of tick up. But we've also got some partners who are running their own RSVP lists, that may not overlap with the main RSVP list. So just hazarding a guess, 425 RSVPs currently, and growing every day. And we still got we're more than a week out. Who knows how many RSVPs we get to? Of course, this is Portland, and if you didn't hear my little rant diatribe on Portland RSVPs, they can be a little iffy. So are there going to be 425 people there? Probably not. Are there going to be hundreds of people there? Maybe, probably. I mean, either way, even if you just show up and it's just you and me kind of standing in the room chatting with one another, that could be valuable, right? So if it sounds interesting to you, I highly encourage you to join us on January 14th. It's at the Evergreen in Southeast Portland on Alder Street. And it should just be a good gathering, just a good excuse to get people together, chat with one another, meet some random people from the Portland Startup community, and start your year off on the right foot. Already working on the February event for Pi and the startup community, working with a couple partners in that regard. Super excited about the format for that one, just searching for a location, and we have a couple potentials. So I feel like we're good there. We will get there on the location. We just have to finalize that stuff, and then I will announce the February Pi Portland Startup Community event. Different format, not just networking. This one will probably be more a people talking to the audience kind of event. So stay tuned. If you can't make the January event, at least sign up for the Pi meetup group so that we can keep you informed about events as they continue to develop over the coming months. Already have the concept for the March event, just need to start programming it. So stuff's happening, and stuff will happen independent of the meetup group and the larger gatherings, because that's been part of the feedback is, hey, we need more intimate gatherings. We need more curated opportunities for us to get together with like-minded folks or peers who could be helpful, and that can't always happen on a large-scale format. So not to reveal too much behind the scenes, but that's kind of what's going on from my perspective. And I'm going to reboot the Pi YouTube channel, so I will link that up if you're not subscribed over there and you're kind of interested in what's going on with Pi. I'm going to kind of do like a building it in the open kind of thing with Pi and keep you up to date on what's going on with it and what we're doing, and maybe for the vast majority of you, some of the history of Pi and what it did and what it became and where it failed and where we're hoping to reboot or rekindle some of the things that we do well in a way that it better serves the community and the community needs as they are today. So that kind of went on. I apologize. I'll keep that stuff for the Pi channel from now on. But just so you know, if you're interested in Pi, go subscribe to the Pi channel. I'll quit overwhelming this channel. This is news. This is community recaps and community upcoming events. The Pi stuff will push off to other things. Okay, cool. Not written by me, written by my friends in our neighbors to the north, written by my friends in Seattle at GeekWire. They just went out and surveyed a handful of Seattle VCs about what they thought about 2025 and like where they're looking to invest, where they're looking for starts to prioritize, what they think about remote work, what they think is going to happen in AI. Just some an interesting set of questions asked to an interesting set of people. They provided their responses. Why am I providing you detail on what Seattle VCs think? Well, that's a good question. A vast majority of the capital that is at work in the Portland startup community comes from Seattle. A lot of it comes from the Bay Area as well, and some of it comes from local investors, especially for companies that are showing significant traction. There might be a little further along than friends and family, angel, early stage kind of development. Like if they're on a venture path and demonstrating significant traction and generating revenue, then Portland investors are willing to engage there. But for stuff that's a little bit earlier, we tend to have to look outside the region. So I think it's important for you to understand what those investors outside the region are thinking. Thank you to our friends at GeekWire for capturing this detail so we can pay attention to it and be informed as Portland folks who are taking the train or the plane or driving up to Seattle to talk to investors up there. It's nice to know what that ecosystem is experiencing from a VC perspective. So again, happy 2025. I'm glad you're here. I'm looking forward to hanging out with you each and every week as we go through the news that happened in the Portland startup community, as we talk about things that are going to happen in the Portland startup community, and as the companies here and the organizations here continue to build on the momentum created in 2024. If you've waited this long in the video, thank you for staying here, but please let me know what you're working on in the comments. Be self-promotional. Share what you're building, please. Just comment so everybody knows what you're working on. We can keep an eye on it. I can help highlight it throughout the year, maybe connect you with people you need to talk to. But in order to do that, you have to put yourself out there. You have to get rid of this aggressive humility you have as a Portland startup founder. I love it. I love that you're humble, but you take a step and share what you're doing. Just talk about it. Just tell us. No one's gonna make fun of you. We would love to hear what you're building. Please, if you're comfortable doing that, share a link, share some detail on what you're trying to accomplish in 2025 with your startup or other things you're doing in the Portland startup community. Please. Share alike, and we will, as a community, keep tabs on what you're doing and try and support you as best we can. Of course, we always appreciate hearing from people in the Portland startup community. If you're elsewhere and you want to chime in, that's fine. We're pretty Portland focused, but we'd love to hear stuff from throughout Oregon, Southwestern Washington. Like all those things are good. Just please tell us what you're working on and tell us how we can be helpful. Okay, cool. Welcome to 2025. Good to have you here until we get the chance to hang out again and until my voice cracks one more time. Please keep up the good work. Hello. Well, the Portland startup news cycle has started the new year on a tear. Happy New Year, by the way, in case I haven't had the chance to say it to you yet. Happy New Year. It's good to have you here. The news this week was a lot. Like I've got a lot of things to cover. I want to get through them quickly. There's some big news stories like an acquisition that happened, which is kind of near and dear to my heart. There's some sold out events that have occurred. One took a little while. The other one happened basically like that. New leaders at the Latino Founders Accelerator, all kinds of things to cover. No context whatsoever, unless you look at the links in the video, but April 8th. Save the date. So let's get into it. No time to waste. Want to make sure you know what's going on and you're all up to date on what's happening in the Portland startup community. First and foremost, the big news this week, Lytx, a long-time Portland startup. I believe they started in 2013-ish. I say that offhandedly because we were lucky to have them in the second class of Pi. So full disclosure, I am the co-founder and general manager of Pi. Lytx is a Pi alum. They were just acquired by an Austin, Texas company called Content Stack. There isn't a great deal of detail about the deal. Kind of the terms of the deal were not disclosed, but it is a mix of stock and money, cash for folks. Eric Benson, our friend at Voyager Capital, said that it was a very good exit for the investors. So that's promising. It's always nice to see a successful exit for a Portland startup and to see that people get kind of a soft landing. So the Lytx employees will all join the Content Stack group and be helping them with what they had, the space that Lytx had established as a front runner, the customer data platform space. So really lending not only a lot of credibility, but also some really interesting technology to Content Stack. Congratulations to all the folks at Lytx. And of course, the founders, James McDermott and Aaron Radden. Happy to see you get a liquidity event out of all that hard work you put into that startup and cannot wait to see what you do in this next chapter of your career. Was one of your New Year's resolutions wanting to get more involved in the Portland startup community? What a coincidence. One of my New Year's resolutions was sharing all the news in the Portland startup community week to week. Let's be resolution buddies. All you need to do is subscribe. You want the news? I'll give you the news, and we'll both win in 2025. Okay, sometimes the startup community is about things ending. Sometimes the startup community, more often than not, is about things starting. And the thing that started, well, it started this year. I didn't cover it till this week. I'm a little late. I was giving folks time to get back to work before I started talking about it. But I think the post was dated January 3rd, so I'm not terribly late. But our friends at Graze.social, which you may remember as the company that was experimenting with tooling for Blue Sky. That Blue Sky is so hot right now. They were working on elements that would make Blue Sky more functional for corporate company algorithmic, like curated algorithmic stuff. Like they basically make it really easy for anyone to develop a curated feed of what they want to see. The beauty of Blue Sky feeds is that you can share them with anyone. So like you can create a feed and then you can tell your friends to add this feed to their Blue Sky and then they'll get the feed of that content. And then of course, with that kind of vantage point purview, the other thing that becomes interesting is Graze can allow people to place kind of paid promotions within that feed. So again, better control of the algorithm. You're not relying on like a massive corporation to deal with the algorithm and control what you see. You get to pick and choose which algorithms you tune into. You can fine tune your own algorithm to make it valuable to you. And then there's this opportunity for advertisers to engage with those feeds that they find valuable or relevant to what they are doing and what they want to promote. So all super interesting, nothing that Blue Sky has been building on their own, but something that Devin Gaffney and Pete Bocchi kind of happened upon as an opportunity, and they're pursuing it to figure out how that might work. The fun fact, this is all great, but the other fun fact is if you go to your history books 20 years from now and say, who was the first company to buy an advertisement on Blue Sky, that would in fact be Portland Startup Fanwagon. So Fanwagon partnered with the Graze folks to place an ad on the San Francisco Giants feed that basically talked about Fanwagon, because if you don't know Fanwagon, they are basically secondhand fan wear. So you bought a jersey for your kid, maybe your kid outgrew it, it's still in good shape, but you want some other kid to have it, you bring it to Fanwagon, and they're the kind of like secondary market for that kind of thing. Or maybe, you know, you got a timber scarf and you're like, I don't really like it as much as I would like to, but I'm sure some other timber stand would like it, so put it on the secondary market, resell it, prevent it from going into a landfill. That's what Fanwagon does, but I digress. So Graze is officially out there. If this sounds interesting to you, if you're like, oh, I really wanted to build feeds, but I'm not a developer and it was really hard before, Graze makes it easy. Like even I could build feeds if I wanted to. That's how easy it is. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, check out Graze.social. And if you are an advertiser or a potential advertiser who would like to figure out ways to engage the Blue Sky community in a really meaningful way, you should check out Graze as well. So really nice to have that out in the open. Can't wait to see where they go from here. They've been moving really, really fast. They've been keeping pace with kind of the crazy Blue Sky momentum. And so it's just really nice to see a Portland company kind of at the cutting edge, kind of in the groundswell of some really interesting technology and social momentum. So congratulations to Graze for getting out of the gates, even though they were kind of outed by the CEO of Blue Sky a few weeks back. They're now official. They've put it out there that this is what they're working on, and they would love to engage with you to figure out how you can collaborate with Graze. Another random fact, again, kind of back to analytics stuff, where, you know, I used to run a startup accelerator called Pi. Analytics went through that accelerator. Both Pete Bocchi and Devin Gaffney of Graze are also alums of the Pi, this startup accelerator I ran. And I always love to see new people pursuing the accelerator model, seeing how they make it work, seeing how their community adapts and engages with a startup accelerator format. And that's why I'm really happy to announce that our friends at Latino Founders have hired an accelerator manager to help basically activate the space and program and perform that acceleration for startups. Her name is Zimri Rodriguez. She is coming from Chicago to be part of Latino Founders. I think it'll be really valuable to have that outside perspective on what's happening in Portland, but also just really valuable to have yet another accelerator program focused on startups in Portland, specifically focused on the Latin founder experience and bringing people to bear who have that lived experience to share with those Latin founders. I'm super excited to see what happens with the accelerator. And again, like super excited that I'm not doing the startup accelerator, but always happy to see other people pursuing that format. I totally believe in that format and think it has a lot of value, not only as a means of pushing businesses forward, but as I would always say with Pi is a community management organizing platform disguised as a startup accelerator. So I think the other fringe benefit of working in a startup accelerator format like Latino Founders is going to do is that it's really going to have a distinct effect on the community, and I cannot wait to see what happens there. So congratulations to Zimri on the new role. We're happy to have you here in Portland and look forward to collaborating with you. And of course, congratulations to Latino Founders on making a solid hire for a very, very important program. You know, sometimes where you're like, I think this is a really good idea. I can't wait to see what happens here. And then they kind of reveal that idea, and then suddenly, boom, like sold out, no more available, all done. Now we just have to sit around and wait for it actually to happen. That's what's happened with Pitch Black Food. So if you're not familiar with Pitch Black, created by Stephen Green, who's done any number of things in the community. He's currently the head of Better Portland. He's the founder of Vanport Studio, but does all sorts of things that are hugely valuable to our community here. Stephen started Pitch Black, had Black founders get up and pitch, and then he's like, well, we can do a reverse pitch, and had like investors talk to the Black community about what they had to offer, and then kind of went back to startups and how they could pitch and that kind of thing, and on and on and on. And then there was the pandemic, and that was a little hiccup. But Stephen, went to other cities with the program, kind of test drove it in a variety of ways. I know he was thinking again post-pandemic about maybe doing more like widespread pitch black activity throughout the United States. But I really like this kind of like pivot he's taken for February, which is obviously Black History Month. But he, instead of doing the full-fledged pitch black, which won't come until later in the year, I think it's slated for August this year. So the more traditional pitch black will take place later in the year. But he's testing a new format with the community. In February, it's pitch black food. And if the community is to be believed by the fact that it's sold out in less than 24 hours, I think he may be onto something here. So pitch black food feels kind of like one of those, like, Food Network food competition kind of things. People do kind of beverages, they'll do an hors d'oeuvre, main course, dessert. They'll get to talk about why they decided to prepare that particular dish and what it means to them and why it's important. And then, of course, as always, the crowd will get to vote. They'll get to decide who they like the best. Everybody gets money. That's the way I love this about Pitch Black, Pitch Latino. Again, I say it time and time again, but like, we need to stop the kind of like founder as entertainment kind of vibe where founders waste a lot of time preparing for something and put in a lot of blood, sweat, and tears for some competition, only to get up on stage, pitch their heart out, and then get absolutely zilch for doing that. Like, what I appreciate so much about Pitch Black, Pitch Latino is every single person who participates receives money. And that is so, so important for startup founders. And I respect that these organizations are able to do that. I respect the amount of capital that they're always able to give to founders. Like, to me, that is what is most compelling about each of these competitions. Is it's not just, getting you out there and kind of getting you in front of people to tell your story, but it's also ensuring you have the capital you need to continue building your business. So Pitch Black Food, no different. Sorry, you won't be able to attend, but if you are a chef who would still like to compete, I believe there's still openings for you to submit, and then you'll go in front of a panel and they will select the folks who are going to cook or be mixing drinks or whatever at the event. And then again, I will report out on who won and what dishes won and what people seem to like. But like, this is one of those that I think we could do on a regular basis. And I think much like Pitch Black inspired Pitch Latino, I think, this Pitch Black Food may inspire some other interesting things. So stay tuned. Super excited about it. Clearly the community is super excited about it just based on ticket sales. And I will keep you posted on who wins that competition. Speaking of selling out and bad segues, I've just been hammering you with the 2025 kickoff for the Portland Startup Community. I apologize. I'm just super excited about it. There are all kinds of big organizations who are collaborating to kind of throw together this just really mellow, kind of low-key kickoff for the Portland Startup Community. And I've been behind the scenes trying to help navigate and organize on logistics and those kind of things. And like, we started out in one spot, and I was like, oh, we can totally host it here. And then suddenly we were like, oh, we have way more people than will fit in that space. So I chased down another space, and then we outgrew that space. And then we finally found a space that I thought would be big enough, but lo and behold, we hit capacity, we have a wait list, and even that venue is basically oversold. And thank you. Just like, congratulations to you, Portland Startup Community, that we have that much momentum, that we have hundreds and hundreds of people who are eager to meet one another, eager to engage with community, eager to engage with the organizations that support startups. It's just like, it's just a really great way to kick off the 2025. And I'm really humbled to be part of this group that is throwing this whole thing together. So that's going to happen next week. I will report out on it because this is the thing I want you to know. I am going to basically do people don't necessarily like the term postmortem anymore, but like a retrospective. I'm going to do a retrospective on the event, just to give you like, this was how much time it took to plan. These are how many organizations were involved. This is how much money it took to pull this thing off. And of course, most importantly, if you know me and RSVPs, this is how many people said they were going to show up versus this is how many people actually showed up. So all of that, stay tuned. By the time we get to this little segment next week, I'll be able to at least give you the raw numbers on what was happening and what we saw and what, all the things. So why am I doing that? Why do you care? Well, two reasons. One, I want anyone in the community, be they an existing organization or somebody who's been considering activating the community, to have that information to understand what it might take in terms of capital and time spent to put something like this together, so that so it's less of a black box, less of a kind of scary unknown thing, and they have the detail. They're like, this is the nut we need to cover to make this whole thing happen. So that's one part of it, is enabling more people in the community to activate community in a meaningful way and do the kind of events that they would like to do. And then of course, secondarily, but perhaps primarily, sponsors. Hello sponsors in Portland. This is going to give you a baseline for understanding the kind of capital you need to allocate to organizations that are trying to put on these kind of events. So I want to give you like ROI kind of numbers of like, look, we had 400 people show up and it cost this much kind of thing. So that you can say, when you're looking at marketing budgets or sponsorship or whatever it is, you can say, we want to be engaged in these types of events throughout the year. We need to allocate this much budget to be part of the community. So I think it's helpful on both sides. I hope it helps kind of bridge some gaps in knowledge, or at least helps everyone in the community have a better understanding of what it takes to pull this kind of thing off. And then, perhaps tertiary, just because I like saying that word, I won't say quadriary. I probably won't go there, but tertiary, I think the other part is might give a slight appreciation to attendees and community members about why often organizations need to charge a ticket price to pull off these events. So in the past, Portland has been largely resistant to paying ticket prices for events. They've been very used to getting things for free. It's a very giving and generous community that is willing to put these things on for free or figure out other ways to pay for them. But I just also want to give you, as a event attendee who is benefiting from the work of these organizations or these event organizers or these programming folks, that maybe that helps you justify the ticket price a little bit more. And it's like, well, okay, I'm willing to kick in $10, $25 to make sure that this event comes off really well. And so I'm hoping, by being transparent about it, that it helps the whole community. That's all I'm saying. So stay tuned for more detail on that, and I'll make sure you're informed about it and know all the things and stuff and the logistics, so that we all have a better understanding of, in 2025, when a dozen eggs cost $3,000, what it takes to pull off an event in the Portland startup community. One of the challenges with events in Portland is, in the heyday of startup activity in Portland and tech and open source activity, I would gauge that as like maybe the decade between 2009 and 2019, like that was really a very like up and to the right, happy and heady time. There were any number of events going on in Portland, something happening every night, 5 things happening every single night. But that problem started to reveal itself very, very early on in this community, like 2006, 2007, somewhere around there. And so a group of folks in the open source community decided that they could provide a solution to that issue, or at least a way to help mitigate that issue by creating an aggregated calendar for the community, where it was like, if it didn't matter if you were posting, I don't even know which meetup and Eventbrite might not even have existed back then, but like upcoming did. And these days there's Luma and Sketch and like all kinds of other ways, Cvent, all kinds of other ways of organizing events and getting RSVPs and all that kind of stuff. Not to mention like Facebook events and LinkedIn events and all that jazz. But they really created a way of saying, we're going to make it easy for you to add your event, no matter where it's hosted or ticketed, add your event to a kind of aggregated tech calendar for Portland. And that project became Calgator. And Calgator was used religiously for a very long time throughout that period. And it's super valuable to the community, not only from I want to go to an event, like what's going on this week, like hugely valuable from that regard, but from an event organizer standpoint, also a great resource to show up and be like, oh, what day of the week or time of the day should I be programming events if I want the best chance of having people show up? So hugely valuable, no denying that. Calgator has fallen into a bit of disrepair just in terms of keeping up with technology. It's an open source project. It works fine. Like it works. There's some bugs here and there, but it works. And we continue to use it, but each and every day it falls a little bit further and further behind. And so now folks who have been inspired by Calgator and respect the activity of this kind of aggregated calendar have developed a new resource. It's very early, very MVP. This is a PDX tech calendar. And there is an open source project. So there's a GitHub repo that you can join to pay attention to it. I will link up the PDX tech calendar link so that you can kind of poke around and see what you like there and what you don't. But at this point, it's less about please add your events to this calendar and more about please provide feedback on this format, how it works, how it looks, what you would like to see, what features you really need, what stuff you loved about Calgator that you would like to see kind of recreated in this new format. And if you're a Ruby developer or Rails, I'm not sure exactly what kids are calling it these days, but that's the language that's being built in. So if you have that expertise, you are encouraged to pile on there as well. Again, really promising, really nice to see the community just, like one of the things I love about the Portland startup community and Portland at large, which has been largely absent for the past few years, is the willingness to roll up your sleeves and not just complain or not just like, ask for somebody to do something, but to say, I'm going to fix this problem. I've waited, I've tried to be collaborative, but this isn't being fixed. So I'm just going to go and build something of my own. And I always love that kind of activity. So really happy to see this kind of new thinking about an aggregated tech calendar for the community, something that we can all kind of adopt and use consistently to help everyone in the community. And, like for me personally, one of the ways I used Calgator most often was to import other events that I found that I wasn't even the organizer for. I just wanted them on the calendar. And so just a way to kind of like save, share, source that information for other people, I think will be hugely valuable to the community. So if that's of interest to you, you can either join the Portland Start Slack and there's a conversation going there, or you can jump on the GitHub repo and there will be conversations and code slinging happening there. But whatever the case, I would just love to have you involved in this next iteration of a calendar for the entire Portland tech community to really help us have a better understanding of all the things that are happening here and all the ways we can engage with the amazing people in our community. Whew, that became a really long episode. I apologize. I was really excited about the news. I mean, it kind of got slow throughout the holidays. Not really, though. I mean, there was still news and exciting stuff happened, but like you hit this week, you hit Epiphany, and suddenly, boom, all this news came out. So there's a lot of stuff to talk about, a lot of stuff I'm excited about. Really happy about the momentum going into 2025. Really psyched about the Portland startup community and excited to get the chance to run into you at some of these events or even, maybe online on the Portland Start Slack or whatever. But whatever the case, please hang in there. Please take care of yourself. Don't go too hard at the beginning of the year. You got to ease into it. There's like re-entry burn stuff. So take it easy, ease into 2025. And until we get the chance to chat again, please keep up the good work. Hello. What an amazing week. Started off first with a chance to chat with folks going through the Oxbridge AIX program, which is a collaboration between Oxford University and Cambridge University. Did an AMA session with them, which is amazing. The next day, I got to go to Lewis and Clark here in Portland, hang out with some students going through Winterim there, which is like a started weekend, but for a whole week kind of program. Got the chance to chat with them. But perhaps most importantly, I know I've talked about it ad nauseum, but I'm so excited for this week to do the 2025 kickoff for the Portland startup community. I won't go into a great deal of detail here, but if you'd like to hear more about it, just let me know in the comments and I can record something that you can watch that other folks won't have to watch if they're not interested. But I think long story short, I think it went okay. I think it went okay. It was a just an experiment to see if Pi and Silicon Florist and a variety of community partners collaborating to throw together a networking event would be valuable to the community. We've been receiving good feedback. We've been receiving critical feedback. I said I was going to talk about it in depth, but long story short, about 400 people showed up. Seemed like a good vibe. And the next one is scheduled for April 8th. We'll do other stuff in between, but April 8th, big next networking event. The meetup page is already up. Please feel free to RSVP. Last I checked, we were already at 200 RSVPs for that one, so I think I'm going to need a bigger vote. But we will figure that out. Just RSVP. We'll figure out how big it's going to be, and we'll go from there. But if you would like to hear more about the ins and outs and how it worked and all those kind of things, I'll document all that. But please just let me know if you need me to record something on it. I'd be happy to do that as well. Okay, speaking of big events and the community getting together, if you missed the event this week and you're like, oh, I really want to get together with the tech community, it would have been nice to see people or whatever, but you missed the Portland Startup Community Kickoff Gathering this week, I talked about it practically every week for a month or two. Look, I'm not mad. We're good. We're good. We're good. I just want you to know about this stuff. So if this stuff is important to you, if the Portland startup community is important to you, then please subscribe. Just subscribe and I'll keep you in the loop on all of this stuff every single week. It's the second Silicon Forest Tech Summit happening not this Saturday, but next Saturday. So the 25th of January, whole bunch of people getting together from the tech community. And this has a little startup bent to it, but it's more tech writ large. So, you got hardware people, you got circuit board people, you got printed circuit board people, you got software people, IoT people, you got people who use technology at Nike, you got like Free Geek, you got Startup Excel. They're just all kinds of people involved in this. And I've been proud and humbled to be an advisor for the project. So I will be there. But I get on stage pretty early. So you can get through my stuff and then listen to the truly interesting people. But last time around, they just let me record kind of an opening, which was nice. And but this time around, I actually have to be on stage. So please, it's a lightning talk. You only have to put up with me for like 3 minutes. You put up with me more here than you will have to during the event. So you should show up. The other part of it was last year, the first year, it was out in Hillsborough. So there was obviously a lot of the Hillsborough tech community wound up gravitating toward it. Still a lot of the Portland tech community, Beaverton, Tigard, and Gresham, and Vancouver, and all everybody came together. It was a great event, great speakers, great trade show environment. And this year, it's now moved downtown to Veterans Memorial Coliseum there in the Rose Quarter. Will be held there, so it's in Portland. So I'm interested to see how the dynamic changes, what kind of attendees are there, but there are going to be several hundred people there, potentially 1,000. So please, tickets are cheap. They're more affordable than they should be. That's some of my advice to the organizers in the future is maybe your tickets are a little too cheap, but doing a great job, put together a great docket. There'll still be the trade show environment and all those kind of things. So please, if you missed the event this week, or if you went to the event and would like to go to another event to hang out with community, Silicon Florist Tech Summit 2025, happening January 25th at Veterans Memorial Coliseum. I will link it up so you can grab a ticket, and I will see you there. So maybe you're like, I don't want to network. I want to work. I have a startup. I got to get work done. It would be nice to work around other people, but I need to focus on work. Well, next Thursday, which will be January 23rd, will be a great day for you as well, because that's the day the Propel PSU new entrepreneurship and startup space will open on campus. That kicks off with the day of co-working through our friends at Upstart Collective. If you're interested in working out of the space, you just need to RSVP with them and get approved. You'll be given access and a hot desk to hang out at Upstart Collective throughout the day. And then, you're going to want to hang out at night too, because as it rolls into the evening, you'll not only get things like Demolicious. It's the first Demolicious of the year, which means we will identify the first person and company and startup to take the stage at the Champion of Champions event, which will occur in December when all of the winners show up. Or maybe not, maybe it'll only be one. Like maybe you can't tell. Like maybe this person who wins Demolicious this January will win every other Demolicious throughout the year because the reigning champ comes back the next month to compete against everybody else. But what if there's somebody who's so strong, like a Muhammad Ali, Joe Louis, Mike Tyson kind of person who just like continues to win month after month? We can't tell at this point. It's an open field. So we'll see who wins Demolicious. And then hopefully, maybe there'll be other people who win Demolicious. But all that being said, very first Demolicious of the year. It's free, pitch event, 3-minute pitch. Audience gets to vote. A bunch of people get on stage, so you get a lot of choices. But if you would like to see people building businesses here in Portland and hear their quick elevator-ish pitches about what they're building, get the chance to vote for your favorites. That's what Demolicious is for, and that's occurring in the evening of the 23rd. At the same time, the Metro Region Innovation Hub is kind of doing their kind of open reveal, their thing now, and they're being more public about the work they're trying to do. That's happening on the 23rd. And then, of course, throughout kind of Demolicious and following and the Metro Region Innovation Hub reveal, there will also be just the Propel PSU open house. If you're not familiar with the Propel PSU project, you may be familiar with the Portland State Business Accelerator, which is on South Corbett, the building that's really hard to get to. Like you take the Ross Island Bridge and you're like, can I just turn right? No, of course you can't turn right because there's all kinds of traffic there. So you have to come through like South Waterfront or like get in there another way. Anyway, great building. Used to house a variety of companies and projects and programs, and Upstart Collective had space there for a while. But now the PSBA building is no more. Now it's Propel PSU. So they've moved west to campus, like officially to the PSU campus, whereas like PSBA was a little bit off campus because it was a building that PSU had access to, but it wasn't really officially on campus. So now they're right there on, like, if you know where the Max line, the orange line runs through, they're like right there by that, right by the Chase Bank and the art building and all that kind of stuff. So the very southernmost end of the Portland State campus. But now they have this big new facility where they can host the Center for Entrepreneurship and Upstart Collective and a variety of other projects. So if you're interested in PSU and their impact on entrepreneurship and startups and founders in our community, then you'll want to keep an eye on Propel PSU, and you most likely will want to attend the open house so you can see what facilities they have there and what you might be able to do there, what events might be there, what other partners are hanging out there. So should be great. Thursday's just a huge day of co-working and events and startup stuff and open houses and innovation and so many things happening. So yet another big week in the Portland startup community that, with both the Propel PSU event and Silicon Florist Tech Summit, it's gonna be a really great week. This week felt really front-loaded. The next week's a little back-loaded. So you can get all your work done Monday through Wednesday. And then Thursday, you can co-work. You can still get some work done. But then, the nice thing about the Tech Summit is on Saturday. So you get a chance to do your work week and then go to an amazing event on Saturday. So again, I look forward to seeing you there. Okay, speaking of startups doing interesting work, that segue, our friends at Graze, which if you don't recall, Graze is a company that is really looking to build tooling and functionality for Blue Sky, because Blue Sky is the new hotness. Like everybody's psyched about what's going on with Blue Sky, and with good reason, because Twitter, who knows, TikTok apparently being banned. You got whatever Meta's doing with Facebook and Instagram, and people are like, where am I going to go? And it's like, well, you can go to Mastodon. Mastodon's doing some great stuff, and they're trying to figure out how to set up a foundation to manage their code base and like their strategy going forward. But Blue Sky is taking more kind of proprietary mixed with open path. But the nice thing about Blue Sky is it reminds me of the very, very early days of the Twitter API, where there was kind of this openness to the product and the potential and the tooling that could be built around the product ecosystem or within the product ecosystem. And so our friends here at Graze, Devin and Pete, are continually like, Blue Sky's moving fast, they're continuing to iterate, figure out things. They really are currently focused on helping you develop your own feeds. And if you're not familiar with the concept of feeds, there's like starter packs on Blue Sky, which you can kind of create a library of interesting people, and you can hit one button and everybody can follow all those people you've curated. So there's like a Portland one and a tech one, startup ones, VC ones, which are really nice, really good way to kind of kickstart your engagement on Blue Sky. And then there are the concept of lists, which are, again, much like starter packs, but more with the content associated with them. So we create a list of all these people, and everything they post winds up on this list. But as we all know, social media folks are multifaceted. They talk about a variety of topics and categories and businesses and their own personal stuff. I mean, apart from me, I just kind of babble about Portland startup stuff, but most people are not like that. So you have the starter pack. You have the lists, which are these people I want to hear all their content in a kind of curated list. And then you have feeds. But feeds, you have to be a developer to build a feed. And the feed is based around a topic. So it's like there's a Portland feed. Like anybody who says anything about Portland, I can follow the Portland feed. Or there's a startup feed, I can follow that one. Or there's one that's like the top tech publications, and I can follow that feed. But I'm not a developer, so I can't build a feed. So what am I supposed to do? That's where Graze comes in. Graze makes it easy for even idiots like me to build a feed on Blue Sky that not only I can use for my own benefit, but I can share with everybody else. So if someone respects my point of view, my algorithm on how I'm curating Blue Sky content, they can use that same feed. They can subscribe to that same feed. So rather than a monolithic algorithmic decision made by a corporate entity, Blue Sky has allowed you to own your own algorithms, to crowdsource algorithms. It's a really just thoughtful way of approaching the curation of content. And Graze is taking it a level deeper, which is like empowering more people to build those feeds really efficiently. Now, a fringe benefit of that for Graze, that feed creation, is they also have the option of inserting sponsored posts into those feeds, or just inject posts in general, whether they're sponsored or not. But it also offers the opportunity for people to sponsor content within those curated feeds. And the nice thing from a user perspective is, like, if you don't mind the sponsorship, great, no problem there. If it's something that you're not interested in or it offends you, you can go build your own feed of the same exact content, but it won't be introducing the sponsored content. So everybody wins, I guess is what I'm saying, which is really interesting. And I've been keeping an eye on them, trying to get my head around, because Devin and Pete are like super sharp, really smart, like super thoughtful about this stuff. And so sometimes they have to kind of drag me along and like dumb it down to explain it to me. But I'm kind of following, and I'm trying to explain to you. And hopefully it at least inspires you to go, Rick doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm going to go look at what it actually is. But they recently ran an experiment. I told you the first experiment they ran, they partnered with Portland Startup Fanwagon to test drive something. And then they've recently done like a 24-hour test of a feed and some content that was sponsored content that was introduced to that feed. Basically in 24 hours, they got somewhere upwards of 500,000 views on that content within that feed. And the organization managing the feed received advertising income revenue from sponsored content in that feed. And that worked effectively. And the best part about the whole thing is they also didn't receive any negative feedback about the sponsored content. So it seemed to be that they're kind of honing in on this like win-win-win kind of situation where everybody's happy. People who want to build feeds have the ability to build feeds. People who want to consume those feeds have a whole bunch of new feeds that they can consume. People who want to get in front of those people consuming those feeds can do that in a very thoughtful and approachable way. So obviously I'm super excited about Graze, not just because it's built by Pi alums and I'm the co-founder and general manager of Pi, and I was lucky enough to hang out with these people way back in the day before they were cool, before they were on the Blue Sky and doing all the cool things and getting the shout outs from the cool Blue Sky CEO and CTO and whatever. I knew them way back when. I'm like a hipster startup person. I knew them before they were cool. So, but I'm keeping an eye on them. Graze is great. Keep an eye on it with me. I will try and keep up to date. But if you have any interest in Blue Sky or the curation of that content, you should be keeping an eye on Graze. And this one was a weird one to me. Like I kind of understand why it was the most popular one, but this was the biggest story of the week, and it seemed very out of character for the typical Silicon Florist Portland startup news readership. I left it until the end because I was like, I can't get my head around why this is the most popular story. But it clearly wound up in some algorithmic news on Tech Meme, or it got picked up by Google News or something. But or what's the news app that everybody like lists? Anyway, it wound up somewhere because of an algorithm and popped off and got a lot of views and all these kind of things. But again, I'm like, I don't think that's really what you're interested in. So I'll leave it till here. Intel Capital is being spun off from Intel into a separate entity to manage the fund. And I only touch on it because Intel has such a significant presence here, and Intel Capital has had a presence here for a long time. And like even, have chatted with Intel Capital a lot. We've seen companies they've invested in from time to time in Portland. It's fairly rare. We were lucky enough to have somebody from Intel Capital hang out with us at the Have a Desk at Pi back in the early days to help like folks understand what strategic investors actually do. And that's why we don't see as much potential like engagement from Intel Capital, because by and large they're a strategic investor. And if you're not terribly familiar with the world of venture capital, there are all kinds of different investors along the spectrum. And it kind of starts with, friends and family who aren't really VCs. They're just kind of giving money. And then it goes on to angels, where it's like people who are better experienced in investing in early stage startup technology. And then you get to institutional VC, which is like, look, it's my job to invest this money for these other people. I'm not investing my own capital per se. I'm investing someone else's money. And then, you get into lettered rounds with the bigger funds and those kind of things. And then, you get around Series B, Series C, and that's where traditionally organizations like Intel Capital suddenly come into play. And what the strategic investors, this usually corporate-led strategic investors, or now, given that they're being spun out, corporate-aligned strategic investors, the work they do is how do we invest in companies that not only show a potential of returning capital to us as a firm, but also further the strategy of the organization we're representing. So in the case of Intel Capital, of course, like continuing to like push the need for advanced processor power, the speed of processors, the consumption of Intel technology, like those are the kind of companies that Intel Capital looked to invest in. I assume that will continue as they spin out into a new entity, but you never can tell. They may have a wider swath of what a strategic investment looks like. They may go earlier, they may go later, they may do more follow-on. You can never tell when a fund gets to stand on its own what exactly it's going to do. So I will keep an eye on Intel Capital. I doubt for many of you startup founders in town this will ever come across your radar. But should you be in a situation to be building an extremely high growth company that gets up into the lettered rounds and has something that directly impacts processor power, consumption of processors, Intel Capital may be an option for you. So I want to keep an eye on it. I'll let you know. Again, because Intel has such a significant presence here, I think it's important that we keep an eye on them. But don't worry about anything. I got you. We're good. We'll just keep an eye on it and see what happens. Again, kind of a crazy week early in the week, then it kind of slowed down a little bit. Now it's gonna be a crazy week later in the week with the the Propel PSU stuff and of course the Silicon Florist Tech Summit, which should be amazing. And I look forward to seeing you there. But all in all, there's some good momentum here. Like the vibe at the kickoff event was nostalgic, I think is the best way to put it. But also when I got this feedback, it was a lot of people were like, this felt like 15 years ago in terms of energy, but it was a far more interesting and diverse, like not so like homogenous collection of folks pursuing ideas. And I take that as a complete win for us and want to do more of it and want to do more on April 8th. So please RSVP. But all that being said, great week this week. I feel like 2025 is going well so far. Let's not screw it up. Hang in there. I hope everything's going well for you and that you feel this momentum and you're benefiting from this momentum in the Portland startup community. And until we get the chance to chat again, please keep up the good work. Hello. You know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to level with you. I do not feel well. But here is the thing, like the startup news doesn't care how I feel. Startup news does not stop. There's still startup news to be told. So this may not be the highest energy level you've had from me in 2025. My voice may not even hold out for the entire episode, but I am going to do my best to bring you the startup news from this week because you deserve it. This is how it is. Like, you've had a hard week. You deserve to know what's happening in the startup community, and I am going to do my best to bring it to you, despite the fact that my voice might not agree with me doing that. But let's get into it. Hello. So the biggest story of the week that I'm going to start out with, it applies to anybody, anywhere, anyone, because it's talking about that new hotness, Blue Sky. You've heard of the Blue Sky. You know, people are frustrated with Twitter or whatever they're calling it these days. You know, the meta products like Threads, people are like, bleh. Like Mastodon, good, but a little difficult to figure out. And so Blue Sky's like right there. It's like, oh, we're like Twitter circa 2007, but with more functionality, but with still the fun and the collaboration and the collegial kind of engagement. So people are all happy about the Blue Sky. I'm happy about the Blue Sky. I'm trying to spend more time on Blue Sky. If you would like to follow me there, the links are down below. Come hang out with me on Blue Sky. It's a great place to be. It reminds me of Twitter in 2007, 2008, somewhere around there. I really appreciate it. But I digress. So the reason I'm talking about Blue Sky is, as I told you before, there is a startup here in Portland that is really pushing the envelope for allowing kind of paid engagement on Blue Sky. So Blue Sky said, you know, we're not going to build this stuff, but there's the opportunity to build this stuff, and we have an open platform, so we're going to allow others to build this stuff. And Graze has stepped up, Graze.social has stepped up to say, okay, we'll build that stuff. So they've been running tests. They've tried some things. Like, people seem to not mind having, you know, kind of promoted content in their feeds. They're enabling more people everywhere to build the feeds they want to see, to really be their own kind of algorithmic thing to determine what content they're getting out of Blue Sky. So that's great. Graze is making that easier. You don't have to be a developer to build a feed. You can just go on Graze and drag and drop some things around and blah, 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 and suddenly you have a feed on whatever you want based on the algorithm you decide is most important. And then there are people, there are brands, there are companies, there are folks who are just like, look, I would like to get in front of those people who like that thing. Can I please give you a little money to get in front of those people on your feed? And Graze is like, yeah, sure, we'll help you that too. So they are really creating this kind of interesting Blue Sky economy that everybody seems to like, because it's like, oh, if I'm getting too many ads in that feed, I can just go build my own feed with the same parameters or maybe slightly tweaked parameters. And I can use Graze to do that too. I can use Graze not only to take feeds and find feeds that have the content I want with sponsored content inside of it, but I can also recreate a feed wholly divested from sponsored content. It's really an interesting pursuit, and it applies to anybody and everybody who wants to curate Blue Sky content, who wants to explore the potential of sponsored content in Blue Sky, and really just an interesting way to start to explore the economics of Blue Sky. Now, here's where it gets super interesting. This has really been largely kind of beta tests here, like we tried this thing or somebody bought one ad or what have you. Now they're kind of opening it up to the world. So if you are a brand or a product that is interested in getting in front of a specific Blue Sky audience, I will link the form up below. Please sign up for Graze Social, and they are going to work with folks to kind of figure out this whole economy of feeds and sponsored content, and the feed makers earning revenue from allowing sponsored content on their feeds without upsetting the people who are consuming their feeds. And Graze is just doing all that super interesting time in Blue Sky. I highly encourage you to take the opportunity to get in early, hang out with the Graze Social folks, see what they're capable of doing. Try building some feeds, try buying some content, sponsored content. There's all kinds of stuff you can do, but that's all open to everybody right now. Again, I'll link it up. If you're interested in exploring the opportunities of sponsored content on Blue Sky, Graze is the best place to do it. Okay, I'm sorry. I always ask you to subscribe, and that's a huge commitment. Like, that's unfair to you. You're like, I just saw this content, I just met you. Why would I subscribe? So let's take it a little slower. If you found, even in the short time, that this information I was providing was valuable, then maybe just leave a like. So that's the big everybody news. Everybody everywhere internationally, Graze is like a unique opportunity. The more locally interesting news is I can't even promote it because it's completely sold out. And by the time you're watching this, like, it's just too late. So I'm sorry, but the Silicon Florist Tech Summit for 2025 is happening this Saturday at Veterans Memorial Coliseum. Now, if you happen to be watching this really early on Friday or something, they still have openings for volunteers. So if you really, really, really want to go, you can volunteer, still show up, still help them out. You get into the event, you get to see stuff, you get to be at a sold out event, which is kind of huge, because I think this venue is bigger than their last venue, which was the inaugural Silicon Forest Startup Summit. I'm so sorry. My voice is so bad right now. Okay. Last year was the first one. It was great. really amazing, lots of great speakers, great trade show. I expect this year to be none the different. That's not even a phrase. I expect this year to be no different. Well, I do expect it to be different. It's going to be way better. It's going to be bigger and better. And I wish you could be there. But you procrastinated and you didn't get a ticket. So stop doing that kind of stuff. When I tell you like 6 weeks ago that this event is going to be a big deal, get on that. Like, for example, if I say, well, there's going to be a big community event on April 8th and it will probably sell out, go RSVP right now. Like, don't dilly-dally. Don't lollygag. Don't some other phrase that means procrastinate. Go RSVP, please, when I tell you. That's why I try and tell you early, because I want you to go to this stuff, because I like having you at the stuff. I think it's important you go to the stuff. So please, when I tell you about an event that is happening, go RSVP right when I tell you. Go buy your ticket when I tell you, because I'm just trying to help you. Help me help you. Help me help you get involved in the community, go to amazing, awesome events, and not get stuck on some wait list somewhere because you waited too long to buy your ticket. So, Silicon Florist Tech Summit 2025 happening this weekend. I will report out on how amazing it was and all the people who spoke and all of these amazing things and stuff. And I'm sorry you're missing it because you procrastinated on buying your ticket, but you learned your lesson. Hopefully this pain, this FOMO you're feeling right now because you're not getting to go to the Silicon Forest Tech Summit, maybe that's a lesson, maybe a valuable lesson for you. And because of that, I look forward to seeing you at the next event, because you obviously are going to jump right on it the second I tell you that it's happening. Like the April 8th event. You should get your ticket for that now, because I think it may sell out too. And it's free. The April 8th event is free. So if you were lucky enough to get a ticket, I'll see you at the Silicon Forest Tech Summit this weekend. And if you weren't, what can I tell you? I'll tell you about this stuff as early as I can. And I hope to see you at an event in the future. Another acquisition in the Portland startup community. Act-On Software has been acquired by Bonsai International for $53 million. So there's some details here and there. I'll link up Portland Business Journal and KeyFire. They covered the story. The part that's kind of interesting to me is with the Lytics exit and with the Act-On exit, that marks 2 exits in 2025 for Voyager Capital. And if you're not familiar with Voyager Capital, Diane Freeman is the local person from Voyager Capital here. I often refer to her as the true VC here in Portland. But a Seattle-based fund only does price rounds, so they don't do safes or convertible notes. They only do price rounds. Sometimes they go early on companies. They win early on Lytics. I'm not sure where they got in at Act-On Software. But I just think it's super interesting that 2 of their investments had exited in 2025. So I'm just going to keep watching that portfolio to see who else in the local area, which other Portland startups that Voyager is having to put capital into. Like, are there other potential exits in the offing? Is there something else interesting in the works for Voyager Capital? So again, Act-On found an exit. They were acquired. A lot of the folks existing at Act-On will join the new parent company. The parent company is super happy because they're like, oh, we gained a whole bunch of functionality that we really needed. And this was a industry-leading product that we were really impressed with. So all good there. Again, $53 million is nothing to sniff at. I don't know. What's the phrase? I don't remember the phrase. Anyway, so I told you I'm not feeling well. Sneeze. It's nothing to sneeze at. So congratulations to Act-On. It's always nice to see Portland companies achieve a liquidity event and to see their investors get money back. And hopefully some of the folks at Act-On itself saw some upside from that event. But can't wait to see what continues to happen with the Voyager portfolio in 2025. I'm going to really be watching that closely. So Lytics, Act-On, startups exiting. What about when startups are just getting started? Well, that's where folks like the Oregon Startup Center come into play to help those very early stage companies with the help they need, specifically as it's associated with Beaverton. If you're not familiar with Beaverton, it's a suburb of Portland, 100,000 people or so. And Oregon Startup Center, which used to be called the OTBC, which was the Oregon Technology Business Center, they rebranded. They run a project called the Beaverton Startup Challenge, where they take money from Beaverton and local angels and they invest in a cohort of companies year to year. They run that program for a while. Anyway, they're a great example of a city collaborating with the startup community to support startups being built in the region. Oregon Startup Center has announced that their current executive director, Jim McCray, is getting ready to step down from leadership position. And so they're on the hunt for a new executive director. So if you are interested in running kind of an acceleratory program, a startup support program, if you think you're the person to take the Oregon Startup Center into the next phase as the new leader, then I highly encourage you to take a look at what the job description entails, what skills you need, and potentially apply for the Oregon Startup Center executive director role that is now open. Jim would like to leave yesterday, but Jim will be sticking around until at least the end of June, or at most the end of June, I think is more accurate. Something tells me that might be the end of their fiscal year as well. But anyway, all that being said, if you are a promising candidate, if you would like to help startups in Beaverton, and you feel like you could do something meaningful with the Oregon Startup Center, then I highly encourage you to apply and allow Jim to exit prior to June 30th. So maybe you can get out there a little early. Maybe you're a great candidate. You can be like, look, Jim, just go ahead and go. We got this. We're all good. But you got to be good to make that happen. So take a look at the job description. I'll link that up. And please apply for the new executive director position at the Oregon Startup Center. I hope you're doing okay. I hope you're healthier than I am. Hang in there. And until we get the chance to chat again, please keep up the good work. Hello. My gift to you this week for Portland Startup News, I'm not going to talk about DeepSeek. This is the first tech news you're going to hear all week that's not completely focused on DeepSeek. So, like, that's a thing. If you want to read about it, if you want to hear about it, plenty of other resources to help you out there. I'm going to do a deep dive into this week Oregon startup news. So to start off, I want to make sure that you're aware of this because it's happening really quickly. Only a few seats left. February 11th, we, Pi built Pitch Black, Vanport Studios, are hosting a kind of Where Are They Now event where we're checking in with Black founders who've appeared on stage at Pitch Black and Pi Demo Day and have been part of the Built Oregon group and have maybe been helped by Vanport Studio. Thanks to our friends at Instrument for providing the space. This will be a more intimate event than the January event that we just hosted, but I probably have about 10 founders that we'll talk to, and Stephen Green will kind of have a fireside chat with each of the founders, bring you up to speed. I think the most exciting thing about this and why I would like you to attend, aside from the fact that these are all amazing Black founders who've built interesting businesses or had interesting career paths. The other part that I think is really important is that part of the way we programmed it is to help you understand that just because you try a startup doesn't mean that you always just need to do startups. There's some people who have taken some very interesting career paths. There are folks who thought they were building a startup that have then kind of changed their perspective on what they wanted their business to be. There are other folks who have been building startups as side projects the whole time. There'll be food, there'll be tech, there'll be consumer products, the whole gamut of things that folks are building here in Portland. Please grab your ticket as soon as you can. It's almost sold out. February 11th at Instrument, 5 p.m. Startup Founders, where are they now? For celebrating Black History Month. And just save the date, March 11th. We'll do something similar for Women's History Month. So I'm just letting you know, just between you and me, we're just friends here. Just keep an eye on that because we'll be doing that as well. And we have other events that we're kind of planning. So I hope to see you there. I watch a ton of YouTube content and I like a lot of it, but I often forget to like the content that I like. And I like it. I just don't like it by clicking the like button. So if you like what's going on here, I just want to remind you really quickly, please leave a like. It's super helpful and it lets me know that this content is relevant to you. Thanks. Okay, I'm sure you've heard the doom and gloom about VC venture capital and how it's kind of trailed off or it's gotten harder to raise, which is why I was really happy to see this week that $67 million of venture capital was announced to companies. Paxton would raise $22 million. The thing I love about Paxton out of Bend, so not just Portland seeing the success, but Bend. Paxton is using AI in legal services. And they've won a number of awards. This is the second, I think this is their Series A that they just raised. So they've raised capital before, but this is significantly more. And continue to watch them. They've just really been lauded by the industry. And I had the opportunity to meet with their CTO when I was down for Ben Venture Conference. And I've been really interested to keep an eye on what they're doing. They seem to be at the lead of what is a very crowded space, I'll admit, for AI as it applies to legal. But Paxton seems to be keen in on some things that make it stand out and obviously make it attractive to investors. The other company that raised $45 million, if it's $67 million, $45 million was raised by Eclipsium, which is a Portland company that deals with cybersecurity. It's two former Intel employees who are in cybersecurity there. I think other than that's a significant amount for a Portland company to raise, that's a significant amount for any company to raise. But this is an Andreessen Horowitz portfolio company. So they had received investment from A16Z before, and A16Z again followed on with this round of $45 million. So good things for cybersecurity, good things for security in the world of AI, good things for Portland because this company clearly will be hiring and growing to spend down that capital and probably get ready to raise their next round or do something even more interesting. So keep an eye on Eclipsium. They stay fairly quiet. I don't hear a lot of things here and there apart from fundraising. I think they're pretty much heads down doing what they do. But I would keep an eye on them because with this influx of capital, that could be some major momentum for Eclipsium and the Portland startup community in 2025. This happened late last week. I think I'd already recorded the episode by the time I heard about the finale. Zing Drone Solutions won Demolicious last week, which is interesting for a number of reasons. One, they are the first to compete for the Champion of Champions event at the end of the year. Two, they come back in February to defend their title against new people pitching at Demolicious in February, which is happening in a few weeks. Please RSVP if you haven't. Three, Zing Drone Solutions was part of the inaugural class of the Oregon UAS Accelerator, so the Oregon Drone Accelerator out in Pendleton. So just a lot of nice things kind of coming together with this Demolicious win. I wanted to take a second to highlight it. I obviously will link them up so you can get more information about what Zing Drone Solutions does. But just I love it when these dots start to connect. When you've got this event that's going for startup founders, you have an accelerator that's helping startup founders build the companies they want to build. That accelerator alum gets on stage at this pitch event and walks away with a win. That kind of collaboration, that kind of community engagement is the kind of stuff that really gets the momentum going in the startup community. So congratulations to Zing Drone Solutions. Look forward to them defending their title in February. And of course, look forward to seeing them on stage come December when it's Demolicious Champion of Champions, where everybody who's won throughout the year gets the chance to take the stage and be named the big winner for 2025. It's Thursday. I recorded on Thursday night. This morning, we had a gathering of entrepreneur support groups that was organized by the Oregon Entrepreneur Network and hosted at the new Propel PSU space, specifically at the Metro Region Innovation Hub space, which stands to reason. The Metro Region Innovation Hub is designed to be a wayfinding organization to help entrepreneurs find the entrepreneur support organizations in town that can be helpful to those entrepreneurs. So there were a whole bunch of people in the room from entrepreneur support orgs. There were a bunch of entrepreneurs there. And the whole idea there was really this reverse pitch. So rather than forcing entrepreneurs to stand up, startup founders to stand up and kind of pitch their companies and what they were working on, the onus was on the entrepreneur support organizations to stand up and pitch where they were helpful or where they could be helpful to entrepreneurs and startup founders. Now, if you missed it, OEN has links to all the orgs that were there, but I kind of want to rattle them all off so that you know exactly who participated and what organizations might be available to help you with your startup. Okay, so let's go through the list of orgs, and I'll link up the page that has all the links. So I'll link up the page with all the links so that you can click through to any orgs that might be helpful to your startup or entrepreneurial endeavor. Okay, here we go. I'm trying to go through these quickly, but there are a lot of words here, so bear with me. Build Oregon, Business Oregon, Entrepreneurs Organization, or EO, the Hispanic Metropolitan Chamber, Latino Founders, Livelihood Northwest, Micro Enterprise Services of Oregon, which is also known as MISO, Metro Region Innovation Hub, Oregon Association of Minority Entrepreneurs, Oregon Clinical and Translational Resource Oregon Clinical and Translational Research Institute, Oregon Entrepreneurs Network, or OEN, Oregon Pride in Business. They just gave me the acronym there, so I had to remember what that was. It's ORPIB, Oregon Pride in Business, Oregon Startup Center, Oregon State University Food Innovation Center, Oregon Women's Business Center, Portland Incubator Experiment Pi, Portland State Business Accelerator, Prosper Portland, TIE, Virtue Lab, and Accelerate Women. Our friends at Autodesk also got up and shared some of the things that they were working on or they were seeking. But all in all, great early morning event for entrepreneur support organizations and the entrepreneurs who were looking for support. So made a lot of great connections there. Again, if you missed it, I'm sorry, but hopefully the list of all those orgs can be helpful. And as always, be on the lookout. I will try and give you a heads up about these types of events happening, but also if you need help getting connected to the right organization, that is what the Metro Region Innovation Hub is designed to do. So reach out to them. They will help you with wayfinding. They will help you get connected. They will ensure that you get access to the resources and organizations that can be most helpful to you in the entire Portland area. So it's a Portland Metro writ large. Doesn't matter if you're in Sherwood or Hillsborough or Beaverton or Portland or Gresham or wherever, Tigard. anywhere in the broader metropolitan region, they're here to help entrepreneurs find the resources they need to build the companies that they want to build. That's the Metro Region Innovation Hub, and I will link that up so you can get right to that as well. I told you about the February 11th event, which I would love to see you at, and kind of tease that we're working on the March 11th event. You can't RSVP for the March 11th event yet. However, you can RSVP for the April 8th event. And if you saw the January kind of like startup community kickoff event, this will be a similar big event, just designed no programming, just designed to get people together and see what's going on. It was upwards of 300 RSVPs to that already. I expect that to probably double before we get to the actual event. So if you are interested in getting connected to the Portland Startup community, if you've got a hard time figuring out how to meet people, or don't know who to talk to, or just want the chance to be in a like an environment of people who are interested in meeting you and getting you connected in Portland, then please RSVP April 8th. You can always change it later. But if you even think about it, you're like, that might be kind of interesting. Go ahead and RSVP now, and let's get this figured out with how big of a venue we need. Because what happened last time was the RSVP list kept growing, and so we had to keep changing venues. So I'd like to get ahead of it this time. Like if it's going to be 1,000 people RSVPing, then I would like to know that sooner rather than later, so we can find the perfect venue for this gathering. Again, I will link it below. It's all part of the meetup group. I sign up for the meetup group and you'll get all of these events happening. And I think the other important thing to note is if you are looking to connect with the Portland Startup community and you either don't want to go to an event or you want to make it happen sooner rather than later, I always like to remind folks that there is the Portland Startup Slack. It's an open Slack instance designed to help people in the Portland Startup community connect, or people who are startup curious in the Portland community connect with people, or just tech people or engineers or what have you. It's just pdxslack.com. So pdxslack.com. Go there. You can get let in to the Portland Startup Slack and start connecting with a bunch of people in town. We also promote events there and other companies. So just a really good way to quickly get up to speed with what's happening in the Portland Startup community. And there are like 7,000 people on there. They're not 7,000 active people on there, but there are 7,000 user accounts or so on there. And, again, a handful, a couple hundred, maybe 1,000 people who are regularly active on there. So it can be the easiest way for you to get engaged with the Portland Startup community. And always great to have more people joining the Portland Startup Slack. Another one, this is just a quick story, but there was a presentation by Techstars recently. It's on YouTube. I will link it up, where they revealed a new offering from Techstars that could be interesting and potentially impactful for Portland. Now, if you're not familiar with Techstars, they're one of the like old school, long time around startup accelerator programs. They started in Boulder, opened locations in Boston and Seattle, and in Portland back in the day. Fun fact for your trivial knowledge or your cocktail party chatter: Portland was home to the first Techstars powered by Techstars program in a collaboration with Nike around the Fuel Band. You remember the Fuel Band where you got like fuel points for like exercising? Anyway, so that was Techstars' first partnership with the corporation. It was with Nike here in Portland. Dylan Boyd ran that program. Greg Cochran helped him run it. Greg's over running the GitHub accelerator now, and Dylan is working on some new startup idea he hasn't revealed yet. Anyway, so Techstars, old school, well-established accelerator, also has like a kind of acquired other things in the startup community, like Startup Weekend or Startup Week, or like those kind of activities, like community building activities around startups. And what they revealed today, so David Cohen and Brad Feld, two of the co-founders of Techstars, and David Cohen was the longtime leader, stepped away for a little while. He's now back leading the organization. They have kind of hit upon this idea that is like, maybe we can do more than just place an accelerator in a region or in a location. Maybe we could help with community organizing and community growing by putting an individual in that community. And this is super interesting to me. It's almost like Peace Corps, but for startup communities. Like if you're a community builder and you kind of get parachuted in to a particular location, you help focus activities like around startup weekends or startup weeks and that kind of thing. And maybe you're also helping with like education, or maybe education about Techstars, or maybe deal flow for Techstars. Like there's something interesting there. They haven't revealed a lot about it. Just the idea that they would have Techstars people in particular communities to help foster startup community growth. Again, I'll link up the YouTube video so you can get it. They're also doing a second event, I believe it's next week, to dive deeper into this concept of what this role is, like what type of people there will be, like what cities or communities they may be thinking about putting those folks in. But I remain hopeful that this is maybe a way for Techstars to get involved in the Portland community again. It was, off and on, we've had great relationship with Techstars as a community, whether they were here or just kind of involved in what we were doing and kind of supporting our efforts. And then obviously Techstars Seattle was a huge contributor to our community, because we would have Portland companies that would go up to Techstars Seattle and participate in their program. Techstars Anywhere has been hugely impactful for our community. So there's some nice collaboration that's occurred with Techstars, and I remain hopeful that this new kind of like concept that they're pursuing, this new offering for startup communities, could be yet another opportunity for Portland to collaborate with Techstars. So if that is interesting to you, again, I will link at that video, but please attend the event that they're having. I think it's next week. This event, I think like 6,000 people showed up to this event that they recorded. So who knows how many people will show up to the next one, but I of course will attend, keep an eye on it. I will share the recording, all this kind of thing. So if you don't have time to go, don't worry about it. I got you covered. But if you're curious, I suggest you attend and hear more from David Cohen about what they're building for this next phase of Techstars. I'm super excited for the potential it has for our community if we're lucky enough to get the chance to collaborate with them again. My voice still hasn't repaired. Thanks for putting up with me, kind of coughing through this whole thing. I hope you're staying healthy. I hope you're doing well. And until we get the chance to chat again, please keep up the good work. Hello. Hot off the presses. You'll remember last week, like I recorded the episode on Thursday night, and then I always record on Thursday night. But Graze, which is building the tools and kind of economics for Blue Sky, wound up getting written up in TechCrunch on Friday after I already recorded and I couldn't share that news with you on the podcast, but now I shared it. So there's that's done. And I shared it on the blog and in the newsletter and all this kind of thing. So congratulations, Graze, on the TechCrunch stuff. But here's another one, hot off the presses, like literally right before I was getting ready to record. I learned that at the Metro Region Innovation Hub, the Portland Metro Region Innovation Hub for all the innovation and connections and wayfinding in the Portland area, which has been existing with a single navigator, now has two navigators. So in addition to Gary Doherty, we now have Pat Chung has now been hired as an additional navigator for the Metro Region Innovation Hub. This is, I think, a great hire in grabbing Pat Chung. Pat Chung, full disclosure, served as a mentor in residence for Pi pre-pandemic. He's raised money, had a successful exit, been through Techstars, started any number of meetups in town and connected people and all those kind of things. And so I think this is a great add to the Metro Region Innovation Hub team. I will put some more thought to it and write up something more significant. But I think Pat has a specific point of view on the Portland startup community as someone who moved here from LA and was trying to get connected, realized the difficulties or the opportunities. I always remember meeting Pat. Pi was at central office in the Pearl. Pat was there day in, day out, working in kind of the hot desk space at central office. And, as co-working spaces do, wound up talking to Pat, figuring out what was what. And just really appreciated his perspective and really he wanted help. He wanted to get engaged. He was a mentor for Pi, wanted to being a mentor in residence, which means he was there. This means he was there every single day, hanging out with the startups, providing feedback, giving them reality checks about what was what. And so I'm really psyched to see Pat move into this role at the Metro Region Innovation Hub, where he will have direct contact with startups, founders, trying to find their way through the Portland startup ecosystem and community, and can't wait to see what both he and Carrie, under the guidance of Assad, wind up doing. I'm going to keep doing this whether you like it or not, but if you happen to like it, maybe, just leave a like. You don't have to subscribe. No, yeah, that's fine. Just leave a like. That's enough. Low commitment on your part. Good feedback on my part. Leave a like. Okay, so I was kind of surprised by the Grace news. I was totally surprised by the Pat news. One thing I don't want to surprise you with is the February 11th event celebrating Black founders for Black History Month. Folks who've been through Pitch Black or Pi or Built Oregon or those kind of things, Vanport Studio. A variety of conversations with a bunch of founders who have had really interesting journeys. Unfortunately, that event is sold out. But there are a few surprises in place. So if you would like to attend this event, you're like, well, it's sold out. What am I going to do? Get on the wait list, please. Just if you want to attend, get on the wait list. If your plans have changed, please change your RSVP so those people on the wait list can get into the venue. We have a surprise coming on Monday for any folks who are planning to attend. And then, potentially might also have another surprise on Tuesday for everyone, whether you can attend or not. So we'll see. It's still iffy. We haven't completed all the testing and tech yet, but potentially we will have a surprise for everyone on Tuesday. But on Monday, definitely, if you're in attendance, if you've RSVP'd and you're like, I don't know if I want to go or not, Monday, stay tuned and there'll be something dropping that will totally convince you to go. I don't know. Do you like food? Do you like really, really good food? Did you not get into all right, I'm not going to, there might be a food event coming up in February in celebration of Black chefs and mixologists and dessert making people. And I'm just saying, I don't want to reveal it. Just stay tuned till Monday. There may be a really interesting surprise. And again, I wish you could get in. I wish we had more room. I wish we had room for everybody, but we don't. But if you are I would really like to see what those founders have to say and what their journey has been, stay tuned until Tuesday, put your name on the wait list. We'll get you some information then. Okay, cool. Really looking forward to this event. Really happy it's sold out. Sorry, we can't get everybody in there, but April 8th, we'll get everybody in there. There will be no wait list. So long as you RSVP now, we will get you into the event. We'll figure out a venue big enough, whether it's the Expo Center or the Rose Garden. They don't call it the Rose Garden. Moda Center, whatever it is. Veterans Memorial Coliseum, the Riverfront. I don't know what we're going to do, but just RSVP. We want everyone possible at the April 8th event, but we need to know how big of a venue to secure. And we want people from, it's not just Portland people. If you're outside Portland, maybe make plans to come join us. There's still time. You've got a month to make plans about showing up here and still get the cheap ticket prices for the flights or the trains or what have you. Plan on being in Portland April 8th to join the Portland startup community, to just kind of kick off. I know we kicked off the year. This is kick off spring connections with people outside of Portland. It would just be great to have you here. So please plan on being there. RSVP, you can do that now. And then of course, as a reminder, did the February event, sold out. This is going to happen. There will be a March event and we will open up RSVPs for that March event after the February event. So you can still RSVP for the April event right now. We'll get the March event out there and we'd love to see you there. But all that being said, love the energy and momentum in the Portland startup community right now. It's amazing. We just love to have you part of it. So join the meetup group and I'll link it up in all those links and we'll see you at an event in the near future. Another late breaking story landed Thursday, caught it on GeekWire. Other people are talking about it. Deep Surface, not DeepSeek, Deep Service. So that is the hardest thing to say. Deep Surface. I keep saying Deep Service. It's Deep Surface, Portland startup in the cybersecurity space, exited, acquired. Great for those founders. They had raised about $1 million, I think, according to GeekWire. But the even better part of this story, from just maybe not better to you, but better from a trivial knowledge, I want to say interesting things to my friends about things that are happening in the Portland startup community. Maybe I should do the whole podcast with this voice. No? Okay, cool. So the interesting thing from a Portland startup community standpoint is our friends at Voyager Capital have hit the trifecta for 2025. The year is barely a month long, and Voyager Capital has already seen Acton exit, they've seen Lytix exit, and now they've seen Deep Surface exit. So the Voyager portfolio has seen a number of exits in 2025. We'll see what that portends. Is portends even the right word? Portends for the future. But I think all by way of saying, Voyager has made significant bets in the Portland startup community. They're seeing a number of exits in 2025 from those bets. And that's the cycle, right? We need investors to put down money to help companies grow and expand. And at some point, there needs to be some liquidity event to put money back to those investors. And we've seen that happen 3 times for Voyager in 2025 in, I don't know, what is it? Less than 38 days. So and you can't even count the beginning of January because you got New Year's and then you got Epiphany and then you got people don't really even get back to work until I don't know, the 12th. So you're seeing a lot of activity around the Voyager portfolio and the bets they made, which I just think is really interesting and we should keep an eye on. So that's where we are. Another exit with Deep Surface. Congratulations to the founders on that exit. They hadn't raised a ton of capital. $1 million is still a lot of money. Don't get me wrong, that's a lot of money, but not as stratospheric as some of the other startups we've seen that have exited recently. Congratulations to them and Voyager on the exit and all the other investors and the founders and all that kind of thing. Look forward to keeping track of other Voyager portfolio companies to see what might happen in 2025. Okay, so Voyager had a trifecta of exits in 2025. A founder who had a significant exit for the Portland startup community and has been really super involved in the Portland startup community. Full disclosure, Pi alum, Pi mentor. Matt Ellis recently spoke at one of the startup conversations in the Couve. If you don't know Matt, he is the founder of Cloudability, which was a really successful exit. He's the current founder and CEO of 60 AI, which is one of the earliest AI pursuits in Portland and is really like building, in his words, the LinkedIn killer using AI. Matt took the opportunity to sit down with some folks in the Couve in Vancouver, Washington, and chat with them about startup-y type things. I will totally link up that video because it's here on the YouTube, so I will link it up so you can watch it. I encourage you to watch it every single time I hear Matt speak, even though I spent so much time. I love Matt dearly, but we spent probably far too much time together by far too many late nights. I always learn something from him every single time he presents. There's this new nugget of knowledge or guidance that he comes out with for founders, so I will link up that video so you can watch Matt and his talk. And yeah, just still really cheering for 60 AI and his vision and his concept. Cloudability was such a meaningful part of this kind of last era generation of startups that I remain, a fan of Matt and his work and look forward to what 60 can do in this next generation of startups in this AI era. So please watch the video. You'll learn a lot from Matt. Great guy, great perspective on what you should do as a founder, like realistically, like no holds barred, no mythology, what it's like to be a startup founder. Matt is always great at kind of like revealing the truth about that. So please watch the video. Really glad that Dave Barkos and the folks at Northbank Innovation were able to capture the conversation with Matt, and it's well worth a watch, whether you're in Portland or anywhere else. Speaking of AI, I was recently at an event where somebody came up to me before they went up to speak, and they're like, I don't know what have I built? Like, what have I built that I'm going to describe? Is it like an AI assistant? Is it an agent? Is it a co-pilot? Like everybody's gunning for like, what should these helper AI thingamajig bot things be called? And there's no like clear differentiation. So like one of the things that has happened recently in this whole space with a local company, it's a Ben-based company, been working in AI for a while. They're called Wizox. You may have encountered Rosie, who is I can use the term yet, who is one of those assistant-y type things that are built with AI that are a specifically trained, kind of function and brand that they're working on within the AI sphere. And all right, I like it. Cool. It's so with Wizox, it's not an assistant, it's not an agent, it's not co-pilot. It is an AI mascot. And what I love about this is like such a good branding and trademarking thing around AI mascot, which really to me it brings to mind the kind of like brand ethos and personality that you would like to have representing you in an AI that is communicating on your behalf. So Wizox recently just announced this week, they announced that like some new features to the product, some new customers, but really like a specific definitive focus on assisted living, senior living. And that is something that I'm like, I always love old school kind of industries that maybe they're trailing edge, maybe they're rusting edge kind of things that may not like be involved with the latest and greatest technology, because the thing about established industries that have maybe not been keeping up with technology is they will often leapfrog. So they may be like old, like green screen DOS entry kind of stuff. And then suddenly like, oh, AI mascots are the way for us to really get up to speed on things, and we can skip all the in between. And that's what Wizox has seemed to really capitalize on. They have found a niche, whatever. They found a niche for their AI mascot companion personality bot thingamajig that really seems to work well with senior living, assisted living kind of facilities. They're helping with things, not only internal machinations, but dealing with the population and support and that kind of thing. So I think Wizox is really onto something. And if you're not familiar, just like Portland history-wise, startup history, investor history-wise, there was some significant capital created through assisted living in Portland that wound up funding a lot of startups in Portland. That is interesting from a probably purely trivial aspect that there was an industry that was successful, and that industry is now funding the next generation of startups. So congratulations to Wizox on the latest version of their AI mascots platform. Love that they got new customers that they're announcing, and I continue to watch and be enamored of companies like Wizox that look at seemingly old school industries, but that are really helping them leapfrog with technology. Every once in a great while, I get to sit down with an actual journalist. Like I think I got some feedback on the Portland Startup Slack this week where I was like, I apologize. I think you're confusing me with a real journalist. I'm not a journalist. I just have a blog. I just write things and I talk to you about things. I'm not a real journalist. I'm just sharing information in my perspective. But every once in a while, I get to talk with real journalists, like real like editors of major publications. And that happened with Suzanne Stevens at the Portland Business Journal, who, based on our January networking event that we threw, I hope you were there. There were like 400 people there. It was great. But she had received some feedback from Malia Spencer, who, let me tell you, a longtime fan. Malia Spencer, solid hire at the PBJ. I'm really glad she's there. I'm really glad she's providing her perspective on a regular basis now, not only tech startups, but also food and that kind of thing. Anyway, Malia had the opportunity to attend the January networking event, and that was great. I was glad she was there, obviously, and I think many people were glad she was there. Obviously, hundreds, probably 400 people were glad she was there. But Suzanne had been talking to Malia about the event, and Malia said some very nice things, and I'm humbled and taken aback by the things that Malia said about the event. But Suzanne's like, I got to talk to you, so let's talk about what's going on in Portland. She put up with my relentless, word vomit about the Portland startup community. And she's like, okay, all right, I talked to you for an hour. I think I can carve out like a few sentences of value out of this. But she wound up writing, an editor's kind of opinion piece that featured some things that I said, and I was really honored to contribute to that. So if you want to know why I'm so bullish on the Portland startup community currently, Suzanne has written a great piece. There may be more coming. Again, just a little teaser. Maybe some more PBJ content coming around the February 11th event, and maybe other stuff. There may be some other stuff in the works. Maybe around the March event. What's the March event, you asked? Well, stay tuned. February event, there's definitely content coming. There'll probably be some March content coming, and then there's some other stuff in the works with PBJ, Portland Business Journal, to just share more about the startup community with you. It's always nice to have partners in the community who are willing to bring a journalistic perspective to what is occurring. And by journalistic, I mean purely objective, sometimes op-ed based. That's fine. But what I appreciate about journalists is they're not providing any fluff. They're like, this is what we see. This is what's happening. This is our objective perspective on things. And that is why I'm not a journalist, because I am far too opinionated on what's happening in Portland. So if you have the wherewithal, please subscribe to the Portland Business Journal. Not sponsored. I love they hired Malia. I love that they understand what's going on here. Demi Lawrence, she's a pretty solid hire too. But I'm a big fan. Portland Business Journal. If you have the wherewithal, please subscribe, because they create a lot of really compelling content. And in all honesty, I can't say there's any better publication for tracking what's happening in the Portland startup community than the Portland Business Journal. I encourage you to support them so that we continue to have this great journalistic viewpoint on what's happening in Portland and the startup community. I don't know about you, but like January seems like there was a lot of stuff going on, but February has turned it up a ton. I don't know about you, but I am flustered but excited. Hope you're keeping up with the momentum. And until we get the chance to chat again, please keep up the good work. Hello. It seems like it's been a minute since we had the chance to chat, but I think that might just be because there is so much going on right now in the Portland startup community. But before we get to that, I have a very, very important shout out. Happy birthday, Oregon. February 14th is Oregon's birthday. It's 166 years old and looking great for being that age. Keep doing what you do, Oregon. Happy birthday. And of course, it's Valentine's Day, too, just so you know. But happy birthday, Oregon. Glad you're here. Glad you're here. Glad Oregon is here. Glad we're all here. So let's get into some of the Portland startup news for this week. We might have some broader Oregon stories as well, if I can remember correctly. We do. So the big story this week, last week I got the chance to kind of reveal that Pat Chung had been hired at the Metro Region Innovation Hub, which is for Portland, the hub of innovation and collaboration around entrepreneurial and startup support. Pat, new employee there as a navigator. I'm looking forward to seeing what he does there. I might have touched on that he's a former founder, and that is interesting to me by way of this story, which was also hugely popular this week. Yalda Moshiri has been named to the OEN team. Now, here's the thing. You're like, that's no surprise. I've seen her representing OEN at events all the time. Yalda's here, Yalda's there. She's hanging out with all kinds of people. It was officially announced that Yalda has joined as kind of the Angel Oregon program lead. Not kind of as, she's the Angel Oregon program lead. Why is this amazing? Why did I also mention Pat? Because Yalda is a former founder as well. And I love it when we can take the opportunity to engage with people with startup founder experience and get them engaged in organizations that support startups and entrepreneurship. And Yalda is no different. Like, she knows the drill. She knows the assignment. She's got to deal with like investor angel types. She's got to deal with startups who want money from those investor angel types. I think they have Angel Oregon Tech, they have Angel Oregon Bioscience, and of course they have Angel Food, which is the food thing, even though it's a pun. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how Yalda engages. She's a Pi alum, so soft place in my heart for Yalda, obviously. But also, I would just like to say that she's been doing a phenomenal job of like showing up to like every single thing and being present and like celebrating what's happening in the community. So even in this early going, I can tell she's got a huge impact on the community in this role. And congratulations to not only Yalda, but OEN on making an excellent hire. It's Valentine's Day. You don't have to love me as much as I love you. But what you could do is maybe leave a like. Just leave a like. Just like it, and we'll call it good. Not looking for anything more. Just leave a like. Thank you. All right, that was the big news this week. The big event this week was the Startup Founders, Where Are They Now? Specifically for Black History Month. We had the opportunity, Stephen Green sat down with a bunch of amazing Black founders from our community, folks who've been through Built Oregon or Pi or Pitch Black or Vanport Studio. And really, like, not only did the typical like pitch your startup kind of stuff, like it wasn't that vibe. It was like, what are you going through? Like, why are you building a startup here? Like last time we talked to like Paula Hayes, I think is a great example. Like Paula has been part of the community for a significant amount of time and has had really valuable experiences, but she's often so busy building the business, doing the business, creating new products that we don't get to hear as much from her as we would like. And so we had this opportunity to bring Paula to stage, talk about where she's been since folks may have seen her the last time, talk about some of her experiences in retail. And that happened with 10 different founders. So what I would like to do is read off the list of founders and the programs that they participated in so that you know who all was there. And then I will link up the video because we were able to live stream it thanks to Juan Barraza and our Latino founders friends. They have live stream equipment. They did a fantastic job. Amazing. Like just really high quality capture of the event. And that's available on YouTube. So I'll link that up. The other benefit is we also can like provide direct links to specific speakers. So if I mention somebody where you're like, oh, I'd really like to hear from them. I haven't heard from them in a while. You'll be able to click right in, watch their thing. It'll all be good. So let's get through the founders who we got the chance to hear from at the Startup Founders. Where are they now? Herbert Beauclair from Pitch Black, Ola Elkanah from Built Oregon and Pitch Black, Paige Hendricks Buckner, Pitch Black, Precious Hannah King, Built Oregon and Pitch Black, Paula Hayes, Built Oregon and Pitch Black, Alicia Kirkland from Pi, Lisea Malloy, who went through Pi and Pitch Black, Damola Omatosho, who went through Pi and Pitch Black, Jeremy Roberts, who went through Pi, Pitch Black, and Vanport Studio is coming up. They're doing some work with him. Ian Williams, of course, went through Built Oregon and Pitch Black. Bonus though, like at the end, like everybody thinks it's over. Mitch Doherty comes to the stage. Mitch Doherty, new manager of the Portland Office of Small Business, grabs the mic, comes to the stage. He's like, Stephen, you're not getting away without answering a few questions. So of course, our MC, Stephen Green, got to answer a few questions as well. All in all, I thought it was a great event. Sold out. 125 people maybe showed up, and really good energy in the room. Like, thanks so much to Instrument for letting us host it there, because one of the things I love about the Instrument space is you can cram a lot of people into a very small space. And so from a speaker perspective, it feels very intimate and very close, as well as from a attendee perspective. You feel like you're in the room with the speaker, and I think it's just a really nice vibe. And so it was really nice of Instrument to let us use that location and get the opportunity to chat with all these folks. And again, thank you so much to Stephen Green for being willing to interview folks. Thanks to Juan Barraza for helping with the live stream. And I don't know if we're gonna release, I don't know how we're gonna release them, but Miguel Higgins-Moy was jumping all around, taking great shots of not only the speakers, but also some other editorial shots as well, and a lot of really good video footage too. So we'll probably chop that up in really interesting ways. So anyway, if you missed the event, I'm sorry you weren't there. It was sold out. You weren't able to make it in. Sorry. Hope the live stream helped. Hope you got to tune in and participate in that way. And all by way of reminding you, the March event will be here before you know it. Very similar format, but this will be focused on women founders, since March is Women's History Month, and will be hosted by Kimmy Chaos, who's a community organizer and a Pi mentor and all kinds of other things, and also happens to have a birthday in March on International Women's Day. So it seemed like a really good person to host that event. That will happen March 11th. Who's going to be on stage? I don't know. You have to RSVP and find out. What if it winds up selling out again? Which it might. Like, the January event sold out, February event sold out. Maybe we make it a trifecta and the March event sells out. But we've already confirmed we'll be able to live stream it. So while we'd love to have you there in person, we would also, if you can't make it in person or it sells out, we would love to have you tune in to the live stream. I will link up both the RSVP for the event if you want to attend in person, but also link up to the live stream so that you can kind of click the notify button and you will get alerted when we start the live stream. But it will start March 11th around 5:30. Probably talked to about 10-ish founders who've been through a variety of programs. Again, Built Oregon, Pi, Pitch Black, Pitch Latino founders, Vanport Studio, wide variety of people. So I hope you can either attend or tune in. I'm really looking forward to this one. I look forward to every event, but they're getting it's a little bit like we did the big event. If you want the big event, the big networking event, that's happening again, April 8th. We'll get you a big networking event with no programming. You just chat with people and hang out and meet people from the community. But we also want to do some of these more intimate events, get the community together around a particular topic or a theme. And so we have a lot planned. We pretty much got the whole calendar filled for the year. Always happening on the second Tuesday of any given month. But we also started talking about we can't just do the second Tuesday in the evening. And some people maybe they want to get together in the morning or lunchtime or something else. So don't worry. We're thinking through programming some other interesting events at different times. This is just the beginning of the new Pi experiment. And so we're going to try some things. Some things are going to work. Some things are going to fail. We got to try it. We got to put it out there, see if it works, get feedback, iterate. That's what we do with experiments at Pi. So us at an event in the near future. Again, would love to have you at the March event. If that's not workable, then please plan on the April 8th event, because that's going to be another big shindig of some sort that we will figure out. But here's the other ask. Oh, this is what March 11th, women's event. On the April 8th event, it would be amazing to have folks from out of town to engage with all of these Portland people. So the first one, 400 people from the Portland startup community showed up, got to hang out with one another, meet other Portland people. What would be amazing for this one is if people from Seattle or the Bay Area or back east or what have you wound up in Portland on April 8th. So we can not only get Portland people connected, but we can get Portland connected to other areas in important ways. So if you're outside of Portland and watching this, I don't know why you would be, but thank you. Thank you for watching this, even if you're outside of Portland or Oregon, and maybe come hang out. Like, I would love to meet you. If you are from outside the area and you still find it, compelling to listen to the news that's happening here, perhaps even worse, listening to the news that's happening here delivered by me, I would love to see you at the event. I would love to say thank you, maybe purchase you a beverage of your choice, just to thank you for tuning in and to get you introduced and connected with a bunch of the amazing founders and startups here in the Portland community. Okay, this one, let me give you a little weird context. My chosen form of expression is written. Like, I like writing things. I'm not terribly good at speaking. I am a hobbyist photographer, videographer, but it's not great. Let's be honest. It's not great. So I've been a blogger for a long time, like since the last century. Like, I was writing code to put words on the internet in the form of a blog prior to the turn of the century. And then, things came along like Blogger and other platforms. Eventually, I got to the point where I tried a few different blog formats. One was focused on marketing, one was focused on what it was like to be an employee and how business places should be better places. And then I finally hit upon the concept for Silicon Florist. But what inspired me to start Silicon Florist is what I'm going to cover next, that I'm so happy to see the resurgence of. Is I started Silicon Florist because there were other people blogging. There were other startup founders telling their stories. There were other companies telling their stories. And I would be able to read their content, kind of amplify their content and get you to read what other people were writing. And so this week, I was really happy to see two founders had taken the time. One is a LinkedIn post, but that's basically a blog, like a LinkedIn post thing, not like a LinkedIn update, but like a full-on LinkedIn post. Another one was a more traditional blog post, which I always love the blog posts. They're great. So the first one, Duncan Miller, founder of Rose City Robotics, founder of Rose City Robotics, took the opportunity. He's bootstrapped a lot of companies, and he kind of thought about maybe going after chasing venture capital for Rose City Robotics, because robotics is kind of hot right now. And I believe they were BBC, they were at Ben Venture Conference. I remember that. So Duncan took the opportunity to just kind of provide here's a view on bootstrapping, here's a view on VC. And really the premise is why I found it so interesting, not only because the founder was blogging, that's amazing, but like his perspective was bootstrapping is good for the founders. Chasing investment is good for the investors. And so it's a really thoughtful take on those two ways of financing the growth of a company. Well worth the read. I will link it up so that you have the opportunity to read through it. But also, please, if it inspires you in any way and you are a startup founder, please write it down or something, like put it on YouTube or whatever and let me know. Because I love when founders take the opportunity to pontificate about their experience or write about their company. And the more of that content I can consume, the better my day and week is. So if Duncan inspires you, great, go create some content yourself, send it my way. If you need even more inspiration, Mike Hewlin from Paxton down in Bend. Paxton AI in the legal space, they're doing really well. They recently raised some funding. I think you heard me talk about it a week or two ago, 22 million-ish, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly. I record this stuff because I can't always remember, but I think I'm right. He wrote a really thoughtful piece. So Mike has spent time in the Bay Area and is up here in Oregon in Bend now, and wrote a really thoughtful piece on just kind of like the pros and cons. Like, there are good things about building a startup here in Oregon. There are challenging things about building a startup here in Oregon. And that's what I want you to know, especially if you're a startup founder. So it was really nice to get Mike's perspective on his experience with the Oregon startup community and his experience in Bend and spending time in Portland. So again, really good read, but also just really happy to see founders taking the opportunity to compose these kind of pieces, because it has multiple benefits. It helps the founders really think through something when they're writing about it, and it really helps other people in the community gain a deeper understanding of the dynamics of what's happening here from a founder perspective. So thank you to both Duncan and Mike for writing those up. I hope they inspire thousands of other founders to share their journeys and insights and write or YouTube or blog or podcast or whatever they want to do, Instagram, story, reel, I don't care. I just want to hear from founders. I want to hear their perspectives, and I want to share those more broadly with folks who may tune in here or may not. I don't know, but I want to amplify what you're talking about, because I think your insights are important and critical and formative to the next generation of people who will be starting companies. I read Hey Portland from CityCast Portland every day. I listen to their podcast on a regular basis, but this one seemed particularly fitting to mention here, and of course I'll link it up. But the CityCast Portland podcast had an episode where they covered a bunch of products that have been created here in Oregon that people may or may not realize are Oregon products. Me, personally, ViewMaster is one of my favorites. I love that it was created in Portland, because I had this Bakelite ViewMaster when I was a kid, and I loved it. And when I learned that Portland was the birthplace of ViewMaster, that was just kind of special. So like, it's always nice to find these brands or these products that you didn't realize were Oregon based or founded in Oregon, and then suddenly you now have this trivial knowledge about the amazing things that have been created here. So while I love ViewMaster, there are other things like Big League Chew, or like a vegetarian turkey, or the company that really truly invented the swimsuit used to have a big statue out in Civic Stadium before it became PG Park and all those kind of things, Providence Park and all that kind of stuff. Used to be a big old statue dedicated to this swimwear company out there. But anyway, there are any number of super interesting brands and companies that have started here that you may not realize are Oregon. And I just really think it's always beneficial for folks to realize the amazing brands that have started here. Again, as Mitch Doherty, the manager of Portland's Office of Small Business, always likes to say, Oregon is the Silicon Valley of consumer products. And this episode of CityCast Portland really demonstrates that with some of the amazing products that have been built here, have been created here. And they didn't even get into Tillamook or any other Deschutes or Decline or like Harry and David. They didn't get into any of that. So they got into a bunch of other ones. Oh, they did touch on Jacobson Salt. So Big League Chew. There are a few others in there. I don't want to spoil any surprises, so go ahead and tune into that. And looking forward to hearing from you about potential brands that maybe weren't mentioned, like maybe Keen. Oh no, I mentioned them. Or Columbia. Everybody knows Columbia, Nike. But anyway, go listen, go watch. Good episode. I will continue to highlight episodes of CityCast Portland that I think are relevant to the stuff we're talking about here, and I hope you find it as enjoyable and inspiring as I did. If you're watching this on Valentine's Day, there's a lot of snow out there. The roads are slick. If you're watching it in the future, you can remember back to Valentine's Day when it was snowing and the roads were slick. But please be careful out there if you have to travel. Please stay home if you don't. And until we get the chance to chat again, please keep up the good work. Hello. Welcome to this week's episode. I have no idea what's going on. I've had one of those days. There's just like back to back meetings, but I'm so glad to be here with you to spend some time talking about what happened in the Portland startup community this week. Let's get into it. This literally hit my inbox right before I jumped on with you. Our friends at the Portland Business Journal were kind enough to do interviews and cover folks who participated in our recent Where Are They Now with Startup Founders for Black History Month. They specifically focused it on Pitch Black alums. So 8 of the 10 companies that were participated in interviews with Stephen Green are featured in the Portland Business Journal. I will go ahead and link that up because you get additional insights into the founders and the companies they were building and their experience and where they were and where they are now, which is what the event was designed to do. So where are they now? The Portland Business Journal will tell you. Now I hear you. You're like, I don't have a subscription, which you should. You should have a subscription to the PBJ. But all that aside, you don't have to pay for this one. This one's on them. Suzanne Stevens, the editor of the Portland Business Journal, was kind enough to drop the paywall on this one. So I'll link it up. You won't be blocked. You just go to the Portland Business Journal and read about all these interesting founders. And you're like, wow, those are really interesting stories. I would like to see more of those stories. Well, you are in luck because next month, this was Black History Month. So we focused on Black founders from Pitch Black and Built and Pi and any number of Import Studio, like any number of other organizations that have had the chance to work with these amazing founders. Next month, in March, Women's History Month, which means we will be focused on women founders from Built and Pi and Pitch Latino and Pitch Black and Latino founders and Import Studio. We'll get folks up on stage to kind of share where they were, where they are, all that kind of thing. Please RSVP. We're probably halfway sold out at this point, so still a couple weeks for you to get a seat. So you can be there. March 11th is the event. We are still finalizing the location, but I think we have it locked down, and it would be good to see you there. But also, in addition to that, don't forget that April 8th is the big, just kind of general networking gathering event. So no programming, just get people in a room, get them talking to one another. In January, that event had 400 people. We have 360 odd people already RSVP'd for it, so I expect it to be up, 600, 700 people RSVPing, maybe. I don't know. I don't want to make any promises, but it'd be really nice to see that. So on your to-do list, get your ticket. It's free for the March 11th. Women founders, where are they now? And please RSVP for the April 8th event. It's free. And it would be great to see you there and get you connected with the Portland Startup community. As always, even if you can't attend either of those events, please feel free to sign up for the Pi Portland Startup Community Meetup group. And that way we'll just keep you in the loop with all the events we're planning. And there have even been more. Like I had sketched out a bunch of events and now folks are like, hey, maybe we should try this. Maybe we should experiment with that. And I'm like, yes, we should. Because what the community needs right now is not more of the same old stuff we've been doing time after time, but we need to try some new stuff, new things, experiment. That's what we're doing. It's the Portland Incubator Experiment. We're experimenting. We want you along for the experiment. Come join us in the meetup group and see what we put together next. November's going to be crazy. And December might have stuff to say that. So get on the list, join us on Meetup, and I'll look forward to seeing you at one of our future events. If this is valuable, if you would like to see more of this, if you think I should keep doing this, please just leave a like. The big one, I've been holding off on this one for a little while. Just I've known about it, but I just haven't published about it. I thought this would be a good week to do it. It's our friends out in Pendleton at the Oregon UAS Accelerator, the Unpersoned Aerial Systems Accelerator. You know, they do the drones stuff and they like helping with the drones things. They do an accelerator and bring in a cohort of people building drone stuff. They have something there. I always love when accelerators kind of expand beyond their immediate purview to engage the community in new and interesting ways beyond what they're doing to accelerate startups. And of course, Joseph Wayno and the Oregon UAS Accelerator would move in that direction because Joseph gets it. He knows how to engage the community. He does a really good job of being like, I don't know how he's everywhere and anywhere all the time, but he's showing up at all kinds of events, being part of the community, running the accelerator, all these kind of things. Anyway, this is the most important part. $100,000. That's the prize package for this new competition that they put together. And here's the interesting part. I talk about how they deal with drones and unpeopled aerial systems, but this is a countermeasure. So how do you protect against nefarious activity with drones? How do you protect against people flying drones where they shouldn't be flying them? How do you protect against people invading privacy in situations with drones? Counter drone, counter UAS competition. So if you have ideas, if you think you have something that you're like, oh, this will totally protect people against drones, or this is a way to prevent drones from invading airspace in which they should not be, they're currently accepting applications. You can apply and figure out, like, if you have come up with a concept that they find interesting, then you'll be entered into this competition and judged and evaluated and all those kinds of things. But the prize package, $100,000 to continue doing that work in counter drone activity. So not counter drone, not like a drone that's on a counter, but like against drones. You get what I'm saying. But super happy to see Oregon UAS pursuing this. I'm really excited to see what kind of submissions they get. And I don't know, I'm hopeful. I remain hopeful. I need to do it. It's on me. It's not on them. But I would really like to get out to Pendleton to observe the facility and engage with the companies out there and the people doing the work and doing the things and helping with the drones. And I will make sure to do that this year. I promise you. I'll get out there, check out the Oregon UAS Accelerator and some of these competitions because, you know, like, fun fact, I kind of went to college out that way. And it's been a while since I've spent any time in a quality way, driven through any number of times, but I haven't been there in a while. So I should head out there. And if I do, I will drag you along. You will get to participate. We will show you all the amazing things they got going out there. But for now, your chance to experience the Oregon UAS Accelerator crew is to submit an application, and I sincerely hope that you are the proud winner of the $100,000 prize. I always get questions from people who are outside the region who are like, well, Intel's there. Like, there are more Intel employees in the Portland area than anywhere on Earth. It's the most concentrated group of Intel employees. People are like, oh, there must be all kinds of startups coming out of Intel. I'm like, no, there aren't. We rarely, if ever, see startups coming out of Intel. We rarely, if ever, see people from Intel. Now, it's nothing against them, nothing against the people in Intel, nothing against Intel proper. It's more a cultural thing in the region. If you're in Portland, this will make sense. If you're outside of Portland, you'll be like, what? But here's the thing, like Intel is out in the suburbs, and Portland just has a really hard time with, like, leaving particular regions. Like, so if you're not familiar with Portland, we're divided east and west by the Willamette River, and we're divided north and south by Burnside, which is a main thoroughfare. And so that divides Portland into specific quadrants, but there are like 6 quadrants, so it doesn't make sense anymore. But there's like what you would expect, like southeast, southwest, northwest, northeast. There's also north and south, but be that as it may. Portland divided by the Willamette. Like, people who are on the east side hate to cross the river to go to the west side. People who are south of Burnside hate to go north of Burnside. People who are north of Burnside hate to go south of Burnside. We don't like perceived barriers. We like staying in our own little regions. And so when you talk about the suburbs of Portland, there are the West Hills. There's a very tiny hill range with, like, big enough that you have to drill a tunnel through it to get through it. But, like, Intel's over there on the other side of the West Hills. You have to go through the West Hills tunnel. Like, that seems like a barrier to folks. Or you have to cross 217, which is a highway that seems like another barrier. So anyway, going both ways. Like, Intel people don't necessarily come into town. Portland people don't necessarily go out that way. So we don't see as much collaboration as we'd like to see. We don't see as much engagement either way as we would like to see. So that way of being said, shortest story long ever, we don't see a lot of Intel startup spinouts. Aptolac, which was a Pi company, is one I can think of. Eclipsium, which is Andreessen Horowitz portfolio company. We talked about them a couple weeks back, where they raised $45 million in addition to other money they raised previously. So they're an Intel, a couple of folks from Intel starting a company, but it's rare. It's rare to see that. So that's why I'm really happy to see that Ahead Computing, which is a whole bunch of, like, Intel people who founded it, and they seem to keep getting Intel people joining them. Ahead Computing just raised $22.1 million to continue to fund their growth in the region, and that's really exciting to see. I guess Ampere kind of, like, anyway, we're on Ahead Computing now. I'm sorry to derail, but they've raised some more capital. They're definitely attracting talent from Intel and continuing to build, working on the idea of processors for this next generation of technology and how you provide GPUs to people who need intensive processing power for AI and the like. I'm keeping my eye on Ahead Computing. I think they're really onto something, and how much they continue to kind of raise and attract in terms of talent could be really beneficial to our community. It's been a while since we've had a truly hardware-based startup that was garnering attention around here. So I mean, PayRange is another good example that is a hardware play, and they've been really successful. They just made an acquisition recently, but it's rare for a town that is as focused on advanced manufacturing and has not only so much Intel talent, but ASML and other people and Mentor Graphics and yada yada yada. Like all these people focused on hardware, you would think we would have more activity in that regard, but we don't. So it's always nice to see these companies that are pursuing something that's getting funding, that's allowing them to continue to grow. Please keep an eye on Head Computing, and I will keep an eye on them as well. On to Shotzi, a new mobile app specifically designed who are taking weight loss drugs that require injections, like Ozempic. I can't remember, is it GPL1? Like there's some classification for these drugs that are helping with weight loss, but it's a regimen. Like you have to track it, you have to pay attention to what's going on, you want to know how it's affecting your body and your weight loss and all those kind of things. And so Aja Beckett had created, she started to try and track this stuff personally, and she's like, this is too frustrating. I need an app to do this. So she's built an app called Shotzi that enables people to better track their regimen on these weight loss shots. And obviously you can think of other areas where people are required to take injection-based medication, where it may also be beneficial for those kind of things, but specifically focused on this new category of weight loss drugs. And it's got like 100,000 downloads, and like people are using it and really good reviews. And it comes as no surprise to me because I first encountered Aja with one of her other startups, which was called Civil. She had come out of, if I'm remembering correctly, she had been a moderator on TED, like Big TED event, like had been a moderator on their web properties and their videos and that kind of thing. And so she had created an app back in the day that was called Civil. And Civil was focused on really creating a more like virtuous cycle around commenting and validating other people's comments and helping like create good conversation in like blog comments and news article comments, web-based comments beyond typical social blah blah. They even at one point been adopted by probably my favorite alt weekly of all time, Willamette Week, of course. And they had adopted the Civil solution for their comment sections and implemented it. But that, for whatever reason, didn't quite get the traction or performance that folks were hoping for. But now it's just on to this new thing with Shotzi, and it is definitely, I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times, timing is the whole thing with startups. Like you can have the best team, you can have the best technology, you can have the best user experience, you can be, all these great things. If your timing is off, even slightly, it will fail. If you're too early and you can't hang on, it will fail. If you're too late and can't deal with competition, it will fail. It's all about timing with startups. And I feel like Aja has timed this exceptionally well. She started using a medication. She tried to do something to track that. She discovered the pain point that a lot of other people were going to encounter, and she built it out to really satisfy that. So if you are on those medications and trying to track your regimen, then check out Shotzi. Even if you're not, check out Shotzi, because I think it's a really good example of a founder recognizing a pain point at the right time and building something that is satisfying the needs of hundreds of thousands of people. Shotzi raised $2 million because investors are like, they recognize timing. They're like, oh, okay, that's got some traction. That might be something. That's got some heat. Let's put some money behind that and see what happens. So that's what's going on with Shotzi. You may have seen them around town. Shotzi won one of the Demolicious events. They appeared on stage at the 2024 Demolicious Champion of Champions event. They're doing really well, and I'm really always happy to see serial founders taking another swing and getting traction and investment that helps them build the companies they want to build. So keep an eye on Shotzi. This one is on again, off again, on again, off again, the beneficial ownership information reporting. I talked to you about this last year when we thought we were going to have to report, as any business practically had to report on beneficial ownership information to the feds. It's part of like their, not cybersecurity, but like protecting against criminal endeavors using U.S. business structures. So it's a way of reporting so that the feds better understand like what you're doing with your business and who actually owns the business and what you get from it and all those kind of things. Like it was a thing, and then it wasn't a thing, and then it was a thing again, and then people sued more, and then it wasn't a thing and it got stopped, but now it's back on. So I am not a lawyer, I'm not an accountant, but given that this thing keeps waffling back and forth, just submit your information and get it done. It's due March 21st, 2025. There may be another lawsuit that like stops it in its tracks again, but it will likely, based on previous performance, get overturned again. So rather than worry about it, rather than continue to wonder, do I need to do this? Do I not need to do this? Just file your beneficial ownership information report if you're comfortable doing so before March 21st, 2025. I think it's important for you because if it continues to hold and you don't report, you could be subject to significant fines. And as an early stage company, as an early stage startup, you need access to every penny you possibly can have. So I don't want to see you getting hit with fines. I don't want to see you getting in trouble. So again, not legal advice, not accounting advice. I'm not a legal or accounting professional. I'm just saying to you, read through the material, make a decision for yourself, but please consider reporting your beneficial ownership information before March 21st so you don't incur any penalties, because I would like you to be penalty free for this year. So please consider that. All right, you stuck around a while. Like there's only like 10% of the people, maybe 5, who started watching this video who are actually still here right now. So thank you. But this is our special time, just me and you, because there aren't many folks here right now. I kind of got a bit of a conundrum for next week, and I could kind of use some of your advice. So let me set it up. Like this week's been busy. Next week is going to be as busy, if not busier. I have travel midway through the week that'll kind of take me out of pocket for business travel. And then Thursday night, which is usually, I'm sitting right here on a Thursday night because I usually record this show on Thursday night so I can drop it Friday morning. I am going to be supporting Pitch Black Food on Thursday night as the part of the AV team. So I will be gone all day Wednesday. I will be, I obviously at work, but then I will be helping manage the AV for an event throughout Thursday evening, which probably won't put me home until late. And then I'm like, I don't have time to record. Even if I work down a script, it would be really difficult to record on Thursday night. And yet I do not want to let you down on Friday. I feel an obligation to you. You're kind enough to show up week after week. I just want to fulfill that obligation to you to provide a show every single week. Plus I will have like who won at Pitch Black, like food, like I will know that information. So I'm kind of wondering what would be interesting to you. I've thought through a few ideas. Like I can record the bulk of it in the airport while I'm waiting for my flight home and do most of the editing on the way home, and then just record the pickup once I get back in the studio, record the pickup for like Pitch Black Food and any other news that broke on Thursday. That's one idea. Another idea is I could just do it live.
We'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. Right. Fucking thing sucks.
I could do it live on Friday. Like I could create the whole script and all those things, and the stuff you see happening here, we could be live together. I probably wouldn't be able to respond to your comments, but I would at least be able to do it live, and you would be able to see how bad this is without editing. So that's an option. I could do that Friday or Saturday or whatever after I get my script and stuff together. Maybe like a lunch break. We can have lunch together, and I can tell you about what happened in Portland. Started community during the week. The other option is I just hold off till Saturday. I hold off to the weekend or whatever. Record it, edit, drop it as quickly as I can. But I don't want to leave you in the lurch. Like if you show up to happy hours on Friday with all kinds of interesting, trivial knowledge that you learned from the show, I don't want to leave you hanging on Friday evening. But then again, if you typically don't watch the show until like, you read the newsletter on Sunday and then you watch the show just to get the recap, I don't know, you tell me. I'm happy to do whatever you think I should do, but just like comment below with what would be most entertaining and compelling to you. I'm happy to do whatever. Like I am here to provide you with information. I want to know the best way of providing you with that information. So if you are it's not even a whole person at this point. If you are the half a person who is still watching or listening to this and you have an opinion, I would love to hear from you on what I should do for the episode next week. Barring all feedback, I will figure something out. But I always like you to know input. Like I like you, I trust you. I want to provide the information you need. Just let me know what you think. Okay, cool. All right, not gonna lie, I'm kind of concerned about traveling. Like just basically what's been going on. I have to get on a plane. It's a little concerning. There's just like, but I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it will be fine. If you have to travel, I hope you are doing okay and are emotionally ready for that kind of stuff. I hope everything's going well. And until we get the chance to chat again, please keep up the good work. Hello. What a crazy week it was last week. Like super stressful. I had two major events that within 24 hours of one another that I wasn't, they weren't my events. I wasn't doing events, but I was on the crew. I was behind the scenes on both of the events. And whatever as stressful and crazy as it was, one, both the events turned out phenomenally well. I'm going to talk about one of the specific events here in a second. And the other part of it was like, if I were to describe my week to a startup founder, to you as a startup founder, you'd be like, yeah, that's a week. That's what a week feels like. Every single week, that's what it feels like for me. So it's all relative. It was stressful for me, but for most startup founders, they'd be like, nah, deal with it, dude. That's what it's like. I'm so tired. I'm exhausted. I'm old and exhausted. So yeah, thanks for sticking with this. So I'm here ready to share the news from the Portland startup community with you, and happy that you're here to hear that news from me. So let's kick it off with the really big news. One of the events I was helping with, Pitch Black Food. They called it the beta test for the show. So what's the premise? Well, let me tell you. Pitch Black Food was designed to celebrate Black chefs. A bunch of Black chefs applied. They submitted menus. They're like, hey, we can do this, or these dishes, or what have you. They selected a best dish from those applicants and then created a full course meal, including vegetarian options, for a packed house. There were, upwards of 150 people there, I think, when it all came down to it. And then the other part of the show, in addition to people getting served amazing food and getting to chat with members of the community who are also randomly seated at their table, they also brought each chef up to describe the dish, share their story, and really just celebrate Black culinary excellence in Portland. And there's somebody from Seattle too. So, but he was in Portland while he was doing the dish, so it all plays out. But when it was all over, audience got to vote, and the winner was Let 'em cook, which was the dessert. So that's interesting. We went through all these amazing dishes. You hit the dessert, and they just nailed it from the audience perspective. So audience favorite was Let 'em cook with a like plantains Foster kind of thing. I was too busy getting stressed about it. I didn't taste any of the food, but I believe that's what it was. It was like a plantains Foster kind of thing. And it wound up being just this amazing community event on so many fronts. I was super proud and humbled to be part of it. And congratulations to Stephen Green and all of the other folks behind the scenes making this happen, because the community really showed up and it really paid off for them. Now, this isn't the only big Pitch Black news this week, but I'm going to save the rest for next week, because I really want you to have the time to take it in. And this, I really want to focus on Pitch Black Food. So congratulations to all the chefs. Thank you to the community for showing up and chowing down on all of that amazing food. And thank you, of course, as always, to all the folks behind the scenes who made that a reality. It really did come off as an amazing event, and I'm looking forward to the next time we're able to do that. I'm also looking forward to sharing more news about the Pitch Black crew next week, so stay tuned. Do you like what you're hearing here on the show? Well, as luck would have it, we have the technology for you to communicate that directly to me. All you need to do is click that little like button below, and I'll know you like what's happening here. So please leave a like. So Pitch Black always tries to do something during Black History Month, during February. And as we close out Black History Month, I wanted to touch on a tradition that started in 2017, which was Built Oregon featuring a single Black founder or Black-led company product each day of February on social media. And the recap then of each month it lives on Silicon Florist. So what happens is Built does the work of like day one, here's somebody, day two, here's somebody, you get the drift. And then at the end of the month, I come along with Silicon Florist and say, hey, here's a list of all 28, or in some cases 29 founders who we featured during the month of February for Black History Month. Now, I would implore you, I'm going to read each one of them because they deserve recognition, but I would implore you to please consider purchasing products from each of these companies if you have the ability to do so. If you do not have the wherewithal, at least maybe follow them on social media and like and share their posts when you see them. You would not believe how much impact something as simple as liking and sharing photos on Instagram could be for these companies. But if you can do even that little bit, hugely helpful for each and every one of these companies. I will link them all up below, so you've got all of them, or maybe rather than spamming you with links, I'll just link to the Silicon Florist recap post because that's why I write it up. But you will also, at the bottom of that post, if you're like, who have they featured before? All of the other years of Black History Month where we've featured Black founders are linked up down at the bottom of that post as well. So you'll have a ton of businesses to potentially follow or frequent or be a customer of. But let's get into it. Let me read through the list. I hate it when I have to look at my screen, but I couldn't memorize all 28. So please forgive me. But also please consider becoming a customer of some of these amazing companies. Okay. Esoteric Garden, National Beard League, Eladine Hair, Plant Bomb, Graphic Anthology, Hibis Bloom, Mr. OK's Essentials, Precious was in the conversations that we held in the event, so I'll link up that video, so you've got that as well. Maximum Organic, My Daddy's Sauces, The Barreled Bee, Poke Apothecary, Nana's Exquisite Confections, The Baked Clay Studio, Glenwood Candles, Sunson, People of Color, Royal Rose PDX, Hugh Noir, also in those conversations with founders, where are they now? Jet Woodworking, Do Better Press, Portland Love Clothing, Otis and George, Joaquin McMillan, Bleached by Josh, Chocolate Dope Apparel, Crystal Ball Botanicals, Assembly Brewing, and finally, also in those conversations with founders, Fresh Spices and African Food. So that's the list for this year. I'll link it up. You get all the Instagram accounts for all of those folks, and you can follow them and like and share what they're doing, but you can also get access to the previous years that we've been doing since 2017. So I appreciate your help in celebrating these Black founders in our community and helping amplify all the good work that they're doing. Okay, February, as you know, Black History Month, March, Women's History Month. So we're going to do another Where Are They Now? Where are these startup founders now? Tell us their stories. Some folks have had to wind down companies. Other folks are still working on their companies. There are going to be a variety of stories being told. That's happening March 11th. And I have been holding off on much promotion on this one because I was worried we wouldn't be able to land a venue that would be able to hold a bunch of people. But luckily, our friends at Instrument have come through yet again to help host Startup Founders Where Are They Now? Women's History Month edition. If you would like to join us on March 11th, there's still room. Of course, I will link up the RSVP for that event. The MC and host will be Kimmy Chaos, who is excited to get back to interviewing people. That's something I know she really enjoys. So I'm looking forward to that as well. And besides, Kimmy was born on International Women's Day. So she's obviously the perfect host for the Women's History Month celebration of Startup Founders. Again, RSVP, there's still room. I think we're close to running out of room. So hurry up if you want to be there. But if we sell out, oversell, again, like we did with the Black History Month Startup Founders conversations, we will also figure out maybe a way to live stream it for folks who aren't able to attend. So, or maybe for folks throughout the country, like maybe you're watching this, I don't know why you're watching this if you're not in Portland or Oregon, but maybe you're not able to be in Portland and you would like to tune in. We will likely hook up a live stream. Again, thanks to our friend Juan Barraza at Latino Founders. We will have a live stream for this event as well, if needed. Okay, cool. But please, if you can attend in person, would love to see you there. Always a great opportunity to connect with other members of the community. And plus, we may be working on a few things behind the scenes to make it extra special for people who are able to show up in person. So RSVP now. See you on March 11th. And if it sells out, we'll get that live stream going as well. Last week, I talked about the Oregon UAS Accelerator, the Unpeopled Aerial Systems drone. It's drones. This is drones. Like UAS is just fancy acronym for drones. The Drone Accelerator out in Pendleton, Oregon, Eastern Oregon. Amazing flight facility, test facility for drones. They run an accelerator program. And last week I was talking about the contest. They have a $100,000 prize for a counter drone contest. So rather than how do you enable drone activity, this one's more focused on how do you disable drone activity. So that's the counter drone challenge. But the bulk of their work is the accelerator program. And this week they announced their second official cohort for the Oregon UAS Accelerator. I will link up the post so that you have all those companies at your disposal. Check them out, see what they're working on, and get prepared for the fun part, which is the end of the accelerator program, where you get to see everyone's pitches and hear more about what they built during their experience at the Oregon UAS flight facility. Again, I know I keep saying it. I promise I will make it out there this year, and I will get you some footage so you can see what it's like out there, and I will share that with you and maybe talk to some of the companies. I don't know. I just need to get out there. I've been promising for so long to get out there. I will make it happen in 2025. I promise that will happen. So stay tuned. In a few months, I'll have much more on all of the companies that are going through or have made it through the Oregon UAS Accelerator, and hopefully some footage from the actual facility when I get my ass out there. Okay, cool. What if your startup's not ready for an accelerator? What if you just need like community? You need to be around other founders. You want to be around other folks in the community who are working on startups. Desire for startup founders to hang out with other startup founders is a quite common one. And so we always need more resources, just beyond kind of like traditional office space co-working. Like how else can founders engage with one another, help one another, be around one another in the community, right? The Metro Region Innovation Hub. I already hear your comments, Shay. I hear them. Metro Region Innovation Hub, Portland's hub of innovation for the metropolitan Portland region. They're the wayfinding organization, helping connect the dots or get you where you need to go or what have you. They put together a new program called Startup Cafe. It's going to happen every other week, but it's going to be basically a morning of not only co-working, hang out with community, coffee and donuts, but also an opportunity for programming and learning experiences from folks from within the community. The first one happens on March 7th. The only speaker, I know there will be two speakers, but the only one I know about right now is Jack Fan, longtime serial entrepreneur and founder here in town, and also quite knowledgeable K-pop guy. That's your trivial fact for this week. Talk to Jack Fan about K-pop sometime. He will be presenting to the group who's there, and then there will be also a second presenter. So it's like a really jam-packed knowledge session. You get to meet other founders, you get to get some work done, you get some donuts and coffee, you get to hear from a couple of really smart people every time this happens. And it's open, it's free, but you have to RSVP, so they're sure they have enough space and all that jazz. So I will link up the RSVP for the Metro Region Innovation Hub Startup Cafe, or as they like to call it, Startup Cafe at the Hub. Okay, this last one I saved it to last because people are like, that's not a startup. I'm like, yeah, I know it's not a startup. It was a startup. And the founder of that startup lives here and works on the company here. But yes, the company I'm about to mention has gone public. It is a publicly traded company. So obviously it's not a startup, but it is a critical part of our tech community here in Portland. And also it's an example of the power of the fintech community here in Portland. So and that company is Expensify. Folks might not even know. They may be Expensify users. They're like, wait, Expensify's in Portland? Yeah, they took out a big bank down on Fifth. Is it Fifth? I think it's on Fifth, Fourth or Fifth. They took out a big bank. That's their office. Sells like a safe in it and stuff. It's really cool. But Expensify's here in Portland. They're the ones who helped reboot the food cart pod there by Big Pink. The beer garden thing. They were behind that. So that's Expensify, publicly traded. As I said, this is not investment advice, but if you would like to know, Expensify is publicly traded. You can own shares in Expensify. They recently released a new app to the public. They've been testing it with some customers, and it just hasn't been widely available. It's a travel organizer part of there. If you don't know Expensify, they're to deal with expenses. So like travel and entertainment, you buy something for the company, or you need reimbursement for this, that, or the other thing. That's what Expensify handles. Now with this travel feature, what they're allowing you to do is rather than have to go to another system and book all your travel and make sure it happens, blah, 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 and then export your receipt and import it into Expensify or email it to Expensify, whatever, like you don't have to do that anymore. You just get in Expensify. You're like, I need to take a trip for business. Get in Expensify, you like book the trip, deal with all the things. I need a car, I need a hotel, what am I doing? All in Expensify. And then all those receipts right there in Expensify. Like it totally streamlines travel for business. And as business has, gotten back to traveling more consistently, now that we're beyond that, that other thing that happened a little while ago, we're back not quite to the level of the before times, but travel is picking up again for business and events are happening again and all those kind of things. So there are all kinds of people moving around the world, traveling and needing reimbursement for that travel. So Expensify has tried to simplify that whole issue for all of you business travelers. So if you travel a lot, or if you are beginning to start traveling for your company, perhaps consider Expensify's new travel product to help you streamline that whole T&E process. I had a stressful week. I'm sure you had a stressful week. Please take some time to take care of yourself. And as always, until we get the chance to chat again, please keep up the good work. Hello. This has been less of a crazy week. I hope you had a good week. The big news this week, just to get right into it, it's fairly personal news, but I also think it's important community news. You know me. I'm not so self-centered. I need to focus on personal news, but this one had ramifications and ripple effects throughout the community. And so I think it's important for you to be tracking on because I am so incredibly psyched about what this means for the consumer products community in Oregon going forward. Big news this week, Built Oregon, we were able to name a new executive director. So for those of you who haven't been really following along at home, let me catch you up. Built Oregon, if you're not familiar, is a decade-old nonprofit designed to celebrate and support founders in the consumer products industry. So very much akin to like a TAO, Technology Association of Oregon, which deals from, everybody from the Intels of the world down through the earliest stage tech startup. That is kind of the same ethos of Built. So dealing with the Nikes and the Tillamook's and the Columbias and the Reesers and all those gigantic consumer product brands in Oregon, all the way down through the newest farmers market consumer product brand and people who have dreams of building a consumer product here in Oregon. So that's what Built focuses on. Mitch Doherty and I and Terry Starbucker founded it a decade ago. It's been a while. And it originally started as a digital magazine. And we were really interested in the storytelling. We wanted to tell the stories of the consumer products people in Oregon because Mitch, this was really his whole thing, his whole vision, his belief, which he has communicated any number of times, is that Oregon is the Bay Area, is the Silicon Valley of consumer products. We have so many talented people, so many amazing brands, so many innovative ways of exploring consumer products that there's just a lot of potential here and a lot of knowledge here that can be leveraged to create really amazing businesses. And he and I, way back in the day, before founding Built Oregon, he and I used to butt heads because I was more young and spry, and I used to be really optimistic about the tech community in Portland. I'm still optimistic about the tech community in Portland. It's just I may have been a little much back then. I wasn't as tempered in my opinions and my voicing of those opinions. And Mitch, in his youth, was very similar, but about the consumer products industry. And so we were both on he was the chair of Oregon Entrepreneurs Network at that point. I think it had morphed from Oregon Entrepreneurs Forum to Oregon Entrepreneurs Network, so from OEF to OEN. But whatever the case, I was on the board of OEN. He was the chair, and we would kind of constantly come into these arguments where I'd be pushing for tech, and he'd be like, "Yeah, but what about consumer products?" I'd be like, "Yeah, but what about tech?" And anyway, as is common in many of those situations, through that friction, we found common ground and collaboration. And honestly, it's been an amazing experience working with Mitch to build Built Oregon over the past 10 years. Started as a digital magazine, kind of worked in this nonprofit, added an accelerator program and Bridges, which is a really cool program, and all these things and stuff. And we built a lot of stuff, and a lot of stuff seemed to be working. And I'm kind of talking out of school here, but I'm sure the Built folks will forgive me. I mean, I'm a co-founder of Built, so I have a little liberty to talk out of school. But we did get to a point where even while Mitch was still there, we said, maybe we need kind of an executive director to work on more of the business of the nonprofit and the funding of the nonprofit to really free up time for Mitch to do what he consistently excels at, which is engaging with people, engaging with brands, helping founders, helping them feel heard, helping them with their mental health, just being there and recognizing the trials and tribulations that a consumer products founder experiences. And so we'd already been kind of talking about that. And there's already some planning in place, not a lot of activity, but a lot of talk and a lot of planning. And then, sorry if this was remedial for a lot of you, but I think it's important history. And then turns out Prosper Portland starts this new Office of Small Business for the city of Portland. And people are like, wait, Office of Small Business, you should have had that for the past 30 years. Yeah, we know, but they just started it. Needed somebody to lead it. Mitch was the perfect person to do it. And so he and I talked about it. We went to the board with it. We're just look, he's got this opportunity. He needs to take it. And they're like, cool. Then Rick, you run the organization. And I'm like, whoa. I'm not the guy to run Built Oregon. That is, I'm great behind the scenes, but I'm not the person to run the organization. And so we kind of stepped up that executive director search. Started doing the work, starting to figure out what's going on. And all of a sudden, we wound up with this opportunity where someone who had been part of the Built board and management of the organization wound up with some bandwidth and was super interested in engaging with Built more deeply. And so we were kind of like, hey, why don't you be the executive director? If you want to help Built so badly, why don't you step in and lead this organization? And luckily, Catherine Reinhold called our bluff and took us up on that. Former Adidas innovation lead, and was really impactful on Built stuff. So that was cool, but like really looking for a new challenge and really had a good understanding of the work Built does and both our our blemishes and flaws as well as our opportunities. And she was willing to step in to the executive director role. So we moved quickly on that. And I'm proud to announce that this week, Catherine Reinhold is now the new executive director of Built Oregon. So if you haven't had the chance to meet her, you're in the consumer product space, please take the opportunity to connect with Catherine. I mean, take my word for it, she's great. She's great. She's going to do great stuff. But more importantly than her being great is the fact that Mitch and I are startup people. Like, we like to try things, we like to start things, we like to do a lot of things. Not all those things necessarily work. Not all those things necessarily work at scale. But I think what Catherine will bring to Built is an ability to assess all of these things we've tried to do and really recognize what is working so that she can not only kind of simplify the offerings from Built, but also optimize them. Like, I think we've done, and it's not really me, I'm just kind of behind the scenes. I think Mitch and Shauna Noah, who helps manage all of our programs and really added a whole new layer of structure and capability to our organization. I think what they've done is tried a bunch of really interesting things. Sometimes they're kind of Portland focused, sometimes they're more statewide. I think what Catherine is going to bring to the organization is the ability to assess all of that stuff, to say, this is what we do well, this is stuff that was fun to try, but we need to kind of put that on the back burner right now and not deal with that. But this is the core of what Built has the ability to do effectively, and we need to double down and focus on optimizing that activity and hopefully scaling it statewide. So she's still getting her bearings. She knows Built well, but like stepping into that kind of role takes a little getting up to speed time. So please give her some grace as she learns the ropes and as Mitch and I download a decade's worth of institutional knowledge into her head, or more preferably into documentation, so that anybody can access it. But anyway, super psyched to have Catherine on board as the executive director, and a good reception from the community. I mean, not only friends and family and colleagues texting Catherine and Mitch and me about how this is so great and that's awesome and blah blah blah. It was kind of blowing up on LinkedIn. Our friends at the Oregonian felt it was newsworthy. They took a few minutes to chat with us and cover it. The Portland Business Journal wrote a very complimentary piece, like highlighting that Catherine was hired, and they shared it in their newsletters and that kind of thing. So all in all, a very, very good week for Built Oregon. For me personally, a very, very good week because I was the interim director, and as I said, I'm not that guy. That's not me. I'm not the executive director of Built, and nor do I have to be any longer because we have Catherine there. I will remain on as an advisor. Mitch remains involved as the chair of the board, but this is really about looking to the next version, the next phase, the next era of Built Oregon, and I honestly cannot wait to see where it goes from here. So if you are in the consumer products industry, if you have interest in consumer products, you're thinking about starting a consumer product, please engage with us at Built Oregon. We would love to support you, and I know Catherine would love to connect with you. So congratulations to Catherine on this new role. Congratulations to me on getting to change my LinkedIn profile and my email signature, so I'm not the interim director anymore. And congratulations to the amazing and awesome consumer products community here in Oregon, which only stands to benefit from Catherine being at the helm of Built Oregon. If you're familiar with Built Oregon and maybe Pi, you know that one of our long-term partners, like someone we've supported, an organization we've tried to help and volunteer for and celebrate, is Pitch Black. And Pitch Black was started by Stephen Green originally as just a pitch competition, really a way for Black founders to tell their stories, to amplify their businesses, and really get them more limelight and credit for what they were building here in Portland. It was experiencing like this, we could be more. We could be doing things, we could be trying other things. And last week, and I'll link it up, I told you about, they took the pitch format and they kind of tweaked it to be a food competition where chefs created dishes and like told stories about the dishes they had created. And like we had a big dinner and it was amazing. And like, it's hard to believe it was just a week ago because it's like still so like such a thing, like the community still resonating from that experience. So all credit to the people who helped pull off Pitch Black Food. But the same week, and I didn't want to talk about it, I didn't want to promote it because I wanted Pitch Black Food to have space. I wanted to have space to like have the limelight and have people celebrate it and really have energy behind Pitch Black Food. But some other very important things happened last week as well that I wanted to highlight for you this week. First and foremost, Pitch Black had an entire like renewed identity system, like cohesive identity system. Like there was a logo that was recognizable, logo type in its history, but this like they really took the time to build a cohesive identity system. So when you see an element of Pitch Black, you recognize it as Pitch Black. So that has been launched. Pitch Black Food was really the first part of it, but now there's an entirely new website focused around that identity system and a kind of a landing page, which is not a landing page for like a once a year event. It's now a landing page for the Pitch Black community that they support. So that's super interesting. New identity system, new website. But the one that's super compelling to me, only because I flip Steven shit about it all the time because he always talks about starting a podcast. I'm like, so when's that podcast coming out? Well, the answer is now. Episode 1 of the Pitch Black podcast, hosted by Stephen Green, is now available. And he's got, like, I talked to him about it. He's probably got like a bunch in the can, but he's already got like 15 or 20 episodes already planned out. So the Pitch Black podcast is a thing. I will link it up. They're sharing stuff on social, but I believe the actual show is an audio show on both Spotify and Apple Podcasts. I about said iTunes. I don't even think iTunes is a thing anymore. That's how old I am. But there's a new podcast please subscribe and like the Pitch Black podcast and listen to it. I know they have a lot of interesting guests signed up. The inaugural guest was Ciara Pressler from Pregame here in town. Really short episodes. It's like a 10-minute episode, 10-ish minutes, but really good insights into the community here in Portland, into what Steven's doing, what Pitch Black is doing, what Vanport is doing, what other Black folks are experiencing in the community, what the potential of Portland and this Black community, what the potential of the Black community in Portland has in store for that. It's just really interesting topic, and it's really interesting guests I know he has lined up. So if you are a podcast fan, why are you listening to this? Sorry, if you are a podcast fan, Pitch Black podcast way better than this, way better than what you are subjecting yourself to right now. So maybe go subscribe to that. I'll definitely link it up so you have all those things. But please keep an eye on Pitch Black. It's not just a once a year event now. More stuff going on, more exciting things, and you just kind of need to keep track of what's going on in the Pitch Black community. Speaking of community, the community last month for Black History Month was doing a lot of things and stuff, and we had a gathering of fireside chats for talking with Black founders about where are they now. March is Women's History Month, and so I wanted to remind you that while it's close to being sold out, we are hosting an event on March 11th to celebrate women founders for Women's History Month by having fireside chats with them about just their journeys, and not only their journeys, but one aspect that came out of the Pitch Black conversation. One of our fantastic community members who kind of helped close out the show, Paige Hendricks Buckner, who is the CEO of Allraise, kind of made this offhanded comment about almost like the different personalities or the different versions of Paige that persist throughout her experience. So like she kind of honed in on the teacher persona that she had that continues to remain part of Paige. And of course she has like a founder persona, and now she has like this more investor-y focused persona. But the team organizing the event, specifically Cami Chaos, who will be the MC and host, really kind of honed in on not only where are they now, but like who are they now, and who have they been in the past, and which of those personalities persist, because especially for women in our society, they are forced to take on so many different roles in our community, in their life, in their family, that there are just some really interesting threads to tease out there. So those conversations will take place on March 11th. Instrument has agreed to host the event again, and as an organization that has tons of amazing women in their leadership structure, it seemed only appropriate that Instrument serves as host for that event. So I'm really looking forward to that. It'll be conversations with 10 women founders, a few surprises, and we will also be trying to do a few other nice things for people who are in attendance. But as we were reminded by the community, hey, look, some of us, because of these varying roles that we play in our families, in our lives, in our society, in our community, we might not be able to make it to an event. Like it just might not be in the cards. And so we will also live stream it. We will also record it. So while we would love to have you there in person, if you can't be because of other commitments, other priorities, we totally understand. We will work on live streaming it so that you can watch it live and hear those conversations. But even if you can't, we'll record it for you so you can watch it later. All taking place March 11th in honor of Women's History Month. And the last one we did, just so many great stories. I'm really looking forward to hearing from these founders and where they are and who they are now. And just some of these folks you won't know, some of these folks you may have heard of. Again, it's really just part of our work to ensure the community understands how many amazing people we have in our midst, and hopefully helping the community connect with one another in ways that can be supportive. So March 11th, where are they now? Women's History Month edition, hosted by Cami Chaos, sponsored by Prosper Portland. And thank you very much to Instrument for allowing us to use their space and their AV equipment to host this whole thing. So I look forward to seeing you there, or I hope you can tune in to the recording. So one of the things I've been tracking on, I mean, I don't know why. It's not even terribly interesting, but you've heard me talk about it before. There's this thing that's supposed to be like a cybercrime, cybersecurity kind of thing. It's called I have to like think through it because it's so hard. The beneficial ownership information reporting. And it's really basically to say who really owns this business, who benefits. Is it cui bono? Who benefits?
Cui bono. Who benefits? Cui gives a shit. It's got a freaking bow on it.
Beneficial ownership information reporting has been this like hot potato back and forth. First it was required and you had to get it done before the end of 2024. And then there were lawsuits and it was derailed. And then it was like, no, it's back on again. And then it was off again because of more lawsuits. And then it was on again. And then it was like, if you don't do this, you get penalties and fines and you're getting in trouble. And now suddenly there's still a deadline, which is March 21st or something. There's a deadline before the end of March, but there are no penalties for missing that deadline or failing to report. So I don't want to misconstrue this. This is not legal advice. This is not accounting advice. This is not telling you how to deal with the federal government, because honestly, who the fuck knows how to deal with the federal government these days? But just saying beneficial ownership information reporting is due, but there will be no penalties assessed should you not meet the deadline. I'll link up. It doesn't make sense to me either. Like, why is there a deadline if there's not a penalty? I don't know. I can't answer that, but it is completely fucking on par for our lives in the United States right now. So I think that's fair to say. But I will link up the link of the things, and you can read it and you can make your own decisions, or you can talk to your counsel, which I highly advise you to do. Talk to your accountant, which I highly advise you to do, about what you should do about your beneficial ownership information reporting. Just know that it's due before the end of March. But then again, is it? Is it really?
You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that?
Anyway, just wanted to highlight that because I've talked about it so many times. Beneficial ownership information reporting due before the end of March. I talked a little bit about, I talked a lot about Builtorian. It's just very near and dear to my heart. Like it is, and I tried to say this in my post about, like, the nice thing about this was we got to release a press release, and the Oregonian was kind enough to cover it, and the Portland Business Journal was kind enough to cover it, and then Mitch wrote a really sweet, thoughtful letter and to the community, and then Catherine wrote about how much she appreciates this opportunity and how she's looking forward to this next version of Built. And then I was like, well, I want to write something. I'm a co-founder. I want to write something more than a LinkedIn post or a Blue Sky post, and so I did. I wrote a Silicon Florist post about it. But the crux of my commentary on Built is I've started a lot of things, and I've built a lot of things, and some of those things have had meaningful impact, but it is incredibly rare for me to have the opportunity to collaborate with others to build something that has the capacity of being handed off to somebody else to continue and to go forward with. And that's what was so just meaningful to me about the work with Built, is like we not only did something that was making a perceived and palpable impact in the community at the time, but we somehow, I don't know how, we somehow managed to build something that has the potential to be so much more and has the kind of foundational underpinnings to enable somebody else to take it and realize that potential, which is something I haven't done very many times. So that was really meaningful and special to me. So I kind of write about that in my post. But a very, very long way of saying it also took a lot of emotional energy to not only work on Built for 10 years, but to be in the role of an interim director trying to shepherd an amazing organization, trying to take the handoff from Mitch Doherty, who had done such a phenomenal job of guiding and leading and organizing the community, to really like just be careful with it. Like, don't drop it, don't break it, like just carry it through and find somebody else to do it. And we managed to do that. It wasn't me alone, but like I had a lot of blocking and tackling going on, but I had the ball and I had to make sure the ball kept moving in the right direction until we found somebody new, and we did in Catherine. But that was just taking a lot of headspace and emotional energy. And now, poof, that's gone. And so like I now suddenly have new headspace, I have bandwidth, like my brain's starting to work in new and different ways again that aren't related to like keeping Built on life support until we can find somebody else to run it. But all that way being said, it got me to thinking that one of the things that I continually get feedback on here and there with specifically the YouTube channel and the podcast is maybe it would behoove me to take the experience I've had doing longer form interview podcast content and do some of that here to the benefit of the community. So not changing this format completely. Like I love getting to hang out with you every week. I love thinking back through the news that's happened and like try and give it like context, historical context or community context. Like that's not going away. I love that. And I really like the every once in a while I hit upon something where if I said this once, I've said it 1,000 times, I need to record that and make sure that that's available for people. I love that. And sometimes giving you a view behind the scenes when I'm freaking out or whatever, that's fun too. But I think now that I kind of got this off the Built stuff off my plate, I might have bandwidth to do some kind of longer form interview, podcasty kind of stuff with people in Portland who you might find interesting, who might provide you with different insights in Portland, might provide you with different context for Portland, different connectivity in Portland. So I've been toying with the idea for a while, but now I want to make the request of you that if you have an opinion on that, please provide feedback on if that's something I should be doing, if that's something you would find valuable or interesting. Please let me know. I've got a poll going on the YouTube community post stuff for people to vote for that, about whether that's something you would like to see me include, if that's something that would be valuable to you. So just think about it a bit, and if you have an opinion, please let me know. Longer form, me, not really interview per se, but conversations, chopping it up with people from the Portland startup community, from Portland, from other startup communities, what have you. If that kind of stuff would be interesting to you, please let me know. Or more importantly, if you're like, nah, dude, don't do that. Like that's important too. I'm a Libra. I can argue both sides. I'm like, that could be really good for these reasons, but that could be really stupid for these reasons. So I cannot make the decision for myself. I'm not I am indecisive, but I also see the benefits of both sides. So this is one where I'm going to you in a democratic way to get your feedback, because we can all use a little more democracy right now. Just asking you what you think and if that would be something that would be valuable, or if you're like, no, don't do that. Just keep to the news. That's all I need. I don't need any more out of you. Shut it. That's cool too. But just let me know. Longer form interview, interesting people, kind of one-on-one conversational topics. Yeah. Happy to do it. Willing to do it. Anyway, I think it could potentially be an opportunity, and I would love to take the chance to explore it. It's been a while since I've done interview podcast format, and it could be fun. Could be a thing I might enjoy as much as you, or I might enjoy more than you. But either way, let's just give me some feedback. Let me know if that'd be a thing that you would like to do. Cool. All right. That's it for this week. Hope you're holding up again. As I said, I got an awful lot off my plate this week. Totally felt like a win. I hope you're getting some wins. I hope you're enjoying what you're doing, whether it's building a company or working in a company or just like figuring out things and stuff. I hope you're doing well. And until we get the chance to chat again, please keep up the good work. Hello and happy Pi Day. For those of you in the United States, elsewhere, you're like, it's 14/3. How's that Pi? But in the United States, it is 3/14, which of course is Pi Day. As the founder of a company called Pi, it's a special place in my heart. But you know what goes really well with Pi?
Do you want pie with your coffee?
Coffee. And that is why I'm also really happy to announce, if you haven't already seen it, that Built alum of ours that we had the opportunity to work with as part of our accelerator program, Gay Awakening Coffee, has been picked up for all 21 new seasons, stores, and of course, coffee goes well with pie. So congratulations to Gay Awakening Coffee and getting picked up in all 21 stores. Again, not sponsored, just it's super proud as somebody who has been a very small, seemingly insignificant part of Nicole's amazing journey. So if you happen to frequent the new seasons, consider picking up some of Nicole's products at your local new seasons, because it's available everywhere. So March being Women's History Month, we wanted to take the opportunity to celebrate women founders in our midst who are doing amazing things, who are juggling all kinds of stuff, but still building really meaningful pursuits here in town, or who have also maybe experienced some difficulty, but have survived, who have prospered and persevered through those difficulties and still have amazing stories to share. So as part of that, we took the opportunity, because, we're trying to do something on the second Tuesday of every month to bring the community together to celebrate startup activity. This month, it was another Startup Founders Where Are They Now, where we got to bring a bunch of amazing women founders to the stage, hosted by Cami Chaos. I would like to take the opportunity to highlight each of the founders who joined us for this conversation. And of course, I'll link up the video so you can see all the interviews with these folks because they're amazing. Some of them, I mean, honestly, trigger warning. Some of them are very rough and very real and very emotional. And I'm really humbled that we created an environment where these founders felt comfortable sharing so much with the community. And I thank them for taking the opportunity to share things with the community, but some of them are a little challenging, but I will link it up so that you can see it. And, please comment, please follow these founders, please support them in the next phase of their journey. I hate if you're on the podcast, you're like, what are you talking about? But if you're watching the video on YouTube, I have to look down to read everybody through. So I'm just going to read off the names and their affiliation of sorts so that you know who appeared. And of course, once you get to the video, if you're like, oh, I really want to focus on this person or see what they had to say, everything's cut up into chapters. So you can jump to exactly whom you would like to view. But I hope you take the opportunity to view all, maybe not all in one sitting, but maybe take the opportunity to spend time with each of these founders if you didn't get the chance to attend the event. And if you did, I hope you revisit and reflect on the stories that these founders shared, because each and every one of them is super insightful, super impactful, has something you can take away and that will make your journey and your life better. And again, just really thankful that each and every one of these folks took the opportunity to join us for this event. So let's go through this. I'm going to read again. Okay, so we started off with Laurel Burton and Tessa Baston. Laurel is the CEO, Tessa is the CPO, the Chief People Officer of Instrument. They hosted the event. Great conversation there. Sylvia Salazar of Tono Latino took some time to take us through what it's like educating people about modern day politics, as it were. Hazel Valdez, who is now with Literary Arts, but was previously with PDX Wit when she was in Pi. Kat Miller, early, way back when in Pi, but also now her new pursuit is Foxbox. And yeah, this is one of those really challenging ones that even just thinking back is challenging, but like her energy and her passion around solving a problem that came directly out of like significant trauma she and her family experienced is well worth watching. And always thankful to Kat when she takes the opportunity to share her story. Like she's one of the good ones, and like just an amazing story. So I encourage you to watch that one specifically if you can. Went to Johannes, working on one of the, if not the largest, like reclamation projects of like property and rebuilding and development in the United States, if not the world, for specifically for the Black community. Just a really interesting story. If you haven't tuned in to the Albina Vision Trust story, great grounding for you there. Ada Nicolaitis, who was one of the later Pi in the WK Biden and Kennedy days, one of the companies that came through there. Great insights into like the inspiration for the business, but also where the business is today. Jocelyn Rice, who part of the Built community, was on our board, was like creating, like she's done everything from like Columbia to the Design Museum to building her own brand of apparel, and interestingly, like building a Black focused apparel brand in the whitest city in the country. Super interesting there to hear her perspective and her insights. Catherine Reinhold, who personally thankful, has taken the helm at Built Oregon to really lead it into the next era, taking over for Mitch Doherty, and more importantly to me, taking over my interim director job at Built Oregon. So lots of insights there. And then finally, Julia Nero, who joined us at Pi, was really part of that last Pi class that really had a true demo day that wasn't some weird, like manufactured virtual demo day kind of thing. Like she was on stage, she showed up, people showed up at the Aladdin Theater, and it was one of those like great community events. But also Julia was one of those people who appeared on the TEDx Portland stage who really told an amazing story there as well. Again, another one of those things where Julia had an amazing startup that went through some incredible challenges, and she was willing to share some of those insights as part of this event. And I'm getting emotional just rethinking and revisiting what all these people were willing to contribute to the crowd. So I hope you take the time to view their interviews and the discussion. And I'm again really humbled that we have a community that trusts us to help share their stories in a meaningful way and to give them a platform to talk through their challenges, and not just somewhere that celebrates their wins or like pits them against other founders in a pitch competition. Like, yeah. But anyway, please take the time to spend some time with these amazing women founders and the stories they have to tell. I really am, again, honored and humbled that we're able to share these stories with you, and we look forward to sharing many more. I don't even want to do the, you're supposed to do the thing where it's like, hey, leave a like, but that's fucking stupid. Like, if you're motivated to leave a like, you will leave a like. And I would appreciate it, but I'm not going to even ask you like that. That just feels like I'm pandering to you, and I respect you more than that. So please, we'll edit this and get you back to the real content of what I'm providing here. Got a little emotional there, but like, let's bring it up a notch. The positive, happy. The next event we are organizing is April 8th for the Portland Startup Community, like we did in January, where we had 400 or so people show up and come hang out with one another, meet people, do things, and all that kind of stuff. Doing that again in April. We'll probably do it on a quarterly basis. But people are like, why should I go? What is this thing? And I've been trying to think of an analogy or a feeling that you might have from these kind of events. And the best thing I've come up with so far is what I was kind of hoping it would be. And luckily I didn't make it happen. It just kind of happened. I was hoping it would be it, and it made it to being the thing, is these quarterly networking events where we partner with a variety of other organizations in the community. There's the like Prosper Portland helps, the Metro Region Innovation Hub helps, AI Portland is there, TIE is there, OEN is there, any number of amazing support organizations in the community are all collaborating with Pi and Silicon Florist and Built to make this happen. But the thing that I want this event to be, the thing I'm hoping this event will be is, when you go to those like industry events, like maybe you were just at South by, maybe you took the opportunity to go to CES at the beginning of the year, maybe you've been to Mobile World Congress, maybe you've been to Web Summit, whatever it is, like those big events. It could be like PyCon, it could be like RubyConf, it could be like OSCon, whatever. It's an industry event where you show up and the event is solid. Like you're like, this is good programming, I enjoy being here, I'm glad I attended, I'm glad I paid the ticket price, or perhaps my corporation footed the ticket price, whatever the case is. It's one of those situations where you have a really interesting event that brings a lot of people together. But if we're being honest, the real value is in like the hallway discussions or like in the after parties or in the side parties. Like you show up in a venue, no programming, just a bunch of people, and just magic happens. Like you can't even explain it. It's just putting people in a space for random collisions and things where they can interact with one another. So short story long, that is what these networking events are designed to be. It is not, we don't have a big event that it's anchored to. It's just like if you detached that like networking, get to know one another event associated with the larger event, that's what this event is on a quarterly basis. So just think of Portland as the event that's occurring, all the time, making things happen. And this is like the after party or the side party to the Portland startup community. Just show up, come hang out, meet some people. I don't know who you're gonna meet. You might meet somebody really interesting. You might be hanging out with your friends that you always hang out with. You might like show up, make a round, and check out. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I think it will be valuable to you. Happening April 8th. We still don't have the location. We're trying to figure it out because we're up to like more than 400 RSVPs right now. And if you've ever programmed an event in Portland, we're getting to that really difficult size to figure out where to host it, but we will figure it out. Just keep RSVPing. Like, please challenge us. Get us up to 1,000 RSVPs. Like, just make us do the work because we want to bring the community together in a meaningful way to just help you all get connected with one another. And no programming, no promotion, none of that. Just a lot of really amazing organizations that are coming together to help you get connected with Portland startup community. I know the best feedback I received at the last event was probably, 5 people came up to me with all feedback along the lines of, I just moved to Portland. I didn't know how to get connected with the startup community. I heard about this thing, and this has been the best thing ever. And that kind of feedback, that kind of engagement is why we're doing this. We just want people to be more engaged, to get connected, to have those random collisions within the community that help them feel like they're part of the Portland startup community, that get them on that path to getting them more widely connected in our community. So regardless of where you are along the spectrum, maybe you just moved here. That's the wrong side because I forget this is reversed. Maybe you just moved here. Maybe you just, you're starting to get to know people. Maybe you don't know anything that's going on, but you're in this space. And then there are all these people who are like, I've been here forever. I feel like I know everybody and I know everything. Let's get these figures here. Let's make stuff happen. So that's what April 8th is about. Please RSVP if you can. Even if you're like, I kind of think I might want to go to that. RSVP so we can find a venue that will support all of this. Again, we're over 400 RSVPs right now. I would not be surprised to see it continue to creep up to larger numbers, but would love to have you there. Would love to support you and ensure that you get connected in the Portland startup community. So please, if that's of interest to you, please RSVP. I will link it up. This one landed a little late in the week. Disputed AI landed $1.1 million in funding. They're former SeatGeek folks, and what they recognized was there's this weird like disputed chargeback difficulty, which even for large companies is a huge undertaking, let alone smaller companies where it's like, oh, I got this charge on my credit card and I'm going to dispute it. And then you don't agree. And then you have to go dispute it with this other party and all these things. How do they simplify that problem? How do they make that easier for people to deal with that? That's what Disputed AI is working on. And obviously, as you can tell by the URL, how do we use AI to help mitigate some of that stuff? So Disputed AI has been working on this for a while. They just went out and raised a round of $1.1 million, but no institutionals in there, none of that stuff, just going out to high net worth individuals or angels to kind of cobble that together to give them the runway to move this stuff forward. So I've been tracking them for a while. I saw them, I don't know if they were at Demolicious or something else, but like I saw their name, classically opened them in a tab on my browser and kept paying attention to them to see what was going on. But this is like big news for them. Thank you so much to Malia Spencer at the Portland Business Journal for covering the story. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known exactly what was going on. And just wanted to highlight that Disputed AI has raised $1 million and some change in venture capital, and I will continue to watch their journey and will, of course, write up a post early next week. But it got to me too late for me to cover it this time. But I just want to share it with you. We're friends. We're friends here. I wanted to give you the inside scoop on what was going on even before I wrote it up on the blog. So keep an eye on Disputed AI, and if you have disputed charges, check out Disputed AI. And with this $1 million, really excited to see what they do next. Speaking of investors, like I know I said high net worth individuals, but this is more like aggregated high net individuals and also institutional. Our friends at the Oregon Venture Fund, John Maroney and crew, have been doing a great job of putting together regular gatherings to highlight AI companies in town and what they're building. And what I love about this is it's not a pitch competition. I'm so tired of pitch. I am so tired of pitch competitions. I'm so tired of like founders tribute. Like, are you not entertained? Like pitch, great. Like I'm a huge fan of pitch events that are like yeah, maybe somebody gets a little more money, but everybody gets compensated for participating in this. That's fine. I'm cool with that. Like, if everybody's getting something for like being part of it, great. But these things where it's like, let's cram a bunch of people into the same room and like have all them pitch against one another, and then somebody gets a big check for like $5,000. Like, honestly, I'm just tired of it because founders deserve better than that. And you know, yeah, we have more than enough pitch competitions around town. So please don't program any additional pitch competitions for the sake of the founders in our midst. Please do not program any additional pitch competitions. Like, make sure or program pitch competitions to your fucking heart's content, but like make sure everybody who participates receives some financial contribution as part of participating. Like, that's what I love about Pitch Black, Pitch Latino, like these kind of level events is like, yeah, we're putting up people on stage, and yeah, you know, Pitch Latino just had even Pitch Latino Tri-Cities. Like, we're putting founders on stage, but even the founders who take the opportunity to participate are getting some value out of it in terms of financial reward. That's all I'm saying. Like, don't put people up there and then be like, okay, that's good. Okay, cool. Thanks, we're out. Like, make it worthwhile. And on the founder side, look at the pitch competitions. And if what you need, again, I know there are plenty, we've got plenty of pitch competitions. And if there's an existing pitch competition and you are a founder who needs reps on your presentation, if you need to test drive it, or you need like, my hook's not quite landing, or like, I don't know if this part is working, or is this going to resonate with the crowd? Great. That pitch competition has value to you because you are test driving something for your company. But it's really this little intersection of like, I need money, I have a pitch competition. Like 9 times out of 10, that's not going to work for anyone. So just like, you know, if a pitch competition is a valuable venue for you to participate and practice what you need to practice, great, please participate. If you are running a pitch competition and you have the wherewithal to reward every single founder that participates, please take the opportunity to do that, because we can do this. We can do something meaningful for our community where the people who want to run events with founders pitching and the founders pitching both like get something valuable out of it. And that's all I'm saying. Like, I don't want to dissuade organizations from running pitch. I do kind of want to dissuade organizations. And just do a demo day. It's a fucking demo day. Like, just do a like demo day. Like, that's what I like about the OVF thing, is it's not a competition. It's just a demo. It's like, you got a thing, just demo it. There's no winner. Just demo your thing. Tell people what you're doing. There's no competition. Like, I don't know how you build community by creating competition. That is so confusing to me. And I've been doing this for 30 years. I don't know how competition builds community, but that's what I like about the OVF stuff. It's just a demo. Just show up, talk about what you're doing. You're not competing. Just do your thing. Show your people your thing. But if you feel like there needs to be some competitive aspect to it, reward everybody. Follow Pitch Black's example. Follow Pitch Latino's example. If people are pitching on stage, if founders are taking their like time that is so valuable to show up on your stage, reward them in some way. That's all I'm saying. You do you do your thing. I'm a data point of one. What the fuck do I know? But like, anyway, I'm not gonna solve this problem here. I'm voicing an opinion. I hope it's valuable. Please. And please, if you're an attendee, like, just vote with your feet, vote with your presence. Like, if you feel like something is providing value in your community, then show up to it. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like, we all need to win here. Let's just think about how everybody wins. Okay, soapbox done. Let's go to the next topic. Wow, that kind of went off the rails, but I got really emotional at the beginning of the podcast, or the show, with the founders for the Women's History Month event. Just like, so real, so good. But and then I was like, oh, you're all up in your fields, and now you got to talk about all your fields. I'm gonna tone it down. I apologize. OVF like demo, great, love demo nights. That's all good. Speaking of kind of pitch events, I already touched on Pitch Black and Pitch Latino, but as I mentioned previously, Pitch Black has begun to expand beyond just being a pitch competition. They're also starting to think through, like, just how are we a community? How are we an organization? And as part of that, Stephen Green really loved that he's actually started this podcast, because wow, episode 2, stop what you're doing, go find the Pitch Black podcast and go listen to Stephen Green chop it up with Ian Williams. It is amazing, and it is real, and it is like, this is really emotional episode of the thing that I do. And I keep tearing up because like Ian just like lets you in behind the scenes of what's going on. And Stephen really draws it out in the Pitch Black podcast. Stephen Green talking to Ian Williams of Deadstock, just really like heartfelt, thoughtful, foundational, insightful conversation. Of course, I'll link it up, but quit wasting your time here. Go listen to those guys talk. Please just go listen to the Pitch Black podcast. Enough said. Like, it's really good. And I on one side feel bad for continuing to ride Stephen and Mel. You should get that podcast out. And on the other side, I'm like, damn, son, that's a damn good podcast. Like, I'm so happy that Stephen has gotten the podcast out, is having these conversations. So happy he's got guests like Sarah Pretzler and Ian Williams, and I know the other people that are coming up. Only expect amazing conversations from them. But like, this is one of those opportunities to listen to people and engage with people who are really providing the truth about what's going on and what it's like to be a founder. So if you're interested, please take the opportunity to subscribe to the Pitch Black podcast. I'm already hooked. We're only a couple episodes in. It's like, I don't even like podcasts. I record a podcast, but I don't really consume podcasts. I mean, apart from like Cancel Minutes and a couple others, like, but Pitch Black podcast already up there. Have to listen to it every week. So looking forward to the next guest, and I think you should too. Okay, speaking of conversational podcasts, I put a poll out. I was like, hey, lots of people have been pushing me to do long form interview podcasts with people in the Portland startup community. And as soon as I put that out there, like some people are like, yes, why haven't you been doing that? We've been waiting for you to do that. Other people are like, hey, I'm the person you want to talk to. And other people have been like, hey, this is a really good idea and you should do that. No one said that. No one said it was a really good idea. They just voted on the poll. So I will start scheduling that stuff and doing those interviews and getting them posted here because clearly that is what many of you want. If you don't want it, it'll be a separate playlist, separate podcast. Don't worry about it. We won't clutter your feed with our long, lengthy, in-depth, insightful, truthful, meaningful conversations. If you just want the fluff that I throw out, we can just stay here because I'm all about the fluff. But we'll get into some conversations here and there. And I sincerely hope you will join us. Like I know I will enjoy it. I love hearing from the amazing people in our community, and I would love to share that with you. But if that's not your thing, that's cool. Don't worry about it. Like we'll just do that thing. I'll record that thing. Maybe other people will listen. Maybe you'll listen. I don't know. But seriously, considering a longer form interview podcast format with interesting people from the Portland Startup community. Thanks to everyone who responded to the poll, who provided that feedback on what they would like to see, and thanks to all the folks I've kind of hit up who are like, yeah, I'd totally sit chat with you for an hour, 90 minutes, figure something out. So it could get interesting or it could be really fucking boring. I don't know. We will try and see what happens with that format. Setting it up, hopefully have something coming to you soon. Lots of feels here. I understand as a founder, you're always kind of all up in your feels, but you have to keep it contained. You can't really reveal it. You can't kind of tear up on camera like I've been doing that episode. So hang in there. You got this. I know it's rough. I know being a founder is more challenging than you thought it would be. I know it's more stressful than you had hoped it would be, but you got this. Hang in there. And until we get the chance to chat again, please keep up the good work. Hello. Big news, of course, this week. Ampere Computing acquired for $6.5 billion in an all-cash deal. I'll get to that in a sec. But first, just want to tell you, I record on Thursday nights. I just got back from an amazing event at Vanport Studio where they revealed some work they've been doing with some local companies. There was Funner, which, full disclosure, built by a team that is a Pi alum, and I'm the co-founder and general manager of Pi. Really nice to see the work that Instrument and Vanport Studio were able to do for that company. And then Henderson Avenue Wines. They also did a rebrand for that wine brand. Again, really nice to see the creative community, the tech community, the CPG community coming together to support one another, because as Stephen Green, co-founder of Vanport Studio, shared, everybody's getting something out of this. Like the creatives are getting something out of it, the people building the companies are getting something out of it. Amazing work all around, and really honored to get the opportunity to hang out and see those reveals of the work that have been done. So congratulations to those companies. Keep an eye on both of them because could be bigger things happening with them later. And there was also the reveal that there will be something, kind of later this year with Vanport Studio, maybe another review, maybe some more companies are working. So I'm just excited about that. I'm all hyped up, coming out of like a demo day thing. But back to the big news: $6.5 billion in an all-cash deal. Ampere Computing, and the story of Ampere is founder Renee James, University of Oregon alum. She's a duck, I think 2-time. I think she got her undergrad and her graduate degree at U of O. She was the president of Intel. Perhaps you've heard of Intel. She was the president there, and for whatever reason, I'm not going to speculate, she left Intel and then she started Ampere. Ampere, I don't have the exact date. Like at one part of the site, it said 2017. In the press release, it said 2018. So let's say 2017-ish. Ampere started. Renee James started Ampere. Why am I talking about this? Isn't Ampere a hardware company headquartered in the Bay Area? Well, yes, but they have more than 250 employees here in the Portland area. And I think I heard somebody say that Renee James lives in the Portland area. So like, there's all that. It's a very Portland story. So again, $6.5 billion in all cash. Who has the money to do that? SoftBank. SoftBank picked them up. SoftBank's been doing a lot of like AI dabbling, and while Ampere, that might help to tell you, Ampere originally started building chips to help improve the energy load on cloud computing chips, and they not pivoting necessarily, but they recognized that was also valuable for AI. And I don't know if you know this, but AI is kind of the hot thing right now. Maybe you've heard some people talking about the AI. So they entered the AI chip market as well, which you've heard of other companies in that, like NVIDIA and other companies in that space. And obviously really paid off for them. So they will become like a wholly owned subsidiary operating on their own. There's supposed to be no effect to the Portland office. No idea how that exit kind of sprinkles out among founders and employees and investors and all that kind of thing. But still, $6.5 billion for a startup with a significant Portland presence that was only started 6 or 7 years ago, depending on how you count it. That's pretty impressive. And a 6 or 7 year turn time for an exit that large is practically unheard of here in the region. So I will continue to track Ampere as more details come out about the deal. I read through the SoftBank kind of like statement on the acquisition and the elements and the stuff about the acquisition. And so not a ton of detail, but I will keep an eye on it. And it was just a huge story and like a huge surprise. I was having one of those weeks where it's like, I don't know if I'm gonna have a big news story this week. What's my big news story gonna be? And lo and behold, Wednesday evening, Thursday morning, Ampere really just takes over all the headlines. So there you go. Ampere Computing, $6.5 billion in an all-cash deal acquired by SoftBank Group. Speaking of acquisitions, I'm sorry, my segues are awful, but we were speaking of acquisitions. I would like to speak about another acquisition. You may remember last year that Jama Software, which had been one of the not darling, they've been one of the known and recognized startups in Portland during that kind of last era of software SaaS startups coming out of the mortgage crisis. Jama Software was a huge player among them. And what I really loved about them is they kind of bootstrapped as long as they possibly could and only took venture capital when they absolutely benefited from having that equity-based investment and that infusion of capital and were able to use it wisely. They kind of sort of exited, but a lot of folks, like they took some PE, some private equity investment, and a lot of folks kind of held on to their shares until last year, 2024, when Jama finally exited for $1.2 billion. So $6.5 billion, $1.2 billion. Why am I talking about this now? Well, it's up for an award. with the GeekWire Awards. If you're not familiar with GeekWire, our friends to the north in Seattle, GeekWire is a publication that covers all aspects of technology in the Pacific Northwest. They've got great national coverage, great international coverage, but of course, a lot of their coverage is focused on kind of the technology giants in the Seattle area, but they also, their roots are in the startups and sharing what was going on with startups, and they continue to do that. And so they have this amazing award show every year. I've been several times. It's a big event, big kind of gala event, and I encourage you to go if you're into those kind of things. But what I encourage you to do before that is one of the categories is like best exit acquisition-y thing. I can't remember the category title, but anyway, John was up for that award. And it's rare for Portland companies to get a little of that limelight from GeekWire and the GeekWire Award. So I would suggest you go vote for it. There are a whole bunch of other interesting things to vote for as well, like best leaders and companies and moments and whatever. I'm really focused on the Java thing because it's a Portland thing. But the Java software exit is up among other exits, deals. And maybe that's what it was, best deal, something along those lines. And I personally do think it was the best deal of last year. So if you tend to agree, then you maybe want to vote on a few other categories. I will link up the GeekWire Awards voting sheet, GeekWire Awards 2025 voting sheet for you to kind of check off your favorites there. And I would encourage you, again, to attend the GeekWire Awards. It's just a great gathering of startup community, larger tech community, Seattle community, Pacific Northwest community. It's just always a great event, and really respect not only the publication the GeekWire folks have built, but the event series and big events and annual gatherings they're able to put together for the entire Pacific Northwest tech community. Again, Java software, $1.2 billion last year, and ridiculous exit for Oregon Venture Fund. But I encourage you to vote, and then also consider making the trip up to attend. Maybe you're building the next big thing. Maybe you're going to be recognized by the GeekWire Awards in the not too distant future. And maybe, just maybe, you're doing that work in Washington County. Well, if you are, and you want to start getting on the radar of publications like GeekWire and Silicon Florist and maybe some potential investors, there's no better place for Washington County startups than the West Side Pitch Competition. But there's a catch. I hope you're watching this on Friday, March 21st, 2025, because the applications are due today. You've got to get your application in. If you're a Washington County startup, if you want to compete and pitch your thing and compete for funding from Ty Oregon, who runs the whole event, series of events. Actually, they do Washington County, they do Multnomah County, and across the river, Clark County. Those are kind of combined for Vancouver, and then Clackamas County. So they do a series of these three things. This is the Washington County one called West Side Pitch. They've been doing it for a long, long time, and it always draws out some really compelling startups and folks I haven't seen before. That's the thing. If you're interested in like what's happening in Washington County, you should attend because you're going to see somebody you haven't heard of or a company that you've never seen before or whatever. So there's that opportunity as well, thanks to Ty Oregon. So again, I'm sorry for the late notice. This is just a reminder. March 21st is the deadline for the West Side Pitch Competition. But I'll tell you what, if you're watching this over the weekend after March 21st, I don't know, maybe somebody forgot to close it down. I would go and try and apply. Anyway, just saying, like, you may be able to like squeak in there before they shut the door and get your application in there, and then people are going to judge the applications and they're going to pick the people who are going to pitch, and then I will let you know who will be pitching at that event. But the event itself is in May, I believe. So if you want to attend, you got a little while, but you can register now. But I'll let you know when it's coming up. West Side Pitch 2025. Get your applications in now. Like if you have a flex capacitor or whatever. So I don't know if you've been tracking on this, but there's a lot of crazy shit going on at the federal level. One of those things that is like just does not compute is a lot of the things, the claims at the federal level about why these crazy things are happening is that they're seeking government efficiency. And so when that efficiency-seeking behavior targets an organization like 18F, which was kind of an innovative technology group at the federal level that really used technology to make things work better and improve operations for other government agencies and entities at the federal level. 18F, that's what they did. That's what they were designed to do. Like, it was a really compelling way of activating brilliant technology people in a way that improved public service and the delivery of those services to the constituency of the United States and all those bureaus and agencies and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, they were unceremoniously, I think it's probably the best adverb for it, unceremoniously immediately shut down, really in a very sad and tragic way. Really in a way that I've tried to record this like 5 times and I still can't quite get the words of how jarring and awful and unnecessary that shutdown of 18F was. And I really feel for all the amazing people who worked at 18F and who immediately lost their jobs. I think it was late at night on a Friday or something. Be that as it may, I always love when a positive comes out of a negative. And the positive here is Ron Bronson, who is the, I believe, head of design at 18F. I'm pretty sure that was his role. He, here in Portland, has decided, like, well, we have all these talented people who are very civically minded, who can do amazing things with technology. What if I start the Portland Digital Corps and we rally people to help nonprofits and other folks with like quick technology fixes, like kind of hackathon sprint activity to provide tooling or fix things or make nonprofits better or whatever, like quick hit projects, not programs, not like big products with roadmaps and things, but get in, get out, fix stuff, leave, build something, give it to people, get out. So that's the idea behind the Portland Digital Corps. New movement really makes me super nostalgic for, an earlier version of the Portland tech community when, we weren't necessarily driven consistently by trying to build companies or trying to build unicorns. A time when the community, in a very kind of open sourcey, open data kind of way, was just trying to creatively use technology to make things happen and improve things for the greater good. And this is what the Portland Digital Corps feels like to me, at least in their positioning and how they're describing what they can do. Like, yeah, it harkens back to the open source days, open data days that really led to an amazing startup movement in town, as well as an incredible open source community. So I'm hoping this kind of inklings of something like that. If it sounds interesting to you and you want to get involved, they're looking for both projects as well as volunteers. And they're having an information session. I will link that up if you'd like to RSVP. But I will definitely be keeping an eye on this project, keeping you informed about what they build and what they release and who they work with and all those kind of things. And thank you to each and every one of you who can carve out an hour or two to volunteer on some of their projects. I think this could have really, really meaningful impact, not only for our immediate kind of techie startup community, but for the broader populace of Portland, of Oregon, of the vast number of amazing nonprofits in our midst. This feels right. This feels good. Like shutting down 18F felt bad. Portland Digital Core feels good and feels right. So if it resonates with you the same way it does with me, I encourage you to volunteer your time or submit a project for the Portland Digital Core. Time for another bad segue. Speaking of building things and stuff, I just, sometimes, practically every day, get done with work and like I don't watch like cable television, so I get like most of my news from YouTube. It's still local news, but like go to YouTube, watch news. And other videos pop up, and I noticed that our buddy Dave Barkas up in North Bank Innovations in Vancouver, Washington, across the river, as we would say, across the Columbia River up there, had dropped like literally seconds before I started watching it, dropped a new video. And it kind of goes through some events that are going on in some, like a hackathon maybe, but then in a very like, not bury the lead, but a very like, oh, the thing I'm most interested in was actually at the end of that video, Vancouver, Washington may be in the midst of building a startup incubator, which is super interesting because we haven't really had like an incubatory thing for a while, and it could be really helpful to not only the broader community, but Vancouver, obviously. So I'll link up that video. Not a lot of detail, just Dave kind of like putting a stake in the ground saying in 2025, Vancouver, Washington will launch a startup incubator. So I'll keep an eye on that. You know me, I like the incubator and accelerator kind of stuff. So I will definitely be staying tuned. I will definitely keep you up to date on what's going on over there. But stay tuned. In 2025, Vancouver, Washington will have a startup incubator. So in my world, incubators and accelerators are two very different things. For most people, they're like, oh, that's all the same stuff. But for me, they're very different. And when you start talking about incubators, I start thinking about accelerators. And when you start thinking about accelerators, there are really two big names that come to mind. One of those is Techstars, which is kind of a global network of accelerator programs. And then the other one, the OG, the granddaddy, is Y Combinator. And when YC comes to mind for me, I immediately think of Darius Monsef, a Portland founder who is a 3-time YC alum. He's been through YC 3 times. First with Color Lovers, which became Creative Market, and then was acquired by Autodesk, with Brave Care, which was urgent pediatric care clinics, kind of along the same lines as a Zoom Care or something of that ilk. That also wound up getting kind of acquired. He exited from that, and his team exited from that. And then he went the AI route, took a lot of the same team members, and they were building a product called Genie that was an AI companion for children that not only provided them with companionship, friendship, but also started to educate them on the dynamics of working with artificial intelligence. And he just kind of gave a little retrospective on Genie. They wound up winding it down. I think I mentioned that at the end of the year, that they wound up winding Genie down. But this was a nice just kind of deep dive on the reasoning behind that and the challenges of building technology for children in an ethical way. And I think that's the most interesting part of it. And it wasn't even just the regulatory environment. It was the ethics of building technology directed at children and what you need to do there to be a good steward of that technology and the products that you're building. So really interesting piece that he wrote up, and I'll link that up. But then at the end, he teased his new thing he's working on, which is called Rides. It's for car people. Like if you're a car person, if you love the cars, if you like trick out your car and you're proud of it, you got lots of pieces and parts that you bought from other places, lots of bling and things to jazz it up. So because if you weren't following along Darius's personal stuff, he had like a Lightning McQueen car. He had a Batmobile. I think he got rid of Lightning McQueen, but he may still have the Batmobile. Had a couple others, but he really likes cars. So this is where it's like it's a passion of his. He recognized a pain point or a need for community and collaboration in the car industry that was not being served. And so Rides is his new startup, kind of attacking that opportunity and seeing what he can do there. It's really waitlist right now. I think there may be some beta testing going on, but if you're a car person and you are interested in seeing what Darius is working on, I will link it up and I encourage you to go check out Rides. Speaking of Rides, I'm riding out of here. That's it for this week. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're hanging in there. And until we get the chance to chat again, please keep up the good work. Hello. Yes, Mercury did raise $300 million on basically more than double what their valuation was previously. Why am I talking about that? Well, it's very similar to the Ampere situation last week, where I talked about Ampere getting acquired for $6.5 billion by SoftBank Group. This announcement is very similar to that. I want to get into that, but I also wanted to really quickly just touch on, I got some comments from a viewer, listener person, you out there in the audience. Someone was kind enough to provide feedback where like, dude, you talk really slow. Just speed up your talking. I like your content, but you talk so slowly. And I'm sorry, I'm old. This is the speed at which I talk. So here's my pro tip. Really appreciate the feedback. I don't want to discount that. I really appreciate somebody taking time to say both that they liked the stuff that I'm doing here, as well as the constructive criticism about I'm too slow. But this is my advice 2x. Like 2x on YouTube, 2x on the podcast. I can't even see myself in less than 2x. So sorry I speak so slowly. Sorry it takes me so long to formulate. My brain is old. It doesn't process very quickly. I equate it to the processor speed of a TRS-80. So that's what it is. But I just wanted to touch on that quickly in front because I did really value that feedback. And if you have similar feedback, critical, negative, positive, otherwise I would love to hear it. So please just let me know. Anyway, back to Mercury. So Mercury, as you may remember, is a startup banking platform, designed specifically with startups in mind. Saw its biggest kind of influx of users after the Silicon Valley Bank situation, which happened a few years back. And but compelling platform and obviously compelling to investors, given that they just raised another $300 million at a $3.5 billion valuation. But again, why am I talking about it? Because they have a footprint here in Portland. And I talked about this with you several times. I don't think we've come to a decent conclusion. What even is a Portland company anymore? Pre-pandemic, it was very easy to say, oh, is the company headquartered here? Are the bulk of their employees here? Are they a Portland company? Do they posture as a Portland company? Do they claim to be a Portland company? That Intel thing was always kind of confusing. Like more Intel employees in the Portland region than anywhere on earth, even though they're headquartered in the Bay Area. So that one always still threw me. But for the most part, people would say we are a Portland company. Now, in the after times, we have any number of people here who are working remotely for a company headquartered elsewhere. Some of their execs live here, but others don't. They are founded somewhere else, but the bulk of their employees are here. So I don't know. I'm not being as hard and fast on what a Portland company is. I am trying to focus on companies, startups, what have you, that may have a positive impact on our community as a whole. And Mercury is definitely one of those. And that was also validated by some of my LinkedIn comments when I mentioned the raise. People chimed in with like, yeah, they have some really good people here in Portland. So there you go. I mean, I personally know a Pi mentor who works at Mercury now, and he's solid. And I always appreciate his feedback and insight. So I have to imagine there are other team members like him here in town. So congratulations to Mercury on the $300 million raise. I'm hoping we see some positive impact from that in Portland. But nonetheless, as someone interested in startups in the Portland area, Mercury is a great platform for banking for startups. So you should know about it just for that alone. Okay, we've got this April 8th event coming up. If you haven't RSVP'd yet, please do. Please submit your RSVP. Not a lot of structure to this one. This is a Portland startup community gathering where, the Metro Region Innovation Hub, Prosper Portland, OEN, TIE, AI Portland, Rose City Techies. I'm going to be missing some people. Pitch Black, Vanport Studios, Latino Founders, Built, Pi, Silicon Florist. All kinds of us just get together and we're like, why don't we get everybody together and just hang out? And with for me, it hadn't really crystallized until the event happened. But really what the event is to me is, when you go to a big event, like maybe you just were at South by or GTC or Web Summit or Mobile World Congress or one of those where they're the big events, and then there's either the side party or the after party or the weird gathering where it's associated with the event, but it's not really tied to the event activity. It's just a gathering for people who happen to be in the same place at the same time. That's the vibe for the April 8th event. I would love to see you there. Last time we had about 400 people. Last time I checked the RSVPs, there was about 540 people that RSVP'd. We still have space for more. Please RSVP. It would be great to see you there. But I did want to let you in behind the scenes a little bit because I just barely announced that it will be at Irving Street Studio, which is in Pearl in the Eco Trust building. There's Hot Lips there and right there, right near the old post office place. So fairly centrally located. You can come over Broadway Bridge and be right there. You can come over the I-5 bridge, 405, be right there. So hopefully it helps people get to location more easily, no matter where you're coming from. I was trying to find something more centrally located, but I have to let you in behind the scenes on a secret. And as an event planner, sometimes you come up with these grand concepts that you think are so great and you just can't get them over the finish line no matter how hard you try. I really tried for you. I was so sold on this idea. My co-organizers were helping and we were all trying to make this happen, and it just didn't come to fruition. And I thought it could have been a much bigger event than, we will have a cap. So, the RSVPs will sell out pretty quickly. The event is totally free. So just show up. It's free. The concept I was working on as somebody from Generation X, a lot of my childhood, a lot of my socialization revolved around malls. You would go to the mall, you would just hang out. You'd meet friends, you'd run into people you didn't know. The mall was a place for that social networking in the pre-internet and pre-web days and pre-web 2.0 and social media and all that kind of stuff. The mall was the thing. So it dawned on me, if only we had a dead mall in the exact middle of the city that we could use to do this old school social networking 80s, 90s style. And so we tried to secure the Lloyd Center Mall to do a big gathering, but we couldn't make it happen. They can only find space enough for us to do 250 people. And that was not going to fly. So I'm going to get there though. We're going to make this mall thing happen. We'll all get to meet in the mall, and you can wear your parachute pants and your OP shirt and your Vans, I don't know, whatever. But I'm still going to try and make Lloyd Center or another mall happen where we just kind of take over the mall and you can wander up and down the hallways and meet people and things and stuff, or some other creative way to engage you, because you deserve it. The community deserves it. We need to get creative about this stuff. I get so tired of rebooting the same thing over and over and trying to nostalgically dredge up something that worked previously, but this modern generation of folks in town have no context. They don't understand that. They don't understand why we're nostalgic about it. And so I'm trying to come up with new formats, collaborating with people to inspire new ways of thinking about bringing community together. And so the April 8th event will not be happening in a mall, but it will be happening in a really interesting place in the Eco Trust building. And thanks to Eco Trust for allowing us to use the space. I'm really excited. I've never had the opportunity to do an event in this space before, but I've looked at it several times. So I would be happy to hear your feedback on what you think about the venue. And if you're a person who programs events, hopefully this gets you an opportunity to see how that space can be activated. I'm disappointed about Lloyd Center. I won't lie. I was really, really hopeful for that idea, but this will still be great. Still be a lot of amazing people. Again, opportunity to run into people that you might not know if you're new to town, hundreds of people you can connect with from the Portland Startup community, and hopefully just a good time will be had by all. And I look forward to seeing you on April 8th at Irving Street Studio. And other stuff's already in the works. So for July 1, we've already secured the venue. So we're doing these big networking events quarterly. So April, the next one will be July. July 1, I don't want to reveal too much, but the theme is cookout. So come to the April 8th one, see how amazing it is, meet a lot of really great people, and then you can sign up for the July one and join us for a bit of a cookout. I think you'll like it. Anyway, enough about that. Hope to see you April 8th. Sorry I can secure Lloyd Center Mall for you, but I'm still working on it. We will still figure it out, and I hope to see you at one of the future events. We're also starting to work on our May event, which will be a more intimate event, again, along the lines of the kind of where are they now, startup founder events that are more intimate fireside chats. And we've already got our host lined up and all that stuff, so hope to catch you at one of our upcoming events. It would be great to see you there. Of course, I'll link it up. It's the Pi and Portland Startup Community Meetup Group, which is the best way to keep tabs on that kind of stuff. Okay, cool. Speaking of innovative events that get the community together in new and interesting ways, you may remember a couple of weeks back, I went on a bit of a rant about pitch competitions, and I tried to reflect, think about how I could be more constructive and not as whiny and not as complaining. And I'm working on that. And that's work I have to do with me. I have to do the work, and I'm working on it. but I just wanted you to remember that one slight caveat of that rant was, with the exception of Pitch Black and Pitch Latino. And why did I focus on those events specifically? Because they were pitch events that really value a founder's time for their participation. With Pitch Black and Pitch Latino, everyone who takes the stage gets some capital of some sort. They still have a winner, there's still a competition, but everyone is rewarded financially for taking the time to participate. And that's all I'm saying. That's all my rant was based on. It's just like, it's hard enough being a founder. You lack so much time and so much energy as a founder. It's so draining that asking them to do yet another thing that may or may not directly benefit them, that's always a challenge for founders. So events that like Pitch Black, Pitch Latino, that at least provide some financial compensation for founders participating in their programs, hugely valuable. Events where they provide pitch training or they provide ancillary services to the companies that are participating, those are also great. The founders are getting other value out of it. If it's a pitch competition at a larger event where the founder and their team get free access to a larger event that they might not otherwise be able to afford, that's great too. So all that being said, this will explain why I'm happy to announce this next event. Tom Sollett, who runs Asian American Town, you may have experienced one of his activations, which is Legendary Makers Market, which is just the largest Asian market pop-up experience thing in the Pacific Northwest, if not the West, if not the United States. It's an amazing gathering that really brings the Asian American community together with both vendors and people who make products, and the community itself getting to experience that. Tom, for a while, has been talking about, look, we got to pitch Black for the Black folks in Portland. We've got to pitch Latino for Latino folks, not only in Oregon, but Juan has taken that to Tri-Cities and Seattle and all over the place for Latino founders. Why isn't there something for Asian founders? Well, now there is. I was sincerely hoping this would come to fruition, and I'm happy to report that now it has. Inspired by Pitch Black and Pitch Latino, we now have I Hope You Get Rich, a pitch competition for Asian and Asian American founders to share what they're building, what products they've created, and what companies they're trying to build here in the Portland area. That event will take place at Latino Founders on May 30th as part of Asian American and Pacific Islander History Month. Those tickets are going to go fast. So I encourage you to jump in there, RSVP if you can, to attend I Hope You Get Rich, a new pitch event in the tradition of Pitch Black and Pitch Latino. It's finally nice to see a venue and a format designed to celebrate all of the Asian and Asian American entrepreneurs in our midst. Speaking of events and my awful segues, I want to run through a few more that are happening next week. I want to make sure you know what's going on and you're attending the things and stuff and meeting the people. Of course, I talked about the April 8th. I talked about the other upcoming events, talked about the I Hope You Get Rich, but here are a few that are happening next week if you've got time to attend. I'm going to read them off to you so that you have them. Portland Digital Core, which you'll remember is kind of the phoenix rising from the ashes of the demise of the unfortunate demise of 18F. That project, their informational session is occurring on Monday. Startup Coffee in the Couve happens on Tuesday. Rose City Techies have their book exchange on Wednesday. So if you have a book that you want to exchange for another book with some techie types in Portland, the Rose City Techies, who also are kind enough to support our Portland Startup Community Gathering events, so thank you very much. But they will be having their book exchange on Wednesday. And then, of course, Startup Cafe at the Hub. So it didn't happen today, but it will happen next Friday. And again, the folks at the Metro Region Innovation Hub, the hub of all innovation in Portland and the broader Portland metropolitan region, the Hub, they're also helping with they're a partner, a very kindly contributing partner to the Portland Startup Community Gathering. So thanks to them for that help. I encourage you, if you haven't heard about the cafe at the Hub, it's basically open co-working for folks, coffee, free donuts, that kind of thing. But also they try and do some educational sessions. You don't have to participate in the educational sessions if you don't want to, but if they're of interest to you, those are going on too. So it's a multifaceted gathering. They're on the south end of the PSU campus. In the new PSU, Propel PSU building that has since moved from the PSBA building that was down on Corbett. So I don't know, I'm giving you a geography lesson right now. But anyway, south end, right on the Max line, right near the streetcar. There's long-term parking there. They got all kinds of those things. And so you can come hang out at their startup cafe, meet some people from the community, do a little co-working, eat a donut, drink some coffee, and maybe learn something. I don't know. Could be cool. What if I told you there was a new burger joint in Portland with its sights set on upending McDonald's? That's a pretty compelling proposition and a pretty, not insurmountable, but a pretty significant challenge to take on. But what if I also told you that they're a purely plant-based burger joint? That's right. You may have already heard of it. It's called Faceplant, but I want to highlight that Emily Spencer of the Portland Business Journal did a huge write-up on them on Friday of last week, so I didn't get a chance to catch it in the last recap. But I think it's really interesting. It's a serial founder, Matt Plitch, who had tried a previous company that gained some attention and some significant funding that was more focused on a neutral carbon milk brand that they were pursuing. Now he's taken over an old McDonald's and has created Faceplant, which is it's a good old-fashioned burger joint. It's good food, great service for low prices. I mean, what's not to like about that? What do I mean by low prices? The basic burger is $3.99. The fancy version is $5.99. And then they've got the fries and the shakes and all that kind of stuff. They are just swinging for the fences, and you don't see that very often in Portland. So I wanted to highlight it because these are some folks who are thinking big, who are thinking about trying to take down the juggernaut of the burger world with a plant-based brand, and they've got just this initial setup in an old McDonald's on Swan Island. So I'm eager to try them. I'm going to try and swing by there soon to give it a taste, and I'll probably report back, not like on Report of the Week or whatever, but I will report back once I had the chance to try Faceplant, and maybe I'll get some time to chat with Matt about what he's thinking and where he wants to go with this. But I did also want to touch on, I'm super psyched about what they're doing. I think it's really interesting. I think we've had any kind of innovative burger plays from, the good old Burgerville to more lately Super Deluxe. And so seeing this fully plant-based burger joint wanting to take down McDonald's, I got to keep an eye on that. And I also want to mention, trivial fun fact for your next cocktail party where you would like to sprinkle interesting Portland startup trivia to the other guests and show how informed and insightful you are about the Portland startup community. Bread and Butter Ventures has invested in Faceplant. Why is that important? Well, the trivial connection here is Mary Grove, who's one of the co-founders of Bread and Butter Ventures, was the original kind of like contact point, account management point for my organization, Pi, in our initial collaboration with Google way back when, like 2011, something like way back there, 14, 15 years ago. I got to meet Mary while she was at Google. And unfortunately, somebody said, "Hey, Mary, you have to deal with these 5 folks." And she was super kind and super helpful. And, we got to take our startups down to the Googleplex and eat in the fancy cafeteria and do, a pitch event for Bay Area VCs and all these kind of things, all thanks to Mary and being so thoughtful and so engaged and so helpful for our Pi startups. So I'll always be a huge fan, but I'm especially thankful that she and her firm have invested capital into this Portland pursuit and can't wait to see where it goes from here. Watch out, McDonald's. Okay, last thing before I let you go. This week, had the opportunity to gather in a very private, kind of intimate setting with a variety of people from the Portland startup community. There were founders there were startup support organizations, there were VCs, both locally and from out of town. And it was really kind of one of those salons kind of gatherings, but under the Chatham House rule. So if you're not familiar with Chatham House rule, it basically says that you can extract and communicate things that were said or concepts and themes that came out in the conversation, but you can't identify who was actually there or who actually said what. And so it's designed, and this was almost unspoken, like we just all kind of got it, but it's really designed to give people the freedom to be as open as they possibly can and be as truthful as they possibly can without fear of public repercussion that may come from statements they made or things they said or what have you. So I really appreciate that format. We use that kind of rule format for a lot of Pi stuff like family dinner. So very near and dear to my heart. And just a really great conversation. And one of those opportunities, I always love the opportunities where I can just like sit back and listen to people chop it up and compare notes and say things, and where I just get to absorb and listen to what people have to say and listen to where they're struggling or where they see problems or where they see opportunities. And this was very much that kind of event for me. I was really humbled that I was invited and to be among that group of people, and I'm hopeful to see more of that activity happening. But what I wanted to share with you is just kind of some takeaways without like explicitly saying what people said. These are themes that as I listened to people speak, these were themes that jumped out at me. And I have a much more spelled out, kind of deeper reference on the blog, and I'll link that up so that you can read that if you want to. But I thought I would just touch on these 4 kind of high level aspects, themes that came out loud and clear to me, so that you can think about them more and see if in fact they resonate with you, or if you have additional critique or other insights. I would love to hear those as well. So these are the 4 takeaways from this recent startup community gathering. First and foremost, there is a First and foremost, there is a fundamental and pervasive ignorance of how the business of venture capital works. End of statement. There just is. We need to work on that. 2, founders aren't ready to hear what they need to hear until they're actually ready to hear it. But they're often more ready to hear it from other founders. And in the blog post, I kind of go into the analogy of it's like we were when we were kids. Like we'd be doing something stupid, and your parent or guardian would say, "Don't do that stupid thing. You're gonna hurt yourself." And you're like, "We don't care. We're gonna do the thing." And then we wind up getting hurt, and we're like crying, and our knees scraped, and we got a bloody nose, whatever. And they're like, "See, I told you so." And founders are kind of like that. That's what that statement is about. Like founders don't believe you until they go through the hardship, and they're like, "Wait a second, you were right. That was really." And you're like, "Yeah, I told you." But anyway, go into more depth on the blog. Here's one that I don't think a lot of people recognize, but I believe to be true. Great founders are magnets for other great founders. So associate with other great founders. They will both help lift you up, but also support you and be the people that you need to support you. So if you're a great founder, find other great founders to associate with and support one another. And then finally, one of my longtime favorites, always trying to impart this to any startup I talk to, it's research, research, research. You always have time to do research. You should always make time to do research. I don't care what you're doing. Do the research. Don't just go off the cuff and fly by the seat of your pants. Do research on investors, on customers, on products, on competition, on the market, on the world, what have you. Get your research done. And again, I'll link up kind of the deeper dive, longer exposition on this whole thing, but I just wanted to share this with you. And if there are other things you would like me to explore, please let me know. So that's it for this week. I hope you're hanging in there. I hope to see you April 8th. Please RSVP so we can get you in there at Irving Street Studio. Should be a good get together, and we'll look forward to seeing you there. But even if you can't make it, hope you're hanging in there. And until we get the chance to chat again, please keep up the good work. Hello. Okay, 86 million and then some announced in VC funding this week. But before we get to that, a few other things I just wanted to talk to you about. First and foremost, happy 404 day to all of you who celebrate. It's 404 day, and 404 holds a special place in my heart because of Pi stuff I can talk about later. I don't need to talk about here. Just got back. It's Thursday night. I record on Thursdays. Just got back from an amazing event in Vancouver, Washington. Just a lot of really passionate people in the room discussing the potential for the Vancouver, Washington startup community and some efforts they were taking and more information. Remember I teased that incubator a few weeks ago, but like I'll talk a little bit more about that. So 86 million, 404 day, Vancouver, Washington incubator for startups. Okay, the big news is hydraulics, $80 million. Okay, I'll get to that. Just give me one sec. I just wanted to thank folks last week. I was like, yeah, if you have opinions, please comment. And a lot of people did, and I was really appreciative of it. Like some people were critical, some people were positive and helpful. But you know, if you want to keep that kind of thing up, I like it. I think it's valuable. I think it's helpful to me. I think it makes the show better. So please, if you have feedback, please comment. Yalda, I'm looking at you. All right, let's get to the hydraulics news. They raised $80 million, Series C, I believe. And how can you raise $80 million in this environment? Well, you know, they had 8 times their revenue improvement year over year. So that had a little bit to help them. The other thing is they come up with this concept of a streaming data lake. So a data lake is this like repository for data that's cost effective, put all the data and stuff in there, but it may be difficult to access efficiently. And then there's like the fire hose of data, which is a lot to deal with and takes significant computational power to deal with that data coming through. And so hydraulics, Portland startup started by Marty Kagan, who had a successful exit with Sodexis, which was sold to Citrix, I think in 2018-ish, if I'm remembering correctly. Anyway, Marty, serial founder, knows what he's doing, has this idea with the, what if we took the data lake, but also made it accessible like the fire hose or like the stream of information, and what if we created a streaming data lake, which as an English major, that analogy is thoroughly confusing to me. It's either a stream or it's a lake. Maybe it's the part of the lake where the stream comes out of the lake. The water gets into the lake, and then if it's not the Great Salt Lake, the stream comes out the other side. Maybe that's the concept. Maybe that's what I need to get my head around. Anyway, they built a product that allows you to deal with petabytes, quintilla, flipabytes of data and transform it and transmogrify it and deal with it efficiently. And of course, in a day and age where we're generating so much data, AI is capable of consuming so much data. Like, the timing on this is just double chef's kiss. So Hydraulics has managed to raise $80 million in their Series C. They're going to be doing a bunch of hiring in Portland, maybe doubling the size of their team. This is really exciting because one of the things I've been concerned about is I don't have a lot of like marquee household name players whom I can point to and say, oh, that's a Portland startup. You've heard of that company. And Hydraulics seems to be stepping up to fit that bill. So I'm excited to watch what they do next. So keep an eye on Hydraulics. And when people ask you, give me an example of a Portland startup, hopefully Hydraulics is the first one you mention. Okay, and one last one, it's even trailing, it's a little late, but if you were online anywhere in the world over the last week when OpenAI released their new image generation and everybody thought they deserved to be in a Studio Ghibli film, like, there were a lot of Studio Ghibli-esque elements floating around, just reminding me to remind you that our friends at Wieden & Kennedy did this fantastic series of ads for Travel Oregon that were Studio Ghibli inspired, that were only slightly exaggerated perspectives on Oregon. I'll link those up. At this point in time, we're getting some momentum going here. I want you to remember what you love about Portland, what you love about Oregon, and that work by WK for Travel Oregon is one of those things I can return to again and again and again. That really just brings a smile to my face and kind of it takes on that Studio Ghibli theme as well, but by folks who had to build that stuff, not AI, but folks who had to make that happen. So take a few minutes, rewatch those videos, and remember what you appreciate about being in Oregon. Another company that added to the money announced this week is a company called Sturdy. They raised $6 million. Voyager, our friends at Voyager Capital, led them around. Diane Freeman, who is a longtime mentor to me and a really just trusted advisor and a huge proponent for Portland and helped to build the community and all these things. I can't say enough nice things about Diane. Sturdy is very lucky to have Diane on their board now. They're also lucky to have $6 million more to work with that Voyager contributed to. Sturdy, what do they do? Why they raise this money? They're really taking all of this customer feedback and aggregating it and munging it with AI to really help give companies a better understanding of how customers are feeling, what they need, what their problems are, what the feedback is, all those kind of things. So that's a very high level of what they're doing, but clearly they're doing something interesting and enough to incur this kind of funding. Some people in Portland, they want to build an office in Portland. That was another exciting one. So you have Hydraulics being like, we're here, but we're going to double. And you have Sturdy that's saying, look, we have a founder in Boise and one, I think Montana or somewhere, and some folks, and a founder at least a C-level in Portland, and other folks here. And they're like, look, we're gonna put down a stake here in Portland. We're going to build a Portland startup. That's the kind of stuff I love to see. So I am eagerly watching Sturdy, eager to see what they do. And again, this week, you now gained 2 startups where when people are like, I don't know, what startups are built in Portland? You're like, first of all, there's Hydraulics. And then you're like, second, there's Sturdy. And so those are just really good examples of new startups being built here that are generating interest and being able to land capital to help them continue that growth. I'm feeling some really interesting momentum. I keep saying to people, it feels like it's 2005, but with this kind of activity, we're creeping a little closer to like 2007, 2008, really quickly. So Sturdy, Hydraulics, $86 million. Who else raised funding this week? Well, I'm glad you asked, because there's Prophetic, which was founded by Oliver Alexander, serial founder. He had Orchid Health. Just prior to the pandemic, he did a co-working space called Remotely, and his new thing, Prophetic, is really taking AI and putting it to work for real estate in a number of different ways, from development, understanding code, to this and that and the other thing. Just a really interesting kind of rolling up all the different aspects of the business of real estate into kind of a centralized platform, and then using AI to help it make it more efficient, more understandable, really interesting. They raised a seed round, and it was not disclosed how much that round was. I did some poking around on the, because you have to file with the SEC and that kind of thing. I did some poking around. I think I might know how much the round was, but I can't definitively say what the round was. So I'm not going to say it. Just know that they too were part of this amazing week of 3 companies announcing significant funding for their pursuits that people really validated with financial support the ideas that they're working on. And that's always a good sign for Portland. So congratulations to all those companies. I know fundraising is hard. I know that once you have the funds, building the next iteration of the business is even more difficult, but I know you're all up to it. And I know Portland's behind you. So congratulations and wishing you the best of luck. Looking forward to see where all of you go from here. You know what helps people raise money? Their ability to not have bad segues during the podcast. Their ability to tell stories. And, learning to tell stories, learning to pitch, learning to present to an audience, that is a skill that needs to be trained and honed like any other. And at that point in time where you're needing that sort of help, you really need kind of a speaker coach. And if you're a person who's in that position, who's looking to take it to the next level, I came across something this week that I find super interesting and compelling. It's from Kathy Armias and Mark Williams. Kathy, longtime TEDx Portland speaker coach. Mark Williams, celebrated speaker and also, speaker coach. They're putting together a 3-day workshop surrounding TEDx Portland, which is coming up. You've heard of TEDx Portland, right? It was for a time, I don't know if it still is, but for a time, TEDx Portland was it was in the top 3 most popular TEDx events around the globe. It was one of the most popular TEDx events. I would assume it's still up there. There have been any number of amazing speakers. There are amazing speakers this year that if you take advantage of this workshop with Kathy and Mark, you will get the opportunity to not only hone your speaking skills, get to work with a cohort, get some TEDx experience, and then, just the camaraderie of a number of people trying to go through the effort of improving their speaking skills. I'm really excited about it. I was really excited when I heard about it. I could use speaker coaching pretty much every single, you watch the podcast, you don't believe me, go watch my TEDx talk and you'll know even further. But really happy that Kathy and Mark were like, I understand that not everybody may be able to access this price point. It's $795, I think. And you may have to pay for your TEDx ticket as well. I wasn't really clear on that for our workshop. And so they provided a scholarship as well. So if that is preventing you from joining this cohort and learning these speaker skills, they offer a scholarship option where you can submit your details and they may just grant you the opportunity to participate in this cohort. So if it's of interest to you, first of all, if you can afford the price of the workshop, please take advantage of this. These are amazing speaker coaches. Seems like an amazing experience. TEDx is always kind of like a whole thing that's exciting. So if you can afford it, please take the opportunity to participate. If that price point is creating a barrier for you, please consider applying for the scholarship and taking advantage of these amazing coaches. I can't wait to see who comes out of this. Can't wait to see them speak in the future. And thanks again to Kathy and Mark for providing the opportunity for more people to have access to their amazing teachings, trainings, and workshops. Okay, this one's a ways out, but it'll be here before you know it. It's June 11th through the 13th. It's the AI in the West conference, which is a conference being held in Bend, Oregon, focused on, as the name would indicate, AI. So they haven't opened up tickets yet. You can sign up for the waitlist, get more information. But I just wanted to highlight it to you quickly because this has the makings, has the feelings of a destination event. I think they're going to have the capability of pulling in a lot of interesting speakers. I've been talking to people in Bend about AI for years. People who are really, really early to it. People like Wiseox who brought product to market really early during the AI thing. So it would not surprise me to see this be a who's who of AI folks. And plus, you get to go to Bend. I mean, who doesn't like the opportunity to go to a resort town and do a conference and all those kind of things? I mean, that's why people, that's why the big execs show up to Sun Valley and do that thing. And so anyway. I don't have a lot of details on it. I will link it up so that you can at least go sign up for future alerts or those kind of things. But I'm thinking that June in Bend is going to be an amazing AI conference. And I just wanted to give you a heads up in case that was in your realm of interest so that you could get in early because there's going to be early bird prices and then kind of early bird. And then, of course, the full-fledged pricing. And I want you to get the best price possible to attend AI in the West in Bend, Oregon come June. AI in the West is a big event that's happening over a couple days. Coming up in May, Portland has a startup-focused event that occurs throughout an entire week. What is that? Well, it's the aptly named Portland Startup Week, which is organized by Josh Carter. And it's really just this amalgamation of all kinds of events that happen focused on startups. These could be events that happen on a regular basis. Like, for example, I'm programming an event during that week because I was programming an event that week anyway, but it's really nice to be able to collaborate with Portland Startup Week to feature that event. Or it could be a thing where you're like, I have an idea for startups. I want to test drive an event. Portland Startup Week is the best time to test that, to see if the audience is there, to see if the people are interested in what you want to pursue. I've heard about other, I think New Tech PDX is coming back, which was a big event. There'll be opening parties, closing parties, Demolicious probably. Yes, there's a Demolicious. There'll be pie events, all these other events, but they're 24 hours in a day. And in a startup week, that would be 168 hours in a week that you can do an event during any of those 168 hours. So if you have an idea, or if you have an existing event that occurs during the week of May 11th through the 18th, I think I should have the dates. I apologize. I was ill prepared. I was at that Vancouver thing. I wrote my script, but I didn't get everything in there. So I'm sorry, but it happens in May. I think the pie event is May 13th. So May 13th is the second Tuesday. I believe it's like the 12th, 11th, 12th through 18th, 19th. Anyway, it's that week. It's that week in May. It's that second full week in May. Portland Startup Week. You can follow it on Luma. Maybe you're like, I don't want to program anything. I just want to go to as many possible events as I can. You can do that too. Some are free. Some cost money. Some are huge gatherings. Some are intimate gatherings. All kinds of things. So I used to run Portland Startup Week way back in the day, like decades, or at least a decade ago. And it was really this opportunity to celebrate all of the amazing things that were happening in our startup community and celebrate the people who are doing amazing things in our startup community. Josh has taken it over. This promises to be no different. It just is like, don't overthink it. If there's something you want to do, if it has to do with startups in Portland, if it has to do with founders, consider reaching out to Josh to get your event on the schedule for Portland Startup Week, or consider creating a new event from scratch. We can always use new stuff, like always need new events and new formats and new things. So if you're inspired, if you're feeling creative, figure out something for Portland Startup Week and submit it so that we can have a full calendar of activities and things and people and networking and startups and stuff to really just capture this momentum that's starting to build in Portland. I'm really, really enjoying it. I'm really liking the fact that we're starting to see more stuff happen and more companies being built. That's always exciting to me, but the events are important too, because that connects the community together, because our community is only as strong as its weakest bond, and events are the way that we strengthen those bonds among other members of the community. So if you have an idea, please submit it for Portland Startup Week. Okay, I mentioned Pi is doing an event during Portland Startup Week. We have an event next week too. Unfortunately, it's sold out. I had hoped to get a venue that would allow us to bring in a ton of people, and I think I have that for July, quite honest. Like we're behind the scenes, we're working, we're wheeling, dealing. I think I have a venue for July that will allow us to support the level of interest that we're seeing. So the first one, we can only get like 400, 500 people in. This one, get like, there are like 600 RSVPs and a bunch of people on waitlist. They keep growing, but we can get like 500-ish people in there, and it's in the EcoTrust building, and there's like a patio and hallways and stuff. So I'm hoping we can get folks in there. But I would like to do something without a significant waitlist. I would like to do something that allows 1,000 people in the community. And that's what we're planning for July, but we don't want to discount, of course, the event happening next week, which will be amazing. The usual group of partners who are all kind enough to collaborate with us. I'm going to try and name them all off, but like it's Better Portland, it's Built, it's Pi, it's Latino Founders, it's Metro Region Innovation Hub, OEN, TIE, AI Portland, Rose City Techies, North Bank Innovation, just like people across the region. Did I say TIE? I hope I said TIE. I hope I said OEN, who all come together to just like promote this and get the community together. And it's really nice to collaborate with all of them. I'm always like pleasantly surprised as the RSVPs start rolling in and we realize how many people are interested in getting together for this kind of event. I'm always sorry that we have to like shut down RSVPs and move to waitlist, but I'm hoping we can fix that in July. But please, if you RSVP'd for the April 8th event, please show up, or please change your RSVP so that people on the waitlist can get in. I want to make sure everybody has a chance to engage with this amazing community, and no fault, like no judgment, no fault. Like sometimes things happen, you sign up, you think you'll be able to make it, and then suddenly you can't. Please just change your RSVP so that other folks have the opportunity to engage with the community. The other secret of this one is a local startup called Deo, which, without revealing a ton, Deo is a app designed to help you reduce your doom scrolling and your social media usage and that kind of thing. They're officially launching next week. They're having a launch party on Friday, April 11th. You should go to that too. I will link that up. But Deo, because it's so rare for us to have a consumer-facing app, Deo will also be on the premises with a table to like help you download the app and help you understand what they built and why they built it. It's really interesting. It's like, don't use social media as much and you get rewards and you get to buy cool stuff. So it's like, don't give the oligarchs your money and your capital and your attention, and you get to be a consumer. Like, you get to buy things that you want because you get the benefit of not giving money and attention to somebody else. So really interesting premise there. Reminds me a lot of BeMinder from back in the day, the Portland Sea Fund company that now I'm going to need to find a link to BeMinder. But anyway, all that being said, if you're able to get on the RSVP list, or if you somehow come off the wait list, I look forward to seeing you on Tuesday, April 8th. Should be a good event. Completely non-alcoholic NA event this time around. We've got some vendors there. I know PDX Water will be there. I know some other vendors there. Family friendly. If you're like, I would really like to go, but I'm taking care of my kid, or like I need to like go to a kid sporting event and then show up how to bring your kid. Family friendly. All PI events are family friendly unless otherwise noted, because your kids are part of our community too. So it's always open to that kind of thing. Looking forward to it. You know me, I start stressing out right now. We're like, ooh, so many people RSVP'd. It's gonna be like 5 people in the room standing there staring at their toes, not wanting to talk to one another. But I hope, otherwise I hope a few of you show up. So if you RSVP'd, please show up, come hang out. Please get to meet other people in your community. April 8th, 5 o'clock. It'll run until about 8 or so. Look forward to seeing you there. Okay, finally, the thing I promised at the beginning. I'm sorry that I'd already written my script and had it all figured out in my head, and I practiced a little-ish, and then I went to this event in Vancouver, and I was like, oh my God, this is so amazing. I need to share this with folks because they need to know about it immediately. And I went up to the organizer, went up to Dave Barkas, and I'm like, is this public? Can I talk about this? Because I don't want to be talking out of school if you're not ready for this to be more public. And he's like, no, go ahead, talk about it. So, Vancouver, Washington, which if you're not familiar with the geography of Portland, if for some reason you're watching this from somewhere else, I don't know why you are, but thank you. If you're watching this from somewhere else, there's Portland, which sits on the kind of like northern border of Oregon at the Columbia River. And then there's Vancouver, which sits at the southern border of Washington on the Columbia River, and we're just a bridge away from one another. So very close communities, lots of back and forth and collaboration and that kind of thing. But also, you know how it is. Like if you live near a metropolitan area, there are times where you're like, why can't I have the resources here? I don't want to have to drive across the bridge. I don't have to engage with a whole new community. Why can't my community have the resources I need? That's what we were talking about tonight. Well, last night, if you're watching this on Friday, or on Thursday, if you're watching it at some other portion of the week. The event saw a nice cross-section of Portland people, Vancouver people, new people, old people, not old people who've been here a while. I mean, I was there, so there were old people there, but lots of people intermingling, hanging out, and then a great just like description, presentation, information session on the incubator that they're planning to build in Vancouver to support startup activity. And planning to build isn't really even the right way to put it. They are going to build a startup incubator in Vancouver to support that region and the startups being built there. They're lining up financing, they're getting stuff dialed. They're just like, they're really motivated to make this happen. And there are a lot of really like passionate people who want to help make this happen. So if you're in the Vancouver area and this is of interest to you, or you're in Portland and you want to help support what's going on there, or you're in somewhere else in Washington and this is of interest to you, please reach out to Dave Barkas, who is leading this effort and really bringing the community together to form a new incubator in Vancouver, promising to engage startups and mentors and investors and the people and the things and stuff required to build a really interesting and compelling startup community in Vancouver, Washington, which would be a great complement to the activity I've seen over the past 30 years here in Portland. I'm fully behind it. I'm going to keep promoting it and keep letting you know about what's going on there. So if that's of interest to you, I hope you engage as quickly as you can. Wow, I try to get through that as quickly as possible. I hope you're doing okay. I hope you all know. I hope to see you on April 8th if you got on the list. And until we get the chance to chat again, please keep up the good work. Hello. This week, the big news, new Portland startup launch has a couple of unique things about it that I would love to tell you more about. But before we get to that, I just wanted to touch on this week. We had our second quarterly Portland startup community gathering. We had about 600 RSVPs, not 600 people showing up, but still a really good crowd, filled the space, plenty of people making connections, meeting new people, folks who had never met anyone in the Portland startup community showed up, made a lot of good contacts, folks traveled up from Bend, down from Seattle, all over. All in all, people were really happy with the event. We received some really positive feedback, and that continues to kind of bubble up on LinkedIn and other socials about the fun time that people had there. Our friends at Nedspace did not only an after party, but they did like a big pre-funk party as well. So it was just amazing the way the community always steps up and supports this effort, embraces it, and really works to help bring the community together. I'm always proud to be part of it and always happy to see people making those connections. So the next big one will happen July 8th. We've already selected the spot. It's going to be held at the Red in Southeast Portland. And the big concept, the theme, is it's going to be a cookout. Because if you've ever been to the Red, there's the gigantic the Red building. And then there's also the parking lot, which we're going to try and utilize. So we're still scheming and working on it, but rest assured, it'll be happening July 8th. We put up a save the date thing on the meetup group. So if you're interested in attending, please RSVP. Hopefully we won't have to put a cap on the number of RSVPs we get. And then, there are also a couple other events coming up that I'll talk about a little bit later. But let's first get to the big news. Why is this such big news? Well, a couple things. The company's called Deo. They are an app on mobile, and they are really designed to reward you for using social media less. And they kind of got this campaign of like, people you may recognize who may make millions, if not billions of dollars from your time online. And they're kind of set up, Deo is set up as the counterpoint to that they want to convince you to only use social a half an hour or less a day. And if you do that, if you accomplish that, you receive $5 in credits that can go toward purchases, benefits, prizes. I believe the very first reward that was redeemed was a Rumple blanket from right here in Portland, Rumple, another Portland startup company. So that was super exciting. But here are the things that I find most interesting about Deo. First, It's really rare for us to see consumer-facing apps come out of Portland, especially social consumer-facing apps coming out of Portland, or anti-social. It's not really anti-social, but it is anti-social. So that's super interesting. It's a couple of serial founders. Corey has done a few things. Patrick has done a few things, and they've combined their startup powers to run Deo, which is amazing. That's awesome. So consumer serial founders. But the one thing I do find to be the most unique twist, and if you're listening to this early on Friday morning, there's still a chance for you to take advantage of this. Deo's throwing a good old-fashioned launch party Friday evening. That's right. So you can go to launch party. If you filled out your Deo profile, I think you get a free beverage or two. They're doing a dance party. Could get crazy. It's basically come one, come all, show up at the space, hang out, meet some other people who are looking to decrease their time on social, and maybe even meet Corey and Patrick while you're there, the makers of the app. So I'm really excited about Deo. They got some good coverage in GeekWire. They had a great day on Product Hunt. I think they were trending at number 6 on Product Hunt. I think they made it into the Product Hunt newsletter. We'll see how well they do at the end of the week, but I will also link that up if you can spare a vote. I'm laying around for Deo, taking my kick in on Friday to see where they land on the week on Product Hunt list. Just super exciting to see something like this going. Lots of energy, a really good mission, and a really good ethos. And I'm just looking forward to following along on this journey. So Deo.co is where you can go to grab the app. And if it's still Friday, please take the opportunity to go to their launch party. Okay, that app launched. What if you're still working on your thing? And what if the thing you're working on happens to be a drone? Well, you are in the best state possible to be doing that kind of work. But you don't even have to be in Oregon. Our friends at the Oregon UAS Accelerator, the drone thing out in Pendleton, are seeking their next cohort of startups. Applications are due April 25th. If you apply and get in, you get a lot of benefits, mentorship. You get to go out to the flight facility and fly your drone or test your software or do other droney things out there with them. You get an amazing demo day that occurs right in line with the Pendleton Roundup, which is a world famous rodeo. So there's so many interesting aspects to the Oregon UAS Accelerator. It almost makes me want to start a drone company. Now, my drone is a little bit different than their drones. Their drones are the unpeopled aerial systems. My drone is the fact that I have a monotone, nasally voice, and I don't think that would get accepted to the accelerator. What you're working on may, so please. If you're working on a drone solution, whether you're in Oregon, whether you're in another state in the United States, whether you're somewhere else on the globe, please take the opportunity to apply for the Oregon UAS Accelerator and their summer cohort. Applications are due April 25th, 2025. Okay, I told you I had a couple other events to talk about. You may remember, I talked about this a while ago, Mitch Doherty, who I co-founded Built Oregon with, and he ran as the director for 10 years. He got hired away by the city of Portland. He works for Prosper now. He heads up the Portland Office of Small Business, and he is all about how do we help small businesses in Portland. So he came up with this concept where he's like, look, why don't we do, I call it a flash mob. It's just everybody show up at this one spot and patronize the businesses around that spot. And he was thinking through the idea, and he's finally like, let's just do this. So the place Mitch has selected for the first, what I call flash mob, what I believe he says is show up for small business event, will be happening on Ankeny Alley. So April 29th, you don't have to RSVP, but you can RSVP on Eventbrite or Meetup, just so we have an idea of how many people might want to show up. And Better Portland and Pi and a few other folks are helping with this as well, just to get people to show up. Crash Ankeny Alley. And if you're not familiar with Ankeny Alley, it's right by Voodoo Donut. It's that alley that runs down to Saturday Market, runs right by the New Market Theater, runs by Dan and Louie, which is where the oysters and things are and where things will kind of kick off. But the whole idea is, hey, on April 29th at 5 o'clock, why don't we all just show up in Ankeny Alley? And there are a bunch of restaurants and bars and other things around there that we can be customers of. We can support small business, because while building your startup and chasing your dream is always a great thing, we wouldn't be able to do it without all that caffeine from the local coffee shops, all that amazing food from the food carts and restaurants in town, the hydration from the cafes and bars and other small businesses in town that are really the foundational support for our startup community. And in very many ways, are entrepreneurs themselves. They're taking a chance on their dream, trying to build something meaningful here in Portland. And it only makes sense that the startup community comes out and shows them a little love. Now, if you can't make the Ankeny Alley meetup on April 29th, there will be more, and they will be scattered around town, but the premise will remain the same. The ethos will remain the same. What we're trying to do is show support for small businesses in our community, especially right now, those downtown that may be suffering more than most. But we will look to do this time and time again. We will be proud to collaborate with the Office of Small Business to make this happen. And I always make sure you have a heads up so that you can show up and come hang out with us. I look forward to seeing you at Ankeny Alley. All right, back to kind of geeky startup stuff. I may have mentioned this a few weeks ago. I can't remember how long ago, but there are all kinds of AI meetups. I love AI Portland. I'm such a fan of the AI Portland meetup and all the events they do. They do coffee meetups, they do evening meetups, they do talks, they do panels, they do all kinds of amazing things. They support the big Portland startup community gathering stuff consistently. I love AI Portland. It's just great. And then there's AI tinkerers. They're more hands-on. What are you doing with AI? Maybe you demo some stuff, maybe show us some things. There's Oregon Venture Fund. They do a regular Portland AI demo night. So it's not a competition. It's just show up and demo your product, no matter what kind of stage it's in. That's hosted by our friends at Oregon Venture Fund. So this is a new meetup, still AI related, and the inaugural meetup is occurring April 30th. This one is Portland AI engineers. So really getting hands-on, using AI and technology to build solutions, to test concepts, to go deeper and more technical in the world of AI. So if you've been attending AI meetups and you're like, I wish this would go a little deeper, or I wish that there were more technical content, or I wish there were more developer related discussions, AI engineers, maybe for you. So I think they're calling it PING, Portland AI engineers. So if that's your area of interest and you feel like something's been missing from your AI meetup world, I'm willing to bet that Portland AI engineers will be exactly the thing you're looking for. I'll link up their meetup group. So even if you can't attend their first event on April 30th, you'll be able to get news about what's happening with them throughout the months and years to come, because I don't think AI is going away anytime soon. And I'm really excited to see where Portland AI engineers goes. I encourage you to attend their inaugural event. It's not exactly an inaugural event, but it is definitely a reboot of a really meaningful event from the before times, before the pandemic. So this is ancient history by now, but I helped start Portland Startup Week in the before times, way back when. And I was motivated to do that because it was started by a good friend, Andrew Hyde, who apparently is such a good friend, my voice cracks, but a good friend, Andrew Hyde. He was the guy who created Startup Weekend originally, and that sprinkled all over the world. And then he was like, well, why couldn't we just do a whole Startup Week? And so that started happening all over the world. And I was lucky enough to be kind of charged with building Portland Startup Week. And I did that for a number of years. And then it seemed time to hand it off to new people to come up with better ideas than I had and to come up with new kinds of programming and more creative and innovative ways of engaging with the community. So I handed it off to Josh Carter, and wouldn't you know it, there was the pandemic thing. So Portland Startup Week, this is really getting its first official reboot since we all had to shelter in place for the pandemic. So Portland Startup Week 2025, there's already a week full of events happening, but there's always more room on the calendar. And Josh has said he doesn't care if there are competing events. So even where there are things already scheduled on the calendar, you could schedule something right alongside it. So if you have interesting ideas, if there's some event that you wanted to test drive, or like maybe a concept you had that you want to see if it'll work, or maybe you just have another event that you've been running for years and years and years, but you're willing to run it during Portland Startup Week to kind of get that network effect of all the promotion that goes on during Portland Startup Week. Don't believe me? I'm even working on programming stuff for Portland Startup Week. On May 13th, we're doing an Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage celebration, kind of like we did for Black History Month and Women's History Month. We will have a bunch of Asian American, and Pacific Islander founders and community leaders sit down with us for fireside chats at Instrument on May 13th. If you're interested in getting all the details, just sign up for the meetup group, the same meetup group for the big Portland Startup Gathering, and you will get the information that you need as that comes together. I'm really looking forward to it. If you attended the Women's History event and saw Julia Nero talk, Julia is going to serve as our host and interviewer this time around. We've made some tweaks to the format based on your feedback. We will also, as we have in the past, live stream the event, but it would be great to have you there in person. But if you can't make it, or you have family commitments, or you're traveling or whatever, we'll get the live stream up and going so you can join us virtually. I encourage you to submit your events, get it on the calendar, and get Portland Startup Week as cram-packed full of interesting startup opportunities as we can for a week. And really, let's showcase all the momentum and all the energy that's occurring in Portland right now through Portland Startup Week 2025. And that's it. Kind of short and sweet this week, but like, go to the events. Go to all the events. So many events that I covered. If you're building a drone thing, please get your drone application in. And if you have some event ideas, please submit them for Portland Startup Week. That's all I've got. Hope you're hanging in there. Hope you're doing okay. And until we get the chance to chat again, please keep up the good work. Hello. Some good news on the VC front. Apparently, there's an uptick in venture capital. Every conversation I've had this week has been about the uptick in venture capital. It seems to be something that people are excited about, but don't want to get too excited about. I'll get into that. I'll tell you more about that storyline and what's happening, as well as an example of that venture capital flowing into Portland with a $1 million raise this week. But before I get into the VC side of things, I wanted to get into the startup support organization side of things. There's an organization here in the region called TIE Oregon. TIE itself has always been a really interesting organization for Portland because they're not only kind of the educational boot camp, pitch, practice kind of organization, they also have a group called TIE Angels that's aligned with them here in town. So there's this very nice mix of not only mentorship and education, but also capital that can be deployed for early stage startups. So the big news from TIE Oregon this week is they have a new president, and it's Matt Dittrich. I'm super happy about this announcement. I knew it was coming, but really happy that it's finally been made public. If you haven't had a chance to meet Matt yet, you probably will, because every single event that I've been to, Matt's been there. He's been there, hanging out with the community, getting engaged. He's really a, kind of roll your sleeves up and do the work type of person, which I'm really excited about, probably because he's like a 6th generation Pacific Northwest farmer. But the really exciting part about this is Matt, he's been doing this work for a decade, but he's done practically everything all up and down the venture stack, which is a really interesting perspective to bring to this role, guiding this startup support organization. I mean, Matt's been an angel, his venture partner, he started his own venture fund, he's worked on 2 venture studios, he's even dabbled a little bit in private equity. So he really has an understanding of that investment stack, how capital works, how it flows, like what venture scale truly means. But I think even more importantly, he has an understanding of what founders are going through, where they need help, and where TIE Oregon can be most supportive for founders in our region who are building really interesting and innovative ideas. So I'm a huge fan of Matt. We've been, going back and forth for a very long time, and I've always appreciated not only his energy and optimism, but just, again, his willingness to get to work. So I expect nothing different of Matt in this new role. And Matt, welcome to officially being part of the startup support community. I look forward to working with you closely throughout your tenure at TIE Oregon. Did I say something about a startup raising $1 million? Yes, in fact, I did. Portland Startup Graze has managed to land a $1 million initial seed round from folks like BetaWorks and Salesforce Ventures. If you don't remember what Graze does, they're the ones who are building tooling for Blue Sky. So Blue Sky, the social media thingamajig with the kind of the tweets and those kind of update things started within Twitter, kind of as an open version of Twitter. It was spun out. Now it's its own entity. Thank goodness that happened before all the other Twitter stuff happened. But Blue Sky is an entity in and of itself. And because it's open, we see a lot of developers exploring the possibilities of Blue Sky and what potentially could be done with it. It reminds me a lot of the very early days of Twitter when the Twitter API was open and developers could build products. It would often build functionality that enhanced early Twitter, some of which would be adopted by Twitter in the future. Blue Sky's still at that kind of stage, rapidly growing. People seem to like it. Open environment where people can build tools and test things. And that's right where Graze is sitting. Graze's tooling is really focused on helping people customize feeds. So to put it another way, they're helping you create your own algorithm for how you would like to see the information and updates coming through Blue Sky. Up until now, you have to be a developer. You have to write code to build a algorithmic feed. But with Graze, it's all drag and drop. So even somebody like me can go out there and say, I want a feed like this, and I can use Graze and then build it and I go boop. And then that feed, I can share with any of you. I can build that feed. I can say, hey, here's a feed I built of stuff I like. Would you like to like that stuff and read that stuff too? And you can say, yes, absolutely. And I would go, great. Here's my feed of Blue Sky that shows us the stuff we want to see. And basically that's what Graze does. So they raised $1 million to help them, kind of keep up with Blue Sky. Blue Sky slowed down a little, but it's still moving really, really fast. And so this will help with growth and hiring and all those kind of things. I'm just super excited because it's right in that traditional Portland tech sweet spot of engineers building tools for other engineers, or to enable individuals who aren't developers to work with code in ways that makes it easier. So now the uptick in VC that people can't stop talking about. The talk of the town this week is the uptick in venture capital. I really appreciate Malia Spencer highlighting this. It came from some PitchBook data and other organizations that track venture capital and what's happening. But if I'm understanding it correctly, in Q1 of 2024, Q1 of last year, there was only about 58, let's say $60-ish million of venture capital invested in Portland during that quarter. In the first quarter of 2025, $170 million was invested. So, like almost 3x what was quarter over quarter, 3x investment. So that's a nice uptick to see. And there were a couple really big rounds that fell outside that. They fell into Q2, into April. And so people are like, don't get your hopes up, but like it's a positive sign for building venture scale companies in Portland. There are, now we can kind of start to rattle off a few of those companies like Sturdy and Eclipsium and others. So I don't want to get my hopes up, but I think we're seeing a little bit of a thawing of the venture capital community, and other VCs in town are like, yes, positive, but cautiously optimistic. So I just wanted to let you know that first quarter 2024, 60 million, this quarter 2025, 170 million. Positive uptick in VC activity. I don't want to steal Malia's thunder, so I'll link up the Portland Business Journal article so you can read more if you're interested. But all in all, cautiously optimistic about venture capital in Portland and in Oregon as a whole. Sorry, my voice is so rough and I'm kind of stuffed up, but tree pollen is no joke right now. My immune system is on full alert. So bear with me. Let's get through this. I want to make sure you have all the news, but I also don't want to subject you to an even more nasally and monotone voice than you're used to. All right, hang in there. Let's keep going. Remember a few weeks back, I talked about 18F, the 18F, which was the tech group at the federal government level that really used really innovative thinking, kind of startup thinking around technology to help entities, organizations, departments, bureaus at the federal level improve what they were doing, create efficiency through technology. Well, unfortunately, that group, 18F, was shuttered and everybody was let go in a very unceremonious kind of way. But here in Portland, Ron Bronson, who was the director of design, I might be flubbing his title, I apologize if I am. But anyway, Ron said, kind of in a phoenix rising from the ashes kind of way, if I'm not going to be doing this work at the federal level, maybe we can find ways to use that energy and insight and innovation for Portland. And so he launched Portland Digital Core. And too much fanfare. And usually I'm willing to give folks a little breathing room. I'm like, yeah, you announced it. Now get your ducks in a row and figure out what's going on and start gradually doing things. But Portland Digital Core is having none of that. They hit the ground running. They have a GitHub instance that you can follow if you're a GitHub type. They have a Discord if you want to join and just hang out and see what's going on with the Portland Digital Core. If you want to volunteer, obviously you can sign up to do that. And if you're a volunteer, you're like, what am I going to work on? Well, let me tell you, because I've already got 3 projects that they're working on for nonprofit entities. One of them is very near and dear to my heart. It's Built Oregon. So they were willing to work on a project for Built Oregon. So there are volunteers focused around that one. There's the Cape Perpetua Collaborative that they're working on. So if you want to volunteer for that effort, that's available too. And then finally, Families for Safe Streets. So these are the 3 initial projects where people can kind of get together, learn how to work with one another, really deliver some interesting work product for some nonprofits, and then get out. Like this, I want to restate something I've heard Ron say several times, which is like, this is not like a long-term engagement. This is like parachute in, fix the problem, do the thing, get out. So really quick turn projects designed to be impactful to the organization, but not designed to be this kind of long-term consulting or development arrangement with these organizations. And I think right now, every little bit helps. So if that is inspiring to you, if you're a developer or you have any other skill set that you believe could contribute, maybe you're UX, maybe you're QA, maybe you are a technical writer, maybe you can help with some other aspect. Maybe you're like me, maybe you're like, I don't know much, but I can write things or tell people about things, whatever. I think they would love to have you. Please take the opportunity to volunteer for the Portland Digital Core. And I look forward to sharing these projects once they're complete. Speaking of engineers, I want to remind people that the first Portland AI Engineers Meetup, the inaugural meetup of AI engineers, is happening April 30th. So still a little ways out, but because it's a new one, because they're still building the community and organizing the things and the stuff, I just want to remind you, if you have been looking for something more technical around AI, something more developer or engineering focused, this may be the meetup for you. So please, if that's your area of interest, I'll link up Portland AI Engineers and take the opportunity to attend their very first meetup, April 30th. So I've got a couple of events, 3 actually, that I'm involved in, working on, helping with. So I just wanted to let you know, in case you want to show up, come hang out, come participate in these amazing events. The one I wanted to primarily talk about is our May 13th event, which is another series of fireside chats with startup founders and community leaders focused on AAPI Heritage Month. So Asian American and Pacific Islander folks in our community who have been founders, who have brought community together. We really wanted to give the opportunity for them to sit down, talk a little bit more about what they were doing, share some of their stories. So that will be happening May 13th at Instrument. I'll link up the RSVP. Space is limited. This is one of those spaces where we can only get 100 or so people in there. So please, if that's of interest to you, RSVP as quickly as you can. We will also try to live stream it because people have said several times, please live stream these things. And we want to make sure that as many people as possible have access to these kind of events. So we will definitely try and live stream it. And then it's also important to note that May 13th happens to fall during Portland Startup Week 2025. So this will not be the only event happening that week. That whole week will be jam-packed with startup-focused events. So even if you can't make the AAPI event, make sure to take a look at the Portland Startup Week 2025 calendar so you can get an idea of all the events that are happening and things you might want to attend. And if you are an event programmer, please make sure that if you have an event happening that week, that you get it on the calendar, or if you would consider programming an event that week, make sure and propose that and get it on the calendar as well. And just the idea is it's a week to celebrate all the amazing events that happen for the Portland startup community and the organizations who host and organize and program those events. It's really your best opportunity to get exposure to the widest selection of organizations and events in the community, or it's your opportunity to kind of ride the wave of the promotion around Portland Startup Week and maybe get more people to events that you're programming and hosting. So it's a win-win-win-win-win situation with Portland Startup Week. I hope you take the chance to participate by showing up, or even potentially by starting your own event. And then a couple other events that I just want to touch on. April 29th is the Ankeny Alley kind of flash mob, show up to support small business. No agenda, no nothing, just show up, hang out with other people from the Portland startup community and the broader community, and really just patronize the businesses along Ankeny Alley. Just be there, spend a little money, and show these small businesses in Ankeny Alley that you appreciate them and what they're doing, and the fact that they're part of the Portland business ecosystem and really part of, in many ways, the entrepreneurial community that we have here. So this will happen a variety of places throughout the city in coming months, but this is really the inaugural Ankeny Alley Portland Office of Small Business. I might see if I can convince Mitch that we do something in alphabetical order since he started with Ankeny Alley. Maybe the next one is a Belmont or a Burnside or something along those lines. So we'll get that. Mitch will get that figured out. He'll tell me, I'll tell you, and then we'll all show up. So let's practice that this time. Mitch told me, I told you, you all show up, and he and I will show up, and we'll all be there, and we'll do the thing, support the businesses. It'll be great. Show up for small business, a kind of flash mobby kind of thing, April 29th. And then the other thing, this is a ways out, but I want to make sure you're there, is July 8th. We are, to save the date, save July 8th, in the evening. We're taking over the Red in Southeast Portland there on Salmon. Going to have both the parking lot and the building. It's going to be the Portland Startup Community Cookout. So lots of food involved. Should be fun. Like our other big events, no real programming. Just show up, hang out, meet people. We received feedback from the first two events. So we're making a few tweaks, things here and there, improving some things, changing some things, bringing some things back from the first event that didn't happen in the second event, taking some things from the second event and incorporating them with other things from the first event to make the third event. Because 1 + 1 = 3. So please show up July 8th. Again, I'll link it up. Would love to see you there. Because the venue is so big, I'm really hoping we don't have to cap the RSVPs this time around, but better to get your name on the RSVP list now so you don't have to worry about it later down the road. And as we get more information, more details, I will make sure to share that information with you. And of course, we'll probably keep talking nonstop about the July 8th event because I'm so excited about it. Like, it could be a really big, fun thing for the community, but also beneficial. So could provide value, could be entertaining. We'll just have to wait and see how it comes together, won't we? Okay. So see you April 29th, Ankeny Alley. Potentially April 30th, Portland AI Engineers. May 13th for the AAPI Fireside Chats event at Instrument as part of Portland Startup Week. See you at other events during Portland Startup Week. And then finally, last but not least, see you July 8th at the Red for the Portland Startup Community Cookout. Okay, I'd save this to the end because it's stuff about me. I had the opportunity to be on a couple podcasts, got to talk about things I don't usually talk about, still startup related, like still startup stuff and that kind of thing, because that's the thing people like to talk to me about. So I got the opportunity to do that with the Startup Success podcast, really talking about building startups outside of Silicon Valley. So, like, you know, in my estimation, there's the Bay Area and then there's practically everywhere else. And startup stuff that works in the Bay Area doesn't generally work most other places. So having spent 30 years building startups in Portland, I think I have kind of an interesting perspective on what it's like to build startups outside of the Bay Area. The other benefit being stuff that works in Portland is more likely to work elsewhere around the globe than stuff in Bay Area, San Francisco, Silicon Valley world, because that's a very different ecosystem, and Portland is quite different from that. And so hopefully my insights are valuable in that regard. And what I did, I laughed because it's kind of an ironically named podcast. It's called the 5-Minute Startup, but really great conversation, really enjoyed it. But it ran far longer than 5 minutes. In fact, it's almost 3 hours long, the conversation we had there, and talking about all kinds of things. Like, if you're curious about some of my background or history, there's some of that there. Talk a ton about Portland and the experience here and things like that. Some going through the basics for if you're thinking about starting a startup, or like the reality of venture capital or all this kind of thing. So, I mean, 3 hours went really quickly. I won't lie. We probably could have kept talking for another 3 hours easily, but if that's of interest to you, I'll go ahead and link that up as well. 5-Minute Startup, full length podcast that almost runs 3 hours. I don't like to make this a me episode. I just want to share this stuff with you about the events and the podcast. All right, that's it. Hope you're hanging in there. Until we get the chance to chat again, please keep up the good work. Hello. Okay, this week I'm being very serious. We have a lot to get through. There's a lot of news, and there's Portland Startup Week 2025, which I've kind of teased on a few other episodes, but now we're getting serious. Now the calendar's coming together. I have a lot of events to take you through that I want you to attend for Portland Startup Week. So, you know, that's going to be the bulk of this. We have some other stories here and there, some fundraising, that kind of thing. But before we get to any of that, you know, I wanted to take a moment to celebrate a small win. I was looking at the stats on the blog, and it turns out that I have now published 5,500 posts to Silicon Florist since 2007. You know, just an accomplishment. I'll be at 6,000 before you know it, or maybe 10,000. I don't know. Who knows how long I'll keep doing this? I've been doing it for 17 plus years now. I might as well make it to like 20 or something. Anyway, that's my small win. Just want to celebrate that. We're getting to the Portland Startup Week stuff. Just hang on. If you follow me on LinkedIn, you know that when I post these videos, I do shout outs to folks who were mentioned during the episode or who were intended to be mentioned. Maybe I mentioned their company, things along those lines. Today, I just wanted to take the opportunity really quickly to actually shout out a few people. But first and foremost, Yalda, thank you so much for your comments every week. There are multiple comments usually, and I really enjoy your feedback and insights on each episode and try and respond to every single one of them. So thank you. You make this YouTube spot a much better place. So I really appreciate your comments. Second, Caroline, if this is Monday morning and you're having your morning coffee while you're watching this, you may need a couple cups, maybe even a pot, because we've got a lot of information to get through. And finally, Marcelino. Mars just wanted to give you a shout out this week for, if you don't know Mars, he runs a company, founded a company called Photon Marine. And this week, Photon Marine had New Lab in town for a number of days. They were touring all of Portland. They had many gatherings with many people from the Portland area. I had the opportunity to attend at least one. I wish I could make more. The New Lab people were great. If you're not familiar with New Lab, they are really at the forefront of creating workspace for people who are bringing innovative solutions, climate tech solutions, really critical solutions for our planet into being. And if you've ever been to New York and seen the Brooklyn Navy Yards, that's the New Lab that we're talking about. They've also got projects in Detroit and other places, but they were in Portland just kind of touring around, hanging out with Photon Marine and learning more about our community. That's about all I can say right now, but I'll definitely keep you posted on the New Lab story. And of course, as always, on Photon Marine, because I love watching what they're doing. If you're not familiar with Photon Marine, they create an EV outboard motor for shipping boating fleets for commercial use, and are really doing something meaningful with technology that is positively impacting our planet and helping make it a better place to live. So thanks to the whole Fifth Marine crew for all the work they did this week, and to New Lab for coming out, hanging out, spending some time in Portland, and getting to know the people and companies here. I already look forward to your next trip out to Portland. Okay, so that's it for the actual shout outs. But speaking of people visiting Portland, a couple weeks back, I mentioned this thing where I was like, look, here are 4 key insights I took away from this meeting with a VC who was visiting. That VC was Clarence Bethia from True Ventures. And if you didn't get a chance to sit down with Clarence while I was here, I have very good news for you, because Stephen Green sat down with Clarence and had him on the Pitch Black podcast. It released, I believe, last week, but I went ahead and posted it this week just to give it another kind of bump so that people are paying attention to it. I'll go ahead and link that up here, but it's really good insight into, not only Clarence, but the way that any VC kind of looks at deals, how you should communicate with them, what you should expect out of a relationship with a VC. So well worth a listen. Please take the time to listen to that. And honestly, every episode of the Pitch Black podcast, it's just been great. And as things come up that are specifically in the space of startups or venture capital or those kind of things, I'll make sure and share those with you so you have access to those as well. But I highly recommend subscribing to the Pitch Black podcast just so you get every single episode. If you listen this far, this is a secret. Now, next week, we're doing the April 29th meetup in Ankeny Alley. It's really designed to support the small businesses along Ankeny Alley, and a number of people are showing up, but I want to sweeten the deal a little bit. So just because you're listening to this on YouTube or on the podcast, I wanted to put this out there. If you show up to Ankeny Alley while I am there, I will buy you a beverage. Just show up, get a beverage, hang out, maybe do a little more kind of shopping or eating or drinking along Ankeny Alley that evening and support all the people there. Please, it would be great to have you do that. But first and foremost, I would just like to convince you to come down there with the promise of a free drink. So I'll probably be at Shanghai Tunnel, maybe. I think they have outdoor seating. If not, I'll be somewhere. You just have to come find me in Ankeny Alley. I look like this. This is what I look like. If you're listening to the podcast, that's not going to help much. But for you, those of you on YouTube, this is what I look like. Find me. We'll get you a beverage and we'll hang out in Ankeny Alley. Okay? So, but don't shh. This is a podcast exclusive. So don't go telling everybody. It's just you and just between you and me. Free drink for you if you show up. Ankeny Alley, April 29th. Look forward to seeing you there and buying you a drink. Okay. Ankeny Alley is a community gathering. Speaking of community gatherings, what's coming up May 12th through May 16th, 2025. That's right. It's the reboot of Portland Startup Week. Now, I've given you the history about this before, but just as a refresher, I helped start Portland Startup Week way back when, I don't even know, 2015, somewhere 24, somewhere back there before the pandemic. I helped start it. I used to organize it, program it, work with everybody, that kind of thing. As we got into 2018, 2019, I was like, I need to hand this off to somebody else. Josh Carter raised his hand. I think at the time he was at WeWork Labs, if I'm remembering correctly. But anyway, Josh was like, no, I totally want to do that. I'll take over Portland Startup Week. And then what happened? Of course, the pandemic. So no Portland Startup Weeks for a while. And then we were kind of testing the water, and it just didn't seem like the right time until now. And so Josh has officially rebooted Portland Startup Week with Portland Startup Week 2025. There's a full calendar throughout the week, tons of events. And so what I wanted you to do, what I wanted you to do, show up. What I want to do for you is to read off all of the events that are happening during the week. I'll try and do it as quickly as I can. I'll have to look down at my script to make sure that I'm getting all of the events, because there are a lot. But hopefully you'll hear something and be, hey, I need to know more about that. And of course, I'll link everything up so you have access to all that. You can go to the calendar, you can RSVP, you can do all those things. But first and foremost, I just wanted you to have an understanding of the variety, the number, the days that are busier than other days. So let's get into Portland Startup Week 2025. Here is the schedule as it now stands. There may be other events added later, and if so, I will let you know next week what additional events have been added to the calendar. Okay, let's go. Monday, May 12th, Upstart Collective Open Co-working, Data-Driven Biohacking, and the PDX Startup Week Kickoff Party. On to Tuesday, May 13th, we've got OEN's Morning Run, Founder Coffee, a Rad Workday, which features co-working and a roundtable discussion. Girls Just Want to Have Funds Happy Hour. We have Startup Founders, Where Are They Now? Celebrating AAPI Heritage Month. So Asian American, and Pacific Islander folks will be the guests at those fireside chats. Climate Innovators and Community Celebration, Hike and Reflect, Rediscover Meaning in Your Startup Career. Now, on to Wednesday, May 14th, Latino Founders Sip and Learn Coffee, Trends and Opportunities for Portland Founders and Investor Perspective, Nailing Product Market Fit, a workshop for customer centricity. OEN May Pub Talk, Networking in Portland, New Tech PDX, another reboot, an event that was huge prior to the pandemic, now coming back in Portland Startup Week. New Tech PDX used to be one of those 300, 400 people would show up every month for this event. I'm eager to see it rebooted and see what the attendance is, so keep an eye out on New Tech PDX. Ty Oregon's having a virtual pitch club and Women Entrepreneurs quarterly networking meeting. Now Thursday, May 15th, Build a Startup in 90 minutes, fundraise faster with Bread and Butter Ventures. Apparently everything's fast this day. Startup Week Live, podcast will be recorded, Reverse VC Pitch is happening, Beers with Engineers, a speed bragging event, Demolicious is happening that night with the Portland Startup Week edition. I think it's special that night, so keep an eye on Demolicious. And of course, our friends at AI Portland are having Hello World, Demystifying AI, ML, and LP. Finally, Friday, May 16th, the final day of Startup Week, AI Portland's having a 0 to 1 build challenge. Startup Cafe at the Hub, as it happens regularly, will be held that week as well. Learn to bend so you won't break, a relaxation session for startup founders, Not Your Dad's Angel Investing, and the closing party, which will be held at Wonderlove, that wacky food cart pod there on the east side. So that's the full week for you. Again, you can attend one event, you can attend many events. A lot of these events are free, some of them charge, but play it by ear. Do what you want to do. Go to as many of these events as you possibly can. It's a great way to engage with the community. Really, all in all, Portland Startup Week is just designed to celebrate the startup community and also highlight the events, many of which occur throughout the year, but give them the chance to be highlighted as part of the Portland Startup Week celebration. So I encourage you to get out to at least one event, even if it's just the opening party or the closing party. Please take the opportunity to engage with the community during Portland Startup Week 2025. I told you there'd be some fundraising, so let's talk about that. Araceli Biosciences, it's a biotech company. That's unique. We've been hearing fundraising pretty much every week. It's been a good year for fundraising in Portland and in Oregon so far. Araceli raised $11.2 million, and what they do is AI-enabled imagery and scanning as part of drug discovery. I'm just talking out my ass. I don't really. That's what they do in very, very layperson's terms. I'm sure they can explain it much more clearly. And it's really interesting to finally see, after so much effort by like our friends at Turoczy and other bioscience and biotech focused folks, to see a biotech company being celebrated and getting some funding to continue building their solutions here in Portland. I look forward to following along on this and maybe even learning exactly what it is they do. They do drug discovery. I know that much, and I know it's got some AI and some imagery kind of stuff. But I'll link up the video. I'll link up their site, and you can maybe come back and tell me what they do. Maybe we trade spots, and you explain to me what the drug discovery kind of things they're doing are. Okay, cool. Okay, couple applications. One that's due, if you're listening to this on Friday, due today. So if you're listening to this on Saturday or later, I don't know, you can try. Maybe they'll accidentally leave the applications open, but they're due today, April 25th, 2025, for the Oregon UAS Accelerator. That's the one out in Pendleton for the drones and the drone adjacent kind of pursuits and startups. You get a whole bunch of like money and mentorship and space and flight facilities, and you get to do a demo day in kind of conjunction with the world famous Pendleton Roundup, the big rodeo out there in Pendleton. So whole bunch of benefits and perks for being part of the Oregon UAS Accelerator. If you are working on a drone solution, no matter where you are, you can come from wherever. I think they got a company from Singapore in one of the classes. So like, if you're working on drones, this is by far the best accelerator program in the world for people focused on drone or drone adjacent solutions. Please quit listening to me. Go get your application in so that you potentially have a chance to be in the next cohort. Speaking of applications that are due, our friends at TIE Oregon have opened up their Columbia River Pitch competition applications. They're due by May 12th. If you don't remember Columbia River Pitch, let me remind you about TIE Oregon and the way they run the program. So what used to happen was TIE Oregon ran this once a year huge pitch event called Pitch Oregon. And after analyzing how that went and where the opportunities really were within Oregon, they decided to split that into 3 separate events. So you have Westside Pitch, which is coming up very quickly. You have the Columbia River Pitch, which is the one that the application is due for by May 12th. That covers Multnomah County in Oregon, as well as Clark County in Washington. If you're not familiar with the geography around here, we're right near the Oregon-Washington border. Vancouver, Washington is just across the Columbia River from us. So what TIE does is kind of combine that into one pitch event. So if you're from, southwestern Washington, or if you're from northwestern Portland, Oregon, then that's a good pitch competition for you. If you're in Multnomah County or Clark County. And then of course they finally have the Clackamas County pitch. And trivial fun fact, you're not from the area, 3 separate counties come together within the Portland city limits: Washington County, Multnomah County, and Clackamas County. And so it's this really interesting dynamic that we had to establish the first regional government of its kind, which we call Metro, that's designed to help navigate some of that multi-county, among county activity. So there's your trivial fact for the day that will make you just the life of the party at your next cocktail party. You can just talk about Metro and how it's the first regional government of its kind. Yeah, you're welcome. Anyway, back to TIE Oregon Columbia River Pitch. Applications due May 12th. I think there are 2 levels. I think there's a pre-seed and a seed. But anyway, if you're in Multnomah County, Washington County, get that in. Now, I touched on the Washington County one, the West Side pitch. Now, I talked about applications being due a while ago. What's going on with that? Well, it's happening May 8th, and they've given us the people. And again, I'm going to need to look at my script because I want you to know the companies that are pitching. I'm not going to tell you what they do because I want you to show up and see them pitch and see who wins. But I will tell you who will be taking the stage for the West Side pitch competition on May 8th. Are you ready? Would you like to know that? Cool. Well, then let me tell you. There's Black Book Funner, Lack to Love, Says Us, Surgivance. I don't know how to pronounce it, but that's kind of what it is. And then finally, Tortoise Sportswear. Tortoise, Tortis, not tortoise like a turtle with legs. So the companies that will be taking stage on May 8th, if you would like to attend, they are still selling tickets, I believe, and they often live stream the events as well. So I don't know if they're planning to live stream this one, but they may. If they do, I want you to know so you can access that live stream because we still have a little time until that happens. So yeah, that's kind of what we gotten today in the news, in the recap. Speaking of recaps and my bad segues, I did want to mention that I have also rebooted a feature from the olden days of Silicon Florist, which is, the one that has 5,500 posts on it. Some of those posts back in the day were what I like to refer to as links arrangements. I'm a florist. I make arrangements of links. So what I do is I say, hey, this is an interesting story. I don't really have time to write it up, but I want the people to know about it. Or this is a broader startup story. It's tangentially related to what is going on in the Portland startup community. I think it's important that people know about that stuff too. So I save all those links every day, and then once a day, I create them up into a big post for you called the Silicon Florist Links Arrangement, and then I publish that to the blog. And so what you can do is take that and just kind of click through and learn about things and encounter new stuff. It's kind of like those newsletters you get that are like, hey, here are all the important stories you need to pay attention to. It just comes in the form of a blog post. So once a day, if there are enough links, once a day I will publish those links so you have access to that stuff just on weekdays. I won't bug you with it on the weekends. On the weekends, I bug you with the newsletter. So sign up for the newsletter. And just making sure that I'm doing a better job of getting you the news you need to stay informed, but also getting rid of some of the 5,000 open tabs I have in my browser. So it's a win-win for both of us. You get more information. I have my browser taking far less of the memory on my machine. So, we're both winners here. So I hope it's helpful. And I hope you enjoy it because I'm going to keep doing it for a while and see how well it works. It used to work really, really well. It used to be beneficial for me and the people who are reading the blog. I'm hopeful that it remains just as helpful for everyone this time around. Okay, cool. Well, as always, I hope this was helpful. I hope you're hanging in there. And until we get the chance to chat again, please keep up the good work. Hello. Is it time for Portland to get out of the nostalgia, quit focusing on the way that Portland was, and move on? That was the most popular question on the blog this week, and it sparked conversation, debate, perspective, anger. I'll definitely talk about that as it was the most popular struggle before I get there. A couple posts came across my desk this week, and they were kind of like not at odds with one another, but they were different sides of a perspective around AI and what it could potentially do to the venture capital industry. One side of it, and I'll link both of these up so you can read them. I just found it interesting that they both kind of happened at the same time. One side was talking about AI in terms of how businesses were developing products, or how big businesses had to be to develop products. This was interesting to me because I often talk with people about how the advent of AI feels very similar to me to the advent of cloud architecture. Prior to the cloud, no matter how big a tech company was, whether it was a startup or a going concern, they often needed a room full of servers and an IT group to manage those servers. And as they grew, the number of servers grew, the amount of IT people grew, and then of course they still needed the people to develop the product and market the product and sell the product and run the business and all those kind of things. All by way of saying that back in the day, prior to the cloud, when everybody was serving their own stuff, you needed a lot of real estate to hold that stuff. And the amazing thing for me about cloud architecture and how it changed the world of startups was largely around real estate. No longer did you need a significant footprint, a significant office to build a company. You can have, just the people who are doing the things and building the stuff, a very small group of people, and they could be pushing stuff to the cloud and you'd be accessing it through a browser or software as a service. And it really reduced the complexity of how big a company needed to be to potentially be successful. Okay, so cloud causes this reduction in staffing sizes in technology. AI is having a very similar effect. And not only is it reducing the number of people needed to build products that have the potential to achieve a significant trajectory, it also reduces the time to market, or the time it may take folks to get a viable product out there. So in a world where you don't need a ton of real estate, you're not incurring a ton of costs in terms of hosting and delivering your software, and you're not needing a huge runway to build up software to bring to market to start generating revenue and start supporting your company on revenue alone, where does VC fit in there? And that's the question. Like, is AI going to disrupt VC in that companies will not need to sell their equity to get capital to have runway if they can move fast and super nimble? So that's one side. And then the other side is Mark Andreessen. I don't know, whenever Mark Andreessen writes anything, it just blows up on the internet for obvious reasons. But this one came across my desk, and his premise was that being a venture capitalist, being a VC, is something that is probably not going to be disrupted by AI anytime soon. That the people who serve those roles are making such nuanced and informed decisions that it's not something that artificial intelligence can necessarily do effectively. So while on one side, business is being disrupted, maybe negating the need for significant venture capital at early stages, and on the other side, AI may have absolutely no effect on the people making those decisions about the companies that do need capital. So it's just, I don't know why, it's not even a dichotomy. It was just like an interesting two things to hit my desk simultaneously, and really just got me to thinking about the broader industry and the impact of AI on the industry, rather than just specific tactical applications of AI or certain roles being affected by AI. This kind of seemed to, at the same time, talk about the impact of AI on the economic dynamics of the startup community, and especially on a community that has mythologically predicated its existence on venture capital. Whether that is a reality or not, these dynamics changing in that storyline could have significant short-term and long-term effects for the world of startups. So let's get back to that Portland nostalgia thing. So the post, which was written by Angel Medina, is Time to Move On was the title. It really takes you through this pervasive desire to reflect on how Portland was prior to the pandemic, and really getting wrapped up in that nostalgia in almost a way that is debilitating or prevents people from moving forward to think about how Portland could be. Now, if you're not familiar with Angel, he has started a number of coffee shops here in town, a number of restaurants, highly recognized and lauded restaurants and coffee shops. His perspective is it's hospitality. It's the food, it's the beverage, it's the bars, it's the coffee shops. It is this moment in time that we seem to nostalgically remember as being such an amazing time, really centered around that hospitality. And the post is just great. I just loved that he took a position, he has a point of view, and he sticks with that point of view and premise and hypothesis. But again, from my perspective as someone who enjoys well-written things, I immediately had the opportunity to adopt that template and say, how could I reflect on the startup community in this context? How could I reflect on the small business community in this context? How could I reflect on consumer products and what they mean to Portland? So I would encourage you to read the whole piece, but I would just like to give you an amuse-bouche or hors d'oeuvre to this piece. So this is a passage I would like to read from Time to Move On by Angel Medina. The old Portland only ever existed because of Portland's culinary scene that made Portland relevant in the first place. It existed because Feast gave Portland's food scene national credibility. Sprinkle in a few celebrated beer festivals, some summer concerts, and even the occasional marquee sporting event, and there was no city that could touch Portland. This place was big enough to be relevant, but small enough for tourists to experience every quadrant and every one of its micro neighborhoods over one weekend. It still does. So it still has that, still has these elements. And I love that. Big enough to be relevant. I love that because I always say Portland's big enough to be statistically relevant, but small enough that one person can still make a difference. And I believe that. And I believe people taking these positions, whether you agree with them or completely disagree with them, people standing up and voicing these kind of things about Portland, its potential, and what we need to do to help build the next version of the city, I think are all critically important. So I realize not exactly startup oriented, but definitely oriented toward Portland, definitely oriented to what Portland can be or could be, and what we all need to do to help move the city forward. So thank you, Angel, for penning that piece and for pissing people off and getting other people who lauded the work. I don't know why this is such a heady episode. I'm not an intellectual, but I'm talking about the literary construct of a blog post. I'm talking about the potential conflict of these two other pieces and what that means for our industry. Kind of going in a little bit of a strange direction for what I usually do, but this is where my head is today. Like that, this is what I see happening, and these are the things that were interesting to me, and apparently interesting to you, because these are the things that were bubbling up on the blog as the most popular post. Okay, maybe this is why I'm feeling so literary this episode. Turns out, Jelani Memory, founder of A Kid's Book About, which became A Kid's Co, was recognized, as was A Kid's Co, by the 2025 Oregon Book Awards. Jelani received an award for his work around children's literature with his series of books and other media for kids, helping parents and kids have difficult conversations. I don't want to misspeak on the name of the award, so I want to read it off. It is the Walt Morey Young Readers Literary Legacy Award. So it's not often you have startups winning literary awards. It's not often you have the show being so literary. So it's a special show in many ways. But congratulations to Jelani, the company he built, and for getting a recognition that is so richly deserved. Congratulations on making it to May, a whole new month, a month of celebrating Asian American, and Pacific Islander heritage. It's that month in terms of recognizing people, and it happens to be the month that also hosts Portland Startup Week. Now, two of those have some crossover because we're hosting a Startup Founders and Startup Community Leaders Where Are They Now event, our kind of fireside chat event that brings all kinds of folks from Built Oregon and Pitch Black and Pi and other community efforts together to really just learn from people who've either been here a while, people we may have lost touch with, people who are newer to the community, but doing really interesting and meaningful things. That's what that whole series is about. And because it is AAPI month, we are focused on AAPI founders and community leaders. So I wanted to let you know, because one of the critiques, the feedback from some of the events we've been running is people would like more context. Like, who are these people I'm seeing on stage before they get on stage? Like, how do I do my homework so I'm prepared to better immerse myself in the experience and learn from these folks, or understand the context from which they are speaking? And so I thought it would be helpful if I just gave you the alphabetical list of the speakers who will be doing the fireside chat. Of course, our host doing the interviews will be Julia Nero, who is a Pi alum and mentor, and a YC alum, and a Techstars alum, and an alum. And she was a guest during our fireside chats focused on women founders, and she was kind enough to come back to host this one and be the one chatting with these folks. But in any case, let me take you through the folks who are going to be there talking to you, the audience, at Intimate, May 13th, part of Portland Startup Week, totally free. There may also be a little surprise for people who show up. We're working on a little thing potentially. So please, there's still room. Please RSVP. Show up, hang out with us at Instrument, and get to hear more from these folks who I'm going to read off to you right now. Pat Chung from the Metro Region Innovation Hub, Zhou Fong from Intersectional Group, John Furukawa from Uncorked Studios, Kimiko Matsuda from Malden Whiskey Library and Pitch Black Food, Holly Ong from Sabeho, Tom Sollett of Asian American Town, which does Legendary Makers Market and the upcoming I Hope You Get Rich pitch competition, Ken Tamita, old school Portland startup-y type from Grove Made that makes like beautiful furniture and things and stuff, Lisa Tran from Tantan Cafe and Delicatessen, which is amazing, and she also did a line of sauces based on the work they do at Tantan, and Guang Trong from Urban Form. All of those folks will be joining us on May 13th. I hope you'll be joining us as well. And even if you can't join us, I hope you take advantage of all of the events that are occurring that week during Portland Startup Week. The schedule is filling up, stuff continues to be added, but it's easy to be busy every single day of the week during Portland Startup Week. So I hope you take advantage of it. Back when I started Silicon Florist, the blog that has since become the show, I mean, the blog's still there, but it's really just me scripting throughout the week to provide you details on the show. Way back when, the writing, the inspiration, the companies, the people I was covering largely came out of the open source community in Portland, which was very substantial at the time. And we had OSCON here, which is the largest gathering of open source folks in the world. Used to come here year after year. There were tons of like user groups and people focused on specific languages, be they Ruby or Perl or Python or what have you. Just a lot of energy around open source. So I used to spend a lot more time covering open source. Back then, one of the organizations I used to cover on a regular basis was the Oregon State University Open Source Lab. The Open Source Lab is this setup that hosts a bunch of open source projects. So if you're contributing to larger projects like Apache or Linux or Drupal or what have you, it's highly likely that OSU OSL has some role in the hosting. The problem is that, like many folks who are grant funded or sponsor funded, they've hit a rough patch and they are running short on funding. So they put out a public call to support them to help keep this project. The number they put out there is $250,000. They're asking the community to rally around this. This is something that is happening in short order. It is dire. Like by mid-May, if they don't come up with this funding, the project could suffer and potentially be shut down. So I'm just helping put the call out there. If you participate in open source, if you care about open source, if you have the wherewithal to contribute some form of support, or if you know a corporation or organization that benefits from open source that may be willing to contribute financially to saving the OSU OSL, then I would love for you to let them know about this too. But in any case, I always hate sharing news like this, but I want to make sure you know about it. So Open Source Lab in trouble, needing some funding to stay alive, and I'm hopeful that we as a community can support an organization that has done so much to support the world of open source. I want to make sure that you saw I'm caving to peer pressure. You win. You kept asking for it. You're like, hey, you should do this thing and you should do more of that. And okay. Everybody knows somebody that somebody else should know. Fine, I'm going to do it. People have been asking for me to get back into long form interview, conversational format with a guest. Honestly, they're just tired of sitting here looking at me day in and day out and would like some variety. So I hear you, heard, I'm going to do it. I'm preparing, I'm getting stuff ready, but I at least have a name for the concept. It's called the Long Con, as in the long conversations. And it's going to be me sitting down with people I've had the opportunity to encounter, meet, befriend in the 30 years I've been working in startups. So it will be, again, a longer format. I'll do stuff here on YouTube. I created a separate podcast stream. So if you're not interested in that, or maybe upon hearing that, you're no longer interested in this, whatever the case, you'll have a way of consuming the content that you want to consume. I'm scheduling people to have the conversations with. I'm getting stuff set up. So content should be rolling out here pretty quickly. I'm excited about it. I think, I really enjoy that format and having those kind of conversations. And I sincerely hope you'll enjoy it too. Okay, that's it for your literary version of the Portland startup news. There wasn't a lot of funding or product launch kind of things going on, but there were some really interesting blog posts. So I hope you have time to sit down with those posts and read them and consider them. I hope you're doing okay and hanging in there. And until we get the chance to chat again, please keep up the good work. Hello. The big news for this week is actually next week, because the big news for this week is Portland Startup Week, which is next week. They must have just give me a sec, 5,333, 5,334, 5,372 events scheduled for next week. Okay, maybe not that many, but still, there are an awful lot of events next week. I've been trying to give you day by day the Portland Startup Week events that are happening. I link to the full list. I'm trying to help you plan your week next week because there are plenty of things for you to attend, and I would love to see you out at the community events. There are morning things, lunchtime things, afternoon things, evening things. There's a live podcast, there's an opening party, there's a wrap-up party, just all kinds of things Portland Startup Week. So if you are interested in engaging with the Portland Startup community, and you're like, I don't really know where to start, I'd like to get involved, but I don't know where to go. That's what Portland Startup Week is designed to do. It's designed to give you an opportunity to engage with other people in the Portland Startup community. So hopefully you can, make connections, make friends, figure out where your people are, and get you engaged in the Portland Startup community. So that happens all next week, Monday through Friday, and maybe even a little bit Saturday. So I would encourage you to check out Portland Startup Week 2025. I will link it up so you can pick an event or 2 or 12 or 53, however many you would like to attend. We'll have a link for that, and we look forward to seeing you next week. Speaking of next week, Tuesday, in particular, selfishly, I'm part of a team helping organize an event for Portland Startup Week on Tuesday, May 13th. Another Founders, Where Are They Now? That includes both startup founders as well as community leaders, specifically focused on Asian American, Pacific Islander, Native Hawaiians, AAPI Heritage Month. We're really focusing on AAPI folks in our community and highlighting the work that they've done and the companies they've built. And here's the thing, like if you listen last, I think it's sold out. It's sold out, but RSVPs in Portland, please continue to RSVP. Like people will drop out at the last minute and you will get in. So don't worry about it, even though it's sold out. You will probably still get in, just keep RSVPing. But here's the special teaser. Last week, I intentionally avoided mentioning one of our fireside chat guests, an amazing founder, Nai Zhao, who has started a company called Charcuterie Me. She creates amazing charcuterie boards from like teeny tiny cones to gigantic feeding tables and delivers that really as a service for people. Nai has been kind enough to put together a special charcuterie cone for folks attending the Where Are They Now event, but supplies are limited. So really I was hiding it because I want you to show up. And if you show up, we'll give you a snack if you show up early enough. I'm not telling you how many are left. I'm just telling you, you need to show up. So the early attendee gets the charcuterie cone. Make sure and join us Tuesday, May 13th as part of the larger Portland Startup Week to celebrate these amazing founders and the companies that they built in our midst. I look forward to seeing you there. Founders are part of the startup ecosystem, but we also need the financial support to make this whole startup engine ecosystem thing work. And one of our favorite venture capitalists in the Portland area, Rogue Women, has an amazing program that if you have ever said, I kind of want to know what it's like to be a VC. I would like to get some of that experience to figure out if that's the thing I want to do. Well, Caroline Lewis, who runs Rogue Women, has put together a fellowship program that opens up applications every once in a while that allows a group of people to experience the world of venture capital firsthand, like what it's like landing deals, doing due diligence, working with founders, lining up funding. If you're interested in potentially becoming a VC, if you want to kind of test drive what that might be like, please look to the Rogue Women Fellows program. I would love to see you get selected to test drive some of these things with an amazing organization like Rogue Women. Applications are due soon. I will link up the application for you to fill out, and I hope you get selected. But whatever the case, always thankful that Caroline takes the opportunity to open this stuff up to folks who are just curious about venture capital, give them the experience to understand what it's like being a VC. Speaking of VC, these have dropped on Fridays the past 2 weeks. Who knows? There may be another one that drops this week after I record. But I wanted to highlight that there are 2 new Seattle VCs who are focused on investing in the Pacific Northwest. There's Fortson, which dropped a couple weeks ago, and I mentioned a couple times. Again, early stage venture capital focused on Pacific Northwest startups. And now there's Incisive Ventures, which is about a $10 million fund that dropped just last week after I recorded and published the episode. So I wanted to let you know that they're around as well. Their thesis is very much focused on the Pacific Northwest. The thing I like about Incisive Ventures is they're very explicit about what their thesis is, where they're looking to invest, and the types of companies that are interesting to them. So, I'm always telling you, do your research, understand the venture capitalists that you're thinking about pursuing, understand their thesis, where they invest, if you might be building a company that's interesting to them. And the thing I love about Incisive Ventures is they are very, very clear on exactly who they're seeking to invest in. So please read through their thesis. Of course, I'll link it up. I'm really interested to see if the company you are building matches up with their thesis. And if so, maybe you can make something happen. Okay, the kids are all excited about the AI. These days, they're doing all the AI things and chatting with the GPTs and doing all that kind of stuff. But what if you're still trying to figure out how AI impacts you or how you can get value out of AI? Well, there are 2 new events designed to help you. One is a 1-day event, pretty quick, get you through all the basics and help you understand. The other is a 3-day workshop, really intensive, help you figure out how to leverage AI, how to use it effectively, how to build things with AI and really get the most value out of it. So depending on what you're seeking, there's the quick kind of like get you up to speed. There's the in-depth kind of 3-day thing. Let me take you through both events. I'm going to read the description so that I don't make any mistakes. But these are 2 events that may be of interest to you. One is in the like $45 range. The other one is in the $199 range, but there's discounts for OEN, TAI, TAO members. That takes it down to $99. But let me describe the 2 events for you so you can make a decision about what you would like to attend. So the first one is called AI Launchpad Northwest. This session is built for leaders, teams, and professionals across small and medium-sized businesses in the Pacific Northwest. If you've dabbled in ChatGPT or heard the AI buzz, but don't know how to move from experimentation to implementation, you're in the right place with this event. Cut through the noise and embrace AI's potential with actionable plans you can use practically, responsibly, and confidently starting tomorrow, or at least the tomorrow after you attend the event. Whether you're leading a team or managing your own workload, you'll leave with tools, examples, and fresh perspective on what AI can and can't do for your role, your organization, and your future. So that's the 1-day one. That's the AI Launchpad Northwest. For the 3-day one, that's the Oregon AI Bootcamp. 3-day Oregon AI Startup Bootcamp, a hands-on program designed to help aspiring entrepreneurs turn their AI ideas into real-world ventures. This bootcamp provides foundational knowledge in business formation, as well as go-to-market and fundraising strategies. Participants will gain access to expert-led workshops and practical sessions that will cover everything from company formation and identifying market opportunities to marketing, generating sales, and how to scale. So 2 options for you if you're kind of on the periphery and wanting to get more knowledge about AI. Who knows? Maybe both. Maybe you do both. Maybe you combine 2 and like Wonder Twin powers. You become an AI expert after 4 days because you have the 1 day for the AI Launchpad Northwest and then the 3-day for the bootcamp. Or pick one or the other. Whatever meets your exact needs. I will tell you this, both of those events should be incredibly informative. I know there are a lot of great people involved in both of them. So if you are on the sidelines wondering about AI, please consider attending one or both of these events. This one snuck up on me. The Oregon Tech Awards happened this week. Oregon Tech Awards 2025 or Technology Awards. It's the annual Technology Association Awards gala thingamajig happened at OMSI. Lots of people got recognized, lots of awards for lots of folks. So I wanted to take you through the list of winners. I'm going to read them so that I don't mess anything up because the awards themselves, like each stage has creative names. And I want to make sure, of course, I get the company names right as well. So let me take you through the winners of the Oregon Tech Awards 2025. The pre-revenue award winner was Forge, emerging award winner was Currents, Rising Star award winner was Conductor 1, Accelerate award winner was Eclipsium, Growth award winner Vernier Science Education, Momentum award winner was Hydraulics, Enterprise award winner was Xtero, Most Disruptive award winner Zinc 5. And those are the awards for this year. They also give out some awards to some educators and recognizing people from community, as they always do. But yeah, I apologize. I should have been hyping this more. But again, it just kind of snuck up on me. The TAO kind of stuck one in there with all these awards. But congratulations to all the people who were recognized and all of the companies who walked away from the Oregon Tech Awards with prizes and recognition this year. Finally, this one's hot off the presses. You know I record on Thursday night, or maybe you don't, but I do. Thursday night was also the West Side Pitch competition. Shashi Jan was kind enough to text me and be like, hey, here are the winners, just so you know. So not validated, not confirmed. This is just what I've heard, so it's basically rumor mill. But just so you know, I wanted to share the West Side Pitch award winners with you. The first place big $25K check went to Says Us. Lack to Love got the $5,000 check, and the $500 audience favorite went to Black Book, the speed dating platform. So there you have it. Those are the West Side Pitch folks. We got Columbia River Pitch coming up, which is Multnomah County and Clark County. West Side Pitch is Washington County, and then potentially the Clackamas County one coming up in the not too distant future. So there it is, short and sweet. I tried to conserve your energy and time because you need to prepare for Portland Startup Week 2025. There's so much going on next week that I just want you to have the energy and the presence to be part of the community that's getting out next week. Maybe I'll run into you. If you see somebody who looks kind of like this at one of the events, it may be me, it may be somebody else, maybe a doppelganger. But if you happen to see me at one of the events this week, please come up and say hi. Make sure and attend the Tuesday event. I can guarantee I will be there because I have to run the production. But one way or the other, I'm sure we'll run into one another during Portland Startup Week 2025. Okay, cool. That's it. I look forward to seeing you next week. Hope you're doing okay. Hang in there. And until we get the chance to chat again, please keep up the good work. Hello. The biggest news item this week, a Portland unicorn. We have very few of those, but a Portland unicorn named after a whale. So maybe it's like a narwhal, acquired a New York-based company this week. That's right. Orca Security acquired a company called Opus for agentic AI features that the company will bring to the Orca security world. If you haven't heard of Orca Security, they relocated to Portland from the Bay Area in the midst of the pandemic. I believe it was late 2021. They've kept a fairly low profile. They do cloud native application protection. They do a cloud-native application protection platform. I can now see why they always use the acronym for it, CNAP. They're a CNAP company. Again, a unicorn. I think they're worth in the neighborhood of $2 billion or so the last time they had a valuation posted. The terms of the deal were not disclosed, but Opus, I think it raised about $10 million. Anyway, it's usually Portland companies that are getting acquired. This time, it was a Portland company doing the acquiring. So congrats to Orca Security on the acquisition of Opus. Look forward to seeing more from you in 2025. So Orca was the big news, but the big week-long news was, of course, Portland Startup Week 2025. I think all told, there might have been about 80 events, 80 plus. How many events have you gone to during Portland Startup Week? If you're listening to this early on Friday, some are still going, including the closing party, which is happening Friday afternoon. I plan to be there, so maybe if you swing by that closing party, we'll run into one another. I originally helped start Portland Startup Week way back in the day, but I had literally nothing to do with this. This was all Josh Carter and a team of folks that were working with him to bring Portland Startup Week to fruition. Again, bring it out of the so-called mothballs. We probably haven't done a Portland Startup Week since 2019, so it's been 5 or 6 years since we've done it. And with more than 80 events, it sounds like it was a pretty successful reboot. Please comment below, let people know who you met, how many events you went to, what you thought of Portland Startup Week. Love to hear what you thought. And I will get more news coming out of Portland Startup Week as people start to reflect on what it was like, what they enjoyed, what they learned, who they met, all the fun things that Portland Startup Week is designed to do. So more on Portland Startup Week later. Again, if you're listening to this early enough on Friday, please show up to the closing party. Let's make it a big blowout at Wonderlove, and it would be good to see you there. Please say hi. Again, I look like this. And on the podcast, I look like this. So I hope to see you there. And I hope you had a very, very good Portland Startup Week 2025. Now, as part of Portland Startup Week, I had the opportunity to work on a specific event because it happened to fall on the second Tuesday of the month. And on the second Tuesday of the month, Pi and a lot of our friends always try and do an event. This time around, we were doing another series of fireside chats. This time we were focused on celebrating Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander folks because it's AANHPI Heritage Month. And so we wanted to bring a bunch of folks from various programs who are alums, who are community leaders. So we wanted to take the opportunity to check in with them, see what they were up to. Our host was Julia Nero. She did an amazing job of kind of drawing out really important conversations and kind of tying a thread through all of the conversations. It was just a really, really good event. And I'm not just saying that because I was behind the scenes. It was the people who participated made the event great. The people who showed up made the event great. Thank you so much to Nai Zhao for bringing Charcuterie Me, for everybody that was there. All in all, just a wonderful evening. I think we also made some connections between speakers who maybe didn't know each other or who hadn't had the chance to hang out with one another. So I was just really, really humbled and pleased by the way that one turned out. I would love to see you at a future event if you didn't get the chance to make it. And if you would like to hear the conversations, of course, we recorded them for you. Now, my camera freaked out a little bit at the beginning. I was running all the camera stuff and audio stuff. The audio is great throughout. So the camera flickers a few spots here and there at the beginning. Then it straightens out. I don't know what was going on, but in any case, if you just listen to it, the audio is great throughout. So I will try and do a better job. Next time, I have one job, and I screwed it up. But the audio's there. So captured the event. Please take the opportunity to watch that. And again, if you're interested in joining us next second Tuesday, which will be the second Tuesday of June, that of course is Pride Month. So we will focus on founders who may identify as LGBTQIA+ and have conversations with them in our little fireside chat format. And our host for that one will be Carmen Olson, who is on the Built Oregon board. So already looking forward to that one. And then of course, July 8th is the big cookout. So even I would love to see you in June, but please save time for the July 8th, second Tuesday of July. Please save time for that get together. It's the big Portland Startup Community Cookout, and we just want to make it a big blowout. So it'd be great to see you there. Speaking of community, one of our newest community hubs is actually one of our oldest community hubs. That's right, NetSpace, which has been the longest running startup and co-working space in Portland. It's been doing its thing for a long, long time, 16 years, 17 years, something like that. But it's changed ownership a couple times. And the new owner, Ferris Mubarak, was featured in the Portland Business Journal this week talking about NetSpace, what they're trying to do, the kind of community they're bringing together. I highly encourage you to read the story and get Ferris's perspective on the potential of the NetSpace community and see if perhaps that community is something that would be attractive to you, because it's not the typical like tech startup-y co-working space thing. This community tends to attract more creative pursuits of all different types. So if you've been looking for people who are running agencies, other creative pursuits that are your people and you want to spend time with and potentially collaborate with or potentially work together to deliver services to someone else, highly recommend you check out NetSpace. They did a number of things during Startup Week. I hope you got the chance to go to at least one or two of their events. They opened up their doors and had a town hall and had all kinds of things available to folks. So love what Ferris is doing there. We go back and forth via DM and he's like, I love doing this stuff, but it's so draining and there's so much to do. So please, if you can, support the folks at NetSpace, attend their events. It looks like a place for you. Please sign up to be a member of NetSpace. And I continue to encourage Ferris to do all the great work and bringing that community together and really doing the job of bridging multiple communities and ensuring that everybody in the broader community is getting connected as they should be. You know how I was talking about that I used to love when people would blog all the time? Like it used to be developers would write a lot about what they were doing, or people building companies would write posts about where they were in their journey. That's kind of fallen by the wayside, I think partly because readership has fallen by the wayside, but there's still a few people who are out there who blog on a consistent basis. And one person who's been doing a consistent job of that here recently is Mike Hewlin from Paxton. Well, he was from Paxton. So Paxton AI in the legal space, award-winning, well-recognized, building an amazing startup. Mike was down in Bend, or still is down in Bend, but he's stepping aside. He was the founding CTO of Paxton, and he's stepping aside to think about maybe doing other things. Now, his previous startup was an AI startup. Paxton was an AI startup. I would venture, I guess, that Mike's next pursuit will also be an AI startup, but we just don't know what it is yet. So I will link up the post so you can get the details on what Mike has accomplished before, what he did at Paxton, why he's moving on, what the next thing might be. But I'm hopeful that Mike continues to blog the whole time so we get this insight into his journey, not only as the former CTO of Paxton, but of course, in building this new venture. If you are a startup watching this Friday the 16th, Saturday the 17th, or Sunday, May 18th, May 19th is the due date for the Columbia River pitch event. So if you're located in Multnomah County or across the river in Vancouver and Clark County, and you have a startup, you would like to pitch, potentially to get a big check and accolades and exposure and all those fun things, you gotta get your application in. Ty Oregon, need your application to select the people who are gonna be on stage, and Monday is the last day to get it in. So please, if you've got a startup and you're in Multnomah County or Clark County, get that application submitted, stop procrastinating, put your name in the hat, and we'll look forward to seeing your startup on stage at Columbia River Pitch. Speaking of going across the river, Demolicious, which has been a long time quick pitch event here in Portland that occurs on a monthly basis. People get up on stage, they do a 3-minute pitch, the audience votes at the end of the event, somebody wins the Demolicious belt. The next month, that winner comes back to defend their title against a whole new list of startups who are getting on stage to pitch. That's the Demolicious vibe, but it's been happening in Portland recently. Now, Demolicious is going to Seattle. So if you're in Seattle and you're curious about the Demolicious format, or if you're in Portland and you want to travel up to Seattle to see what the pitches are like up there in a different startup community, Demolicious is going to Seattle in July, I believe, as part of probably Seattle Startup Week. If I'm remembering correctly, there's a lot of Startup Week stuff going on. Maybe Seattle Tech Week. I think it might be maybe Seattle Tech Week. Anyway, it's a week in Seattle. Demolicious will be up there. They'll be doing their thing. They'll have people from Seattle pitching. There may be people from Portland pitching. I don't know. You're gonna have to show up and find out. But I can guarantee you this: Demolicious in Seattle will be a series of quick 3-minute pitches by the competing startups. The crowd will get to vote at the end of all the pitches, and somebody will walk away with the Seattle Demolicious belt. And who knows, it may be a whole new special belt just because it's Seattle, and that's a whole new thing. As I said, I can't tell you all the details. You're just going to have to show up. I will link up the page that has all the details, the meetup page, so that you get all the information. And I think you have to register via Luma too. But anyway, I'll get you the details. You'll want to get up to Seattle in July for the Tech Week or Startup Week or whatever the week is that I'm forgetting. But you'll definitely want to attend Demolicious while you're up there. Okay, if you stayed here this long, first of all, thank you. I always appreciate folks who take the time to listen to me babble about all the things that have happened in the Portland startup community during the previous week. I hope you find it helpful and valuable, but I also have something new that I want to share with you. And since you've waded through this whole thing, I think it might be something that would be interesting to you. A lot of folks have asked me to get back into long format interviews with folks. I've done that. I have a new podcast called The Long Con, and I've released the first official episode chatting with Juan Barraza. We sit there and chat for about an hour, talking about all the things that we wanted to talk about community, about Latino founders, about Juan's journey as a founder and a community organizer. So I hope you find it interesting. I find Juan exceedingly interesting, and I'm really thankful that he was able to carve out the time to sit down with me. I'm already interviewing other people for The Long Con. I'll probably drop episodes every couple weeks or so. I'm getting more organized and getting stuff figured out. But if you're still here, if you're the one person who's still here, I would really appreciate your feedback on The Long Con and seeing if it's serving a need, if it's delivering value to you, if it's something interesting that you'd like me to keep doing. Again, I'm going to try it. We'll see if it works. I'm hoping it does. I'm really enjoying it so far. It's kind of challenging to manage people's schedules and that stuff, but the conversations have just been amazing so far. So I'm really looking forward to getting into more of those conversations, and I hope you will stick along with me for that ride as well, just like you stuck through this entire episode of me babbling about Portland startups. All right. So that's it. Hope you're hanging in there. Hope you're doing well. Hope you survived Portland Startup Week with very few scratches and bruises, and hopefully a whole lot more energy until we get the chance to chat again. Please keep up the good work. Hello. There's probably a little more civics and politics this last week on the channel than you're used to experiencing. There was a situation where an amendment was brought up before City Council on the Portland City budget that directly impacted entrepreneurs and entrepreneur support organizations, and that concerned me. So I voiced some of those concerns about that amendment, as did other people. Like any political situation, other people took an opposing position, and there was some really good conversation that happened around it. As it turned out, after all the negotiations, the amendment did not pass. But there's still like I'm really hopeful that this is the beginning of the conversation around how we as a community oversee and enable economic development, not only for entrepreneurs, but for existing companies, and what that means to the citizens of Portland and our community, and how we continue to work together, continue to talk and negotiate, and sometimes argue about how these things work. All in all, I remain hopeful it's the beginning of that conversation. And I want to thank all of our city councilors, our mayor, the staff for each one of those folks. They were literally working until the very last minutes of Wednesday evening to get the initial budget passed. And then, of course, because they were working up until midnight, I'm sure they were there until 1 or 2 a.m. cleaning stuff up. So thank you to all of you for all of your effort, for what you do for the city, and for helping to govern the city of Portland. Okay. Let's move on. Let's get back to like startup-y stuff. What you come here for, and sometimes what you come here for is fundraising, and that happened to occur this week with Reperio Health, which announced that they had raised $14 million to help them expand nationally. Now, if you're not familiar with Reperio Health, they're a subscription service that provides health testing and those kind of things to people at their homes. This comes out of a concept that preceded Reperio Health, which was called Sightbox. Travis Rush, who's the founder of Reperio Health, founded Sightbox as a subscription service for contact lenses. That company exited to Johnson & Johnson very successfully. His former CTO at Sightbox, Matt Wallington, joined him to co-found Reperio Health, and they've been working on it and figuring things out, and they finally got stuff dialed in. They've had some interesting partnerships with like Uber. Finally got everything dialed in, figured out. They're at a point where with this influx of cash, they can now get national with the offering. So congratulations to Reperio Health on finding that product market fit and making it operational. And I'm hopeful that this influx, this infusion of cash will help you expand nationally as rapidly as you possibly can. So I talked about this week being a little emotional. If you're interested in tracking your emotional state, which would have been super interesting this week, there's a new app for that called Odeo. I think it's OTIO. And Odeo is a very like sparse, like very Spartan maybe app that is black and white, very simple, designed to help you track your emotional state over time. In the blog post, I got back to like, I always love when ideas come back. You know how like there's Chewy, which is kind of the re-envisioning of pets.com, or there's Instacart, which is kind of what Home Grocer and Webvan were back in the day, or there's DoorDash, which is very much akin to what Cosmo was trying to accomplish. Well, with Odeo, it feels very much like an app called Mood Stats, which I used to know way back when in the kind of like early Flash days of the web, started by Cuban Council. K10K was their blog back in the time, and they had this thing called Mood Stats that was a pixel art thing that allowed you to track your mood over time. I, of course, had to eventually give up on Mood Stats because I was just saying I was cranky and grumpy every day. It wasn't really providing the value, but Odeo seems to be thinking through that. And then there was another Portland company, Emomi. I linked it up. I'm spacing the name, but I'll link it up again. I don't even know if the project's still alive, but it was trying to do this emotional tracking to help you kind of pay attention to what was going on with your emotions. So I'm really happy to see Odeo doing this. It's a very interesting app. Like you have to take a look at it if you have an iOS device, because it's just a interesting design concept to enable this kind of tracking. I'm curious to hear from you what you think of it, and if you do wind up having to use it, I hope you will share how your moods are going, because I would like to know. I will keep an eye on this. Again, this seems to be an app, like not a like full-on company, but like a side project kind of app. It's still very interesting, and again, taking me back to my Mood Stats days from way back when in the early days of the web. All right, it's hard for me to believe Portland Startup Week was just last week. Like literally last week, I was talking about go to the closing party, and there's this stuff going on. So it was just last week. It seems like almost a month ago to me, and the week itself seems so long because there was so much crammed in that week. Over 80 events, like all kinds of stuff going on. There were parties, there were gatherings, there were events, there were panels, there were talks, there were speakers, all kinds of stuff, and then a closing party. But on Friday and Saturday, our friends at AI Portland, they went on a hackathon, and they're not throwing a conference. So like they're doing things that are not things. The inaugural AI 0 to 1 build challenge, not a hackathon, was held on Friday and Saturday. It was designed to encourage people to build AI solutions or use AI to build solutions. I think they said when they started out, there were like 16 ideas that were pitching that then kind of coalesced into 9 teams that wound up building and organizing and working with AI and delivering product and all that kind of thing, and then pitching at the end. And the company that walked away with the win on the inaugural AI Portland Build Challenge was dBias. The URL for that is dbias.me. So letter D, BIAS.me. What does dBias do, you ask? Well, it shows you the bias of publications on the web. So you can take a URL, you can give it to dBias. dBias will read through it, analyze it, come back to you and say, hey, this piece is objective and factual and well-researched and all those kind of things. Or you can feed it one of Silicon Florist posts, and it will say, this is such a biased piece. It's so biased towards startups and founders, and it's overly flowery and optimistic about the potential of these companies, which is just kind of how I roll with Silicon Florist. So if you're interested in using dBias, either check your own writing to figure out how biased it may be, like I've been doing with Silicon Florist, or maybe you want to use dBias to look at political or journalistic writing. Whatever the case, if you're looking to determine the potential bias of written content on the web, dbias.me is a great resource for that, and it all came out of this not a startup weekend, not a hackathon, an AI Portland 0 to 1 build challenge. So people are psyched, like it's feeling like that startup weekend energy where people are like, oh, we did this and it didn't take very long, we should do this again soon. So I'm already hearing that kind of chatter, so I'll keep you posted, and maybe AI Portland and maybe other folks, but I would love to see more of this, just like not even like business building or potentially like product building, but just like this creative, curious pursuit around technology, gathering people together to try and build things or to test concepts or to come up with ideas or to hack something together. I always love those points in time where that kind of stuff is happening in Portland on the regular. It's a very, very magical time here. Thanks so much to Nicole and Megan at AI Portland for bringing this together and making it happen. Of course, the Metro Hub, which hosted, of course, Upstart Collective, which was helping organize all of Startup Week. All kinds of people were involved in bringing this to fruition, but maybe because this example exists, maybe it can serve as an inspiration to other folks, and we can have more of this activity happening on a regular basis. I'm inspired. I may need to start doing some things because I love the hackathons. I really miss the hackathons. I'm not even a hacker, and I miss the hackathon. Stay tuned. Hopefully some more of these will crop up. I will make sure you know about them so you can show up and build stuff and collaborate and all those kind of things. And if I come up with any great ideas for a hackathon, you will be the first to know. Trust me. The other thing that happened at the end of Startup Week that, of course, I record on Thursday night so that you can watch this on Friday when you're pretending to work and or listen to the podcast while you're pretending to work. But I often miss Demolicious, which occurs on Thursday. There was a special Portland Startup Week edition of Demolicious, and the company that walked away with the Demolicious belt was Soundchecked. There was a significant list of competitors this time, but Soundchecked walked away with the win, and they, of course, will go into next month trying to defend that title, defend that belt, and of course, we'll be taking the stage at the end of the year with the Demolicious Champion of Champions competition, where every single winner for every single month takes the stage and competes against one another for the big belt prize of Demolicious Champion of Champions. So congratulations to Soundcheck. It's always nice to have regularly occurring events highlighted during Portland Startup Week, and of course, Demolicious has been happening on a regular basis every month. Really nice to see the community get to experience Demolicious during Portland Startup Week, and like the hackathon, I bet people are eager to go to the Demolicious in June. This is right, not to get too historical in this episode, but I was talking about like, oh, there are all these old solutions, and then there are modern day solutions, and all these kind of things, and these old solutions remind me of these modern solutions remind me of these old solutions, that kind of thing. Well, sometimes it's just the same old company solution that just happens to come back, like Seaport Air. Yeah, like way back in the day when Oregon Venture Fund was still Oregon Angel Fund, or may have still just been forming as like an angel collective syndicate thing. There was a startup back in the day called Seaport, and the idea of Seaport was really air transportation between Seattle and Portland and a couple other places, but Seaport was obviously their primary function. And OAF wound up putting some money in, wound up being an investor. There are a bunch of stories about it. It was an exciting time where people were like, oh, venture investors just don't have to invest in like software or kind of tech startups. They can also invest in more traditional industries that have the potential for exponential growth. So I always think back to those times as like a really interesting time in the Portland startup community. And Seaport, as it turns out, is now back. Now we have, the train has some different timing now with there's an earlier morning train that leaves Portland to get to Seattle, and then there's a later train that leaves Seattle to get back to Portland. But now you also have another option with Seaport coming back. So, if you need to get to Seattle quickly and you don't want to sit on I-5 and you don't want to risk the train and you don't want to have to deal with the whole airport and all the airporty things with the major airlines, Seaport may be a commuter option for you. In any case, whether you can afford it or not, I encourage you to keep an eye on Seaport, because it's just always interesting when these new kind of transportation options become available. And me, I've always been a huge fan of collaborating with Seattle. I think we're very complementary. Sometimes a little competitive, with the soccer and some of the other things. But all in all, Seattle and Portland get along famously. So the more we can be collaborating with one another, the more options we have to get together with one another, the better off we'll both be. So I just want to highlight Seaport being back. I will link up the old article that I immediately think of anytime I hear the name Seaport, so you can get a little historical reference for Seaport and Oregon Venture Fund back in its formative stages. Okay, so we've had a lot of activity here recently with Portland Startup Week and the other things. So I'm a little low on energy. This is a little short in terms of how long the episode is. You're welcome. I'm kind of saving you from me on this episode. But if you need more content, I am going to link up a Coin news piece with Mitch Doherty, the lead of the Office of Small Business for Portland. He had the opportunity to sit down with Ken Body at Coin, have a discussion about the Office for Small Business and their upcoming launch of their website and their services and all that kind of thing. So if that's of interest to you, if you're running a small business or you're a fan of small business, please take the opportunity to listen to that Coin piece, and you'll get more details on the Portland Office of Small Business. And then finally, I wouldn't be true to my dumb jock roots if I didn't remind you it's Memorial Day. Memorial Day, of course, is the men's NCAA lacrosse championships. Every year, I played lacrosse in college. I was goalie, so so that gives you more insight into my psyche than you probably cared to have or need. But anyway, huge fan of the sport. Always excited about this time of year when I get to watch some college lacrosse all weekend. So if you're interested in lacrosse, that's happening this weekend. It's like Cornell and Maryland and Syracuse and Penn State, I think, are the four who are left in the Div 1 championships. I think there's some Div 3 activity too. But anyway, if you have any interest, please enjoy lacrosse this weekend, and we'll see who walks away with the championship. But by all means, I hope you get a weekend. I hope you get some downtime. It's been a lot the last couple of weeks, so hang in there. And until we get the chance to chat again, please keep up the good work. Oh, I literally just got back to my desk. The studio's not even set up. Give me a sec. Just got back from the gorge. I was out in the Dalles. Where's my thingy for the thing? There. Okay. So, hello. This was a short week, or if you're a startup, it was a week. But you heard people who have day jobs say that it was a short week because they took Memorial Day off. Maybe you did. I hope you did. Hope you got some downtime. Short week, kind of slow news week, but still some amazing things happened. Why was I out in the gorge? You ask why? Why was I in the Dalles? Well, thank you for asking. And sorry, the studio wasn't all set up in time, but I just got back from the Dalles because I was out there. Had the opportunity to judge the Gorge Pitch Fest 2025. Got to see 5 entrepreneurial concepts from the Mid-Columbia Innovation Hub region, which is Wasco County and a variety of other counties. They rattled them off to me, but I'm like, I can't remember all of them, but Wasco. So that's what I'm gonna stick with. But covers the Mid-Columbia Gorge, so both the Oregon side and the Washington side. So a wide variety of startups pitched. We had things like recycling, water safety, yet IoT for dogs was one of them. But the company that walked away with the win was an RV park. No, hold up. You're like, an RV park. Yes, because the interesting thing here is it's an RV park campground recreation spot in Antelope, Oregon. And, you may know Antelope from its history as the home of the Bhagwan Shree Rajneesh and the Rajneeshis and that kind of thing. And you may have seen the Netflix, I think it's a Netflix documentary, Wild Wild Country. If you haven't, you should watch it because it's an important piece of Oregon history that you should know about. But anyway, the town, Antelope, very, very small town. I don't remember the exact number, but it was like 37 people or so, like tiny town. And it happens to be one of the locations in Oregon that has been designated a dark sky area, which basically means you go there to Antelope. There is so little light pollution around there that when you stare up at the sky at night, you get the best view of the stars and the essence of the Milky Way and all those kind of things. So sounds amazing, right? Sounds beautiful, right? Well, shouldn't there be somewhere you can go to experience that firsthand? That's the idea behind this Antelope pursuit. And I was really blown away by the pitch, especially blown away by the way the founder pitched the idea in terms of impact, like dollar impact in the community, that how a very, very little bit of money could go a very, very long way and have substantial impact for the community of Antelope. I've been Antelope before, but I'm excited to go back. I'm excited to see where this project goes. I know they need more people talking about it and learning about it, so I'll continue to track this project as it comes online, as it becomes a bigger and better thing. And maybe we plan some field trips out to Antelope and lay in the grass and stare up at the stars in the sky. Anyway, it sounds really, really cool. All the other pitchers did really well. Again, the thing I love about this startup pitch event is while it was slightly competitive, everybody got a prize. Everybody got a cash prize. It was worth their time to get up on stage, to practice, to pitch their concepts to folks. I will take the opportunity to write up a longer post that kind of documents everybody and where they placed and what their solutions were and all that kind of thing. I'm a little punchy because I drove out there today, drove back today, wanted to make sure you got the news first. Gorge Pitch Fest 2025. The winner is the Antelope RV Park. And if this comes to fruition, it's going to be amazing, not only for people who get to experience the dark sky area in Antelope, but also for the town of Antelope, Oregon itself. A couple things from the Portland Office of Small Business. I was saying, like, Mitch Doherty has done more press in the short time he's been the head of the Portland Office of Small Business than he did the whole 10 years I was working on Built Oregon with him. And so it's just, I like it. I like to see Mitch getting out there. I like to see Mitch getting the credit he deserves. And the Portland Office of Small Business is a really amazing pursuit from, it's part of Prosper Portland. It's designed to give small businesses in Portland that point of reference, that place to go, that contact point that they can reach out to when they need help. And then the Portland Office of Small Business can either help get them better connected in the city or mitigate issues or what have you. It's just a really interesting program that we really needed for a long time. So I'm really happy to see it getting the attention. Mitch sat down for an interview, I believe like in April or so, sat down with an interview with Oregon Business Magazine. I will link that up so you can read that, just get some more details about what they're hoping to accomplish with the Office of Small Business. And then the other big thing, and this kind of, you'll hear it and you're like, dude, come on, really, that's not news. But I don't know, maybe I was just wrapped up in .com days nostalgia. Like I started in startups when we were shipping software on like floppy disks and CDs and those kind of things. So there was a time in my professional career where when someone would build a website, it was a very big deal. There was a time in my career where if you put .com on the end of your company name, you were suddenly worth hundreds of times more than you had before you put that .com on the end of your name. So forgive me if I get a little excited about Portland Office of Small Business finally launching their website that allows small business or people interested in the office to go there, get more information, figure out where they need to go, figure out who they need to be in contact with. They launched a website. It's a big deal. It's a big deal that we have this website for small businesses now, given how reliant our economy is on small businesses, given how much we like to be patrons of small so punchy. Given how much we like to be patrons of small businesses in Portland, small businesses are quintessential to our community here, and the Office of Small Business is designed to be that helper for those small businesses. So of course they need a website with information and stuff, and now they have one. So that's done. They can check that off. That's done. If you're looking for more information on the Portland Office of Small Business, or if you are a small business who would like to get in contact with them, I will link it up. It is the longest link URL you've probably seen in quite some time. It's pdxofficeofsmallbusiness.com. And so there you go. It's a .com too. So that's probably why I'm getting all wrapped up in this. Other Built Oregon stuff that's going on, a couple other kind of that touch on Built Oregon. And in full disclosure, I'm the co-founder of Built Oregon. I only serve as an advisor now. There's whole new leadership and much smarter people than me doing amazing things. One of those smart people doing amazing things is the new board chair for Built Oregon, Carmen Olson. Carmen has a significant amount of history in consumer products, specifically around beer, brewing, beverage, that kind of thing, but experience that extends beyond that. She has now been named the new chair of Built Oregon, so she's guiding the board. That board is helping guide the organization. I'm really excited to see Carmen in this role. Fun fact, Carmen was my intern in like 2000, something like that. So it's nice to see it come full circle where your intern is now way smarter and more accomplished and more brilliant than you are. It's just a really proud moment. And I'm really happy to see a former intern of mine now be the chair of an organization I helped co-found. It's actually kind of amazing when you think about it. And then the other Carmen element that I wanted to touch on is June 10th. I think that's the second Tuesday in June, right? June 10th. We're doing our Where Are They Now Pride Edition. And Carmen will be our host and doing the fireside chats for that if you'd like to show up and see founders from our community who identify as LGBTQIA. They will have a number of conversations going there. Carmen will be doing interviewing and asking the questions of folks, and we would love to have you join us there. There's still room available at Instrument for that event. So if that's of interest to you and you'd like to join us, please, by all means, RSVP. I will link it up and we'll look forward to seeing you there. And it'll be a good chance for you to learn more about Carmen and kind of what she brings to Built Oregon, but also just, she's great. And like, I think you'll get a feel for Carmen and how amazing she is through the interviews as well. So all that Built stuff happening. One more kind of Built touch point that you may have caught. It dropped over the weekend, so not sure if you saw it, but Stephen Green, who happens to be on Built's board and has been for quite some time and has been a hugely beneficial advisor and board member to the Built Oregon program. Anyway, Stephen was kind enough to take the time to stand up with me for an hour or so and just talk about stuff in the startup community, talk about what it's like to be a founder, talk about common mistakes that he has seen founders make, talk about his history in Portland, all as part of the Long Conversation, the new podcast that I've launched because people have encouraged me to get back into longer format interviews with interesting people from my life. And Stephen is most definitely one of those interesting people from my life. So if that's of interest to you, I will of course link that up. Again, have another one already recorded and we can getting ready to drop that in a couple weeks, have a couple more interviews lined up with folks. So would love your feedback on that if that's working for you and that's something you want to see more of. Happy to do more of that. As always, happy to do more of this as well. Just maybe not as punchy as this episode. Okay. Finally, non-Built, but touching on my prior history, when I talk about starting in a startup with like shipping software on floppy disks and CDs, that was a digital healthcare startup. Now, how do I tie that together? Okay, here we go. So Dave Sanders, Dr. Sanders, the physician who founded Zoom Care, Zoom Care, that you go in and get the healthcare that you need, like efficiently. It's not a big hospital thing. It's an immediate kind of help care thing. Clearly I need Zoom Care right now. Anyway, Dr. Sanders has, he's a serial entrepreneur. He's a physician. He starts a company, he starts some other stuff. He's currently running Cody MD, which is an AI MD, physician, agent, chatbot kind of thing to help you get answers to healthcare or help guide your healthcare as best AI can. Cody MD AI is hosting what they're calling a Hack and Back event, which is another hackathon, much like the ones that our friends at AI Portland and the Metro Region Innovation Hub put on with the 0 to 1 Build Challenge. You know, the one that dbias.me one that I talked about last week. Was that just last week? I was talking about, okay. Anyway, I was talking about, the hackathon energy is maybe starting to come back. And sure enough, here's yet another kind of hackathon opportunity. This one, again, pretty short format. It's not one of those whole weekend kind of things. It's like show up in the morning, be done by 5, and then lots of good things will happen during that. That's happening in June, I believe. I think it's happening on a Saturday. I'm not remembering the details, but of course I will look it up. All by way of saying, if you're interested in hacking on an AI, if you're interested in hacking on an AI idea that has anything to do with health or healthcare, this could be a great place to do it. So that's the hack part, but what's the back part? Well, the back part is that there will be backers in the room, in the audience. So there'll be investors, there'll be other people who are supporting healthcare-based startups in the room where you can also connect with them as you're doing the hacking. So Hack and Back, Cody MD, AI. If that's of interest to you, if you're interested in building something in the healthcare space that leverages AI, make sure and attend that Hack and Back event. It's always nice to see folks organizing these things. And of course, always great to have serial entrepreneurs who've built successful companies kind of re-engaging with the community and kind of paying it forward by bringing the community together. So all in all, just great to see. Cool. Well, I need some rest. I hope you're doing well. I hope this short week was good to you. I hope you got some rest last weekend during the long weekend. If you were able to take that opportunity, all in all, I hope you're hanging in there. I hope you're doing okay. And until we get the chance to chat again, please keep up the good work. Hello. I don't know. I'm just kind of like dragging this week or overwhelmed this week. So my energy level seems a little low. It's not you. It's me. So don't let this dissuade you from doing your starty kind of things. And my energy level seems kind of low. It's not my level of excitement. It's not my level of enthusiasm. It's just my level of energy. So the big news story this week, it was kind of a quiet news week. Like lots of stuff happened this week, but just kind of quiet news-wise. So the big story this week, our friends out in Pendleton, the Oregon UAS Accelerator, the drone and drone adjacent startup focused accelerator, had a couple big stories that hit right back to back. So I'm looking forward to covering that. Before I get into that, I just want to touch on something really quickly that I found interesting from our friends in Seattle. Story GeekWire. If you're not familiar with GeekWire, it's the preeminent Pacific Northwest tech publication, a TechCrunch-esque publication, if you will, but focused mostly on Seattle, some Portland, a lot of Spokane, Washington, throughout the Pacific Northwest. Anyway, they captured Taylor Soper, who happens to have Portland roots. Taylor captured a conversation about Seattle maybe lacking in unicorns, or being concerned that there weren't as many unicorns as people would like in Seattle, or maybe that having fewer unicorns was perhaps a bad sign. The only reason I mention it sounded like a very Portland conversation. It sounded like conversations we have in Portland all the time. Like we don't have enough IPOs, we don't have enough unicorns, we don't have enough venture funding. So I just wanted to highlight it as this is a conversation a lot of communities go through, even if they seem incredibly successful, like our friends in Seattle happen to be. Even they have concerns about, well, maybe we don't have enough of this, or maybe we don't have enough of that. So I wanted to highlight it. I'll link it up. You should go read it and kind of see some of the dialogue and conversation, and just take to heart that if you're feeling like Portland may be a little lacking in some ways, I want you to recognize that everybody struggles with that. And I think it's good that Seattle's having that conversation. I think it's good that Portland has those types of conversations on a regular basis. But just to say, let's not get too stressed out about what you don't have. Let's focus on what we do have and what we do terribly well. See, I'm getting more positive already. Just talking to you is bringing up my energy level and making me far more enthusiastic. So I just wanted to, again, I'll link up that GeekWire story. Go read it. If you have thoughts about it, I would love to hear it. If you have thoughts about how that perspective applies to Portland, of course, I would love to hear that. Just wanted to highlight it because it felt like a very familiar conversation to me. Still not back in Portland. We were in Seattle. Now we're over to Pendleton, over to Eastern Oregon. This is the Oregon UAS Accelerator, the drone accelerator out there in Pendleton with the flight paths and the facilities and the drones and all the things out there. As you know, they have an accelerator program out there. And if you're building anything that has to do with drones or is drone adjacent, they are perhaps the best startup accelerator for you in the whole wide world, just right here in Oregon, in Eastern Oregon. So if you're working on drone stuff, just be aware. They're out there. They're ready to help you. You should apply for their accelerator. The big news, however, is they just graduated a cohort of companies, and I would like to share the names of the companies that just graduated. But even more amazing than that, taking companies through an accelerator program and doing the demo day for the cohort, they're already bringing a new cohort in. So they just finished spring 2025. Now they're launching summer 2025, and they have a cohort of companies going through the program yet again. It's almost like kind of Y Combinator going to a quarterly model. So I don't know how many companies the drone accelerator out there is going to go through in a given year, but at least let me share the companies that went through spring 2025, and then I'll also share the companies that are going to be going through summer 2025. So spring 2025 was 3 Autonomy, Accipiter AeroWorks, Drone Spotter, Morgan Geospatial, and Ziz Defense Company. Those are the companies that just graduated, just had their demo day. The companies that are just coming in for summer 2025 are FlyX Technologies, FNN Innovation, and Aviation. They're probably doing some innovation as well, but their name is Aviation, not Innovation, Rick. Outer Rim Exploration and Centradel. So those are the companies that will be there for the next three-ish months working on their companies, getting their mentorship, getting their pitches ready, and of course we'll have a demo day. I think this is the one that has the demo day that aligns with the Pendleton Roundup. If you're not familiar with Pendleton Roundup, it's a world-famous rodeo that occurs in Pendleton once a year. And also I think our 8 Seconds, the Black Rodeo, is coming up here really soon as well. I didn't have to get tickets to it because it sold out real quick, but that's coming up soon. Anyway, I digress. We're talking about drones, not rodeo. You can take the boy out of Idaho, but you can't take the Idaho out of the boy. So I get really excited about those rodeos. Pendleton Roundup, they have their demo day in conjunction with it. So it's this kind of big celebration where the startups not only get, the chance to demo what they're doing, but the mentors and the attendees to the event also get to experience Pendleton Roundup. So congratulations to all the companies that just graduated from the Oregon UAS Accelerator. And I look forward to this new cohort of drone companies to see what they're up to as the Oregon UAS Accelerator helps them out throughout the summer. Speaking of pitching, our friends FanWagon, FanWagon, they're the company that they're really helping people upcycle, recycle fan wear like jerseys or hats or anything that has to do with a sporting team that you may love. Could be a collegiate sporting team, could be a professional sporting team. If you have some jerseys that maybe don't fit anymore and you would like to provide those to others by selling them to others, Fan Wagon can support that. If you're looking for a particular jersey, maybe there's a throwback or a particular year, or you just don't want to pay, I think it's $3,000 for a new jersey from a new professional sporting team. If you don't want to pay that much, Fan Wagon has gently used jerseys and apparel and other things with sporting insignias on them that are available for you to purchase as well. So really the benefit is it's keeping all this stuff out of the landfill. It's creating this interesting marketplace dynamic and this economy for the fan world, fans of professional and collegiate sporting teams. So super interesting. Always nice to see them having success, which is exactly what they did. They just got back from the next cycle competition again up in Washington, but they walked away with a first place win in the reuse category and got one of those big fancy checks for $10,000. So congratulations to Fan Wagon. It's always nice to see Portland companies getting recognition outside of the region and having other folks recognize the amazing stuff that Portland folks are working on, especially when it comes to saving our environment and of course celebrating all the amazing sporting teams in our midst. So yes, Washington has its pitch events, but we have pitch events around here too. In fact, we have a bunch of events coming up next week that I thought I would share with you, just so you were aware of what was going on. I kind of covered the news from what happened throughout the week and then kind of lead up with some events that you may be able to attend next week. On Tuesday, we're hosting our Where Are They Now event. This is the Pride edition. We're making some changes to it. So we always get feedback and we always take that feedback and assess and think about how we can change the event so that it better meets the needs of attendees. And one of the concerns or criticisms was that we weren't spending enough time with each fireside guest. So we've really reduced the number of guests who we will be chatting with during the time period. They'll get a longer period of time to have that fireside chat. We'll test drive that, see how that goes for the community, see what the feedback is there. But again, that's 5 o'clock at Instrument on Tuesday. We'll be talking to a bunch of folks from the community about their experiences as founders or as part of startup support organizations. That, of course, will be hosted by Carmen Olson, who is the chair of Built Oregon, chair of the board there at Built Oregon, and she's been kind enough to agree to be the person doing the fireside chat with our guests. So we hope you can join us there. On Wednesday night, it is another pitch event. It's not a pitch competition. It's the Oregon Venture Fund's PDX AI demo night. They'll have a number of companies who are taking the stage there. I got them listed on the blog, and I can probably list them in the description below in case you're wondering who will be pitching. I forgot to put them in my script, so I can't read them off. Just rest assured, there are probably going to be five or six really interesting companies pitching there. Here's the little twist with the PDX AI demo night. I know it's Wednesday night. I know the company's pitching, even though I can't remember them or tell them to you, but I don't know the location. The location is top secret. Oregon Venture Fund always keeps the location top secret until you register. So if you want to go see AI companies, if you want to see the latest and greatest of what's happening in Portland in AI, what people are building, what they're trying to build, what they've come up with, that's what PDX AI Demo Night is for. That's why OVF puts it together. I'll link up the registration so you can get both the list of companies, but also register to attend if that's interesting to you. And also happening that same night by crowd vote is Social Beer. If you're not familiar with Social Beer, it originated on the Portland Startup Slack. If you're not familiar with Portland Startup Slack, it's an open Slack instance dedicated to the Portland Startup community, designed to give a virtual format for people in the community to connect with one another. It's as easy as that. It's pdxslack.com if you want to join. There's 7,000 some odd accounts on there. Probably, a small percentage of those accounts are active on a regular basis, but it's still a good group of people who show up every single day. And sometimes they show up, and the Social Beer channel on the PDX Slack says, hey, we should get together. Says Social Beer channel, says Devin Gaffney, who's taken it upon himself to organize social beer gatherings. And they say, hey, we should get together soon. When should we get together? And then everybody votes, and then they tally the votes, and they're like, this is the day we're getting together. And it just turns out it's Wednesday, June 11th is when they're getting together. I think they're going to migration. I really should do more research on these before I start babbling. I'm just so excited to talk to you, and clearly you're boosting my spirits by me getting the chance to talk to you. Anyway, so maybe if you're looking for a little social interaction, consider going to Social Beer on Wednesday night at migration. It's a little bit later. I think it goes 6 to 9 or something. So you even have time to go to the OVF PDX AI demo night, and then maybe swing by, the Social Beer as an after party or whatever. I don't know. You do you. You figure it out. You're an adult. You decide what you want to do. Cool. Okay. And then back into more pitching. Demolicious happens Thursday night. There are a whole bunch of companies pitching there, and I remember there were a whole bunch of companies pitching there, so I actually wrote them down. So let me tell you who will be taking the stage at Demolicious on Thursday the 12th, I believe. These are the companies who will be vying for the Demolicious belt. They all get 3 minutes. The crowd votes, and then the winner of the crowd vote gets the Demolicious belt. You'll also remember that the previous champion from the previous month comes up, also pitches against all the new companies. So it's entirely possible that the champion could walk away with the belt another time. They could defend their title. So let's take a look at who's on the card for the Demolicious of June 2025. Soundcheck is the champion, so they're looking to defend their title, but pitching against everybody else trying to take the belt are Agent Hub, Edo Learning, Old Ladies Find Money, Decisio, Data Speaks, Dabble Tonic, Breath Medical, Transcribit, Livable Homes, Venue Connects, Solving for Global Traffic, and Faye of Cascadia. So those are all the companies that will take the stage. Get 3 minutes, you'll get to vote for them. I believe it's held in the Metro Region Innovation Hub on Thursday. So if you'd like to see one or all of those companies pitch, please attend Demolicious on Thursday. And then, of course, Friday at the Metro Region Innovation Hub, they have donuts and coffee at Startup Cafe. So if you want to hang out at the Metro Region Innovation Hub, you want to have a donut or two, cup of coffee, see some startups, meet some mentors, hear some content. I can't remember. They always have some content programmed there. I can't remember much. so clearly I was dragging and I didn't prepare well. You deserve more. I apologize. I will do better next time. I'm really sorry. It's just been a week. So that's Friday morning for you. Startup Cafe at the Hub, the Metro Region Innovation Hub. Cool. Another thing I just wanted to touch on, I've been test driving a thing that I used to do a long time ago. I kind of brought it back because there's just so much information flying around and I want you to have access to it. I call it the Silicon Florist links arrangement. It's kind of like those newsletters you get that just kind of give you a lot of links of important stories that are happening day to day. I publish it every weekday. It's a list of links. It can be as few as 3 or 4 links. Sometimes it's 10 or 15 links. Depends on what's going on throughout the day. But I just wanted you to be aware of it in case you were looking for yet another resource to help keep you up to date on all the interesting things that are happening in Portland, in Oregon, or in the world of startups and tech that may be important to you, maybe VC stuff, maybe AI stuff. It's a litany of links that I collect every single day, especially for you, and only you to read and click and read and to make you, more interesting at cocktail parties or whatever. So if that's of interest to you, please tune in. Or what you can also do is subscribe to the newsletter, and I'll just send them all to you at the end of the week. And then you can take your own sweet time clicking through all those links. You don't have to click through them day to day. So you do whatever you need to do. It's there for you. I'm collecting them for you and for me. If I'm being honest, I'm collecting a lot of them for me because I find them interesting, but I wanted to share them with you. So Silicon Florist links arrangement every single weekday, a bunch of interesting links for you to keep up to date on what's happening in the startup world. And that's it for this week. I went through it pretty quickly. I think I took the most time complaining and screwing up. But some weeks that's just the way it is. You get what you get. I show up. I try and do my best. I'm really happy to see you, and I really feel a lot better than I did at the beginning of this show. So thank you for being here. I hope you're doing okay. It's gonna be hot this weekend. Take care of yourself. Hang in there. And until we get the chance to chat again, please keep up the good work. Hello. Big news this week is from an unlikely Y Combinator alum who happens to be here in Portland. But before we get into that, first I want to just touch on what's up with the news breaking in the week lately. Last week, after I'd already recorded the episode, we had Rapta announce that they had raised $2.7 million with Portland Seed Fund, Local Fund participating, also Local Fund Roadster Capital participating in that round. Rapta uses AI for precision manufacturing, so helping with that kind of stuff. But anyway, learned about their round late in the week. And then learned about, right before I came on here to record, learned about the fact that Oregon Venture Fund participated in Conveyor's $20 million Series B. Now, Conveyor is a distributed company. Maybe some folks here in Portland, what Conveyor does is kind of like, how you use Reclaim AI or Calendly to make your scheduling easier. Well, my description, not theirs. Conveyor does similar things for security audits, back and forth kind of things around security. Did you do this? Do you have your SOC security? All that stuff. They use AI agents to do that work. So B2B play, helping simplify the back and forth, and really take humans out of that mix so that humans can do more important things while the back and forth stuff happens. So that's what Conveyor does. They're now part of Oregon Venture Fund's portfolio, so I'm looking forward to learning more about that company. Now, on to the big news. Birch Biosciences. A lot of news about them happening this week. They're the ones I call the kind of unlikely Y Combinator alum. They're here in Portland. They use enzymes, first of all, which is a unique technology to be using at YC. But this is, again, my very basic description, only to get you slightly interested. So you go Rick, that can't be right. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to go look and see what they actually do. But here's how I understand it. They work with the recycling of PET plastics. So the types of plastics that are, say, a Coke bottle, like a plastic beverage bottle. Now, I didn't understand this before I talked to Birch a while ago, but a Coke bottle, a plastic Coke bottle, currently cannot become another plastic Coke bottle. It can't be recycled into another plastic Coke bottle because when you recycle that plastic, you heat it way up, you put all this stuff into the atmosphere, you lose a bunch of fidelity of the plastic, and it can only be used for other things. Maybe it's now a track or it's filler for something or something along those lines. But what Birch Bioscience is working on, along with AI and enzymes and all this kind of stuff, they are actually keeping the fidelity consistent. So long story short, a Coke bottle can become another Coke bottle in a future life. Now, where they come up with this stuff, where they get smart enough to think through this stuff, the founder is the former CTO of Absci. And so this is his new pursuit. And I've been watching them for a while. They're kind of quiet, but super interesting. And it's really nice to see them get in the news. They were covered in the Portland Business Journal. And if you happen to have a subscription to Plastics News, they were covered there as well. But again, it's just nice to see Birch Biosciences gaining more visibility locally, because I think they're working on something really interesting. They really want this to be a Portland company, and they really want to be known as a Portland company. So I'm looking forward to hearing more news from them so that I can keep them top of mind for you when people ask you, what startups are going in Portland? What's good in Portland? You're we got this YC alum called Birch Biosciences. They're revolutionizing recycling with enzymes and AI and stuff. So congrats to Birch Biosciences on the coverage. And also the licensing agreement with the Department of Energy, that they are able to now take some technology and include it in their process. That's what the news was all about. But I got so excited just to see Birch Biosciences in that line that I kind of buried the lead there. I apologize. They were able to license some new technology that should improve their processes. So I will, of course, keep an eye on Birch Biosciences, keep you informed on this super interesting startup we have here in our midst. As you know, June is Pride Month, and so in honor of Pride Month, in celebration of Pride Month, Pi and our friends at Built Oregon and Better Portland and Vanport Studio put together another one of our fireside chat events. We continue to iterate on it. The feedback we had heard previously, where folks were like, we like seeing all the people, we like learning about all the people, but we'd like to see you spend more time with people. So what we did was reduce the number of speakers who were participating in this edition, but we recorded it for you. So if you missed it, don't worry. But the folks we talked to during the session, Carmen Olson, the chair of Built Oregon, was our host. We had Corey Shalibo from Deo. You remember the Deo app that rewards you for staying off the social media? He was there. He was there as well, and very eloquent and very charming on stage. It was great to have Corey there. We had Nicole Kelly from Gay Awakening Coffee, who was great. We have Mike Mangiola from Cultured Kindness, which is vegan cheese that came through the Built Accelerator program. And then last but not least, we had Matt Dittrich, who is the president of Thai Oregon. So thanks so much to all of those folks for joining us. I would love for you to hear the conversations they had. Much lengthier conversations, mind you, not the kind of quick format we've done in the past, but actually getting into some topics and conversation with all of those folks. So if that's of interest to you, of course, I'll link that up. And this may be the last one for a while. I mean, it's getting into summer. We'll still do the July thing. We'll do the July big get together at the Red. Come on out to that, and I'll link that up, and we'll have food and fun and all those kind of things. We have the whole Red and the parking lot, so there's a lot of space. We have a lot of people there. I sincerely hope you show up before you disappear for the summer for that July event, but then we may take a break. Take a break, let August and September kind of folks figure stuff out, get back to school and all that kind of thing. And then look, definitely to do another event in October in time for Hispanic Heritage Month. So that's kind of what's happening. Again, please go watch the Portland Startup Community Fireside Chats Pride Edition. It's a really good one. I really enjoyed. I had to be part of it. Did not enjoy having to be on stage and interview people. I usually like staying behind the scenes, but it was just a really good session. I think we're really honing in on the way that format can work. So I encourage you to go watch those founders and hear their stories and hear from the people in the startup community in honor of Pride Month. But the Pride events are not the only events in June. Next week, June 20th, we have the Oregon Startup Conference. On that Friday, it's a full day conference. It has speakers, it has panels, it has a trade show floor, and yes, it has a pitch event as well. So if you're interested in spending a full day with your peers and maybe potential mentors and investors and other people from the Oregon startup community, head on down to Newberg, Oregon on the George Fox University campus for a full day at the Oregon Startup Conference. Tickets are $55 and change, so really good price for a full day of programming and all that kind of stuff that you get to see and do down there in Newberg. We're kind of in need of having another marquee tech event. We have the Silicon Forest Tech Summit that's occurred the past couple of years, which has been amazing, like 900 to 1,000 people in January happening. That's a big gathering, great tech event, but we need more. We need more than just one. So seeing the Oregon Startup Conference is exciting. Seeing some of the other bigger events that folks like AI Portland are starting to program, stuff's starting to happen, and it would be really nice to have a few more of these marquee big events that can bring the community together, can potentially be destination events for people either outside of the region or outside of the state to come join us and hang out and get to know our community and get them better connected with the Oregon startup community. So I'm really excited to hear about the Oregon Startup Conference. I'm really looking forward to seeing how it goes and how it continues to improve year over year. I realize that programming big events is a huge challenge, so many moving parts, and with so many things going on at the Oregon Startup Conference, congratulations to the programming team for even pulling this one off. I really look forward to hearing the feedback on the event. So the Oregon Startup Conference is happening at a college. Happening at the University of Portland is a startup event for all the colleges in Oregon. That's right. It's time once again for the finals of Invent Oregon. They're being held at the University of Portland this year, June 27th. So June 20th, the Friday, is the Oregon Startup Conference. The next Friday is Invent Oregon. Again, another full day event, pitch competition, trade show floors, all these kind of things. The only difference here being these entrepreneurs, these founders, these startup companies are students at universities who are building new and innovative, interesting concepts, really, approaching the world from a different perspective that someone older or someone from the business world may see opportunity. I always love seeing where college students are coming at problems, where they're seeing opportunities for innovation and technology. And there is no better place in the state of Oregon than Invent Oregon to see those up and coming entrepreneurs with really compelling ideas. So if you have time to go to that, my voice keeps cracking because I'm so excited. If you have time to go to that event on June 27th, please grab a ticket. Of course, I'll link it up. It would be great to see a ton of people there supporting these students, these early stage young entrepreneurs who are going to be building the startups of our future. And then finally, this one isn't even a big deal, but it's an event happening in June. So I was looking at the videos, and since you're still here watching this video, I feel comfortable sharing this with you. Like I was going back and I was like, wow, a lot of stuff has happened in the first half of 2025. And by the time we reach the end of June, I'll have like 26 video recaps of each week for the Portland startup community and what's happening in Oregon startups and all that kind of thing. So a lot of information to go through. And I was like, well, what's the best way to consume that information? And I was like, well, why don't I just watch it at 2x? And so I'm going to do that. But here's the other thing. Why don't you watch it with me? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to live stream it while I watch the whole first half of 2025. Who knows? Maybe I'll have some new commentary I can lay in. Definitely hang out with you on chat and talk about all the things happening. We can do fun things like tally up all the money that's been raised, or maybe how many times I mention an event like Demolicious, or how many times I say so, because that's my tell in the show. I say so many times. You don't want to even count how many times I say so. But anyway, if you want to show up, it's going to be on a Sunday, easy going. You can pop in, pop out, come back. I may try and give some timeline around when, like, I think I'll be talking about this company around this time period, or I think I'll be discussing this topic around this time period. If you want to tune in for just specific stuff, I'll work out that timeline for you. I think all in all, if I looked at the amount of content for the 26 weeks and figured that all of it is, roughly 15 to 20 minutes at 2x, we wind up having right about 4.5 hours of content. And who knows, maybe if it's going well, and there are a lot of us here at the end of the whole thing, then maybe I'll stick around and we can do some more like Ask Me Anything AMA kind of stuff. I don't know what I'm doing. I just thought it might be fun. I thought I'd try it. You're still here. So clearly you're willing to put up with me for an extended period of time. And I thank you for doing it. Even if this is your first time here, thanks for sticking around this long. If it's your second time here, I'm sorry. I'm just sorry. I keep missing the mark and not really fulfilling the objective. I don't understand the assignment, but thank you for sticking around as long as you have. Hoping you might join me on June 29th, which is a Sunday at noon, for that watch party recap of all the things that happened in the first half of 2025. Okay, so that's it for this week. Hope you're hanging in there. And until we get the chance to chat again, please keep up the good work. Each of those things is being checked before it's being published. So hopefully it reduces the spam, increases the fidelity of the calendar. But in any case, whether you're an event organizer or an event attendee, please think about starting to use the Portland Startup Events calendar to help aggregate all the startup events for everyone here in town. Okay, now onto the big news, the weird, wild stuff news. If you remember back in January, or you may not, I talked about Act On Software, local company, used to be on Beaverton, moved to downtown Portland, was among those companies that were, like Puppet and Simple and Jama and Janrain and all those folks were among the companies that were known as Portland startup companies. At the beginning of the year, it was announced that Act On had entered an agreement to be acquired by a company in the Seattle area, I think it's Bainbridge Island, but at least Seattle area, called Bonsai. And it was a deal that was above $50 million, and part of it was stock and part of it was cash. But for whatever the case, Act On was going to be acquired. And so it was kind of one of those telegraphing it, and the deal wasn't finished. People hadn't been paid. And we were all just kind of waiting for the deal to close. Well, it comes right down to the fact that the deal is not going to close. The deal is off. Apparently, Bonsai did not have the capital it thought it would have because a funding source fell through. And Act On was like, hey, you good? We good? And Bonsai's like, nah, we're not good. We're not going to be able to do this. So unfortunately, Kate Johnson had to reach out to Bonsai and say, look, this isn't going to work. I want to give you the exact kind of details of it. They had to submit the letter to the SEC. So the letter's publicly available to see what Kate communicated to Joseph Davey at Bonsai. But I would like to go ahead and just read a couple sections of it to you so that you understand what's happening with Act On. Again, this is from the perspective of Kate, who's composing the letter to Joe at Bonsai about the pending acquisition. There's some intro about the company and the merger and yada. Here's the crux of it. In a phone call on June 5th, you, Joe, stated that your anticipated funding sources would not be able to provide the funding necessary to permit you to consummate and close the merger and other transactions contemplated by the agreement. You further stated that you had no reliable alternatives to raise the necessary funds. Obviously, this is unwelcome news for us, Act On, and our stakeholders, as we have fully complied with all terms, conditions, and covenants set forth in the agreement and the ancillary documents, in addition to other requirements and requests that you have stated were necessary to consummate the merger and the other transactions. The significant delays and uncertainty that resulted from your ongoing inability to raise the funds and close the merger has had a negative impact on our business and our prospects. For these and other reasons, Act On hereby notifies you by this letter. Act On is exercising its right pursuant to Section 9.01e of the agreement to terminate the agreement and the ancillary documents effective immediately. So a very unfortunate situation for Act On having to kill that deal, but making the right move, just a hard move for them to have to make, and also to be in a situation where something seemingly positive was going to be happening, and then it turns out it just becomes negative. So congratulations to Malia Spencer for breaking this story. Other people have covered it. GeekWire, Oregonian have covered it as well. As far as anyone knows, Act On will now continue as an independent business and continue operating as it had before the merger stuff started. So, of course, I'll continue to keep an eye on it in the news coming out of the Act On situation, but I'm just sorry to report that the $50 million plus merger acquisition of Act On and Bonsai is off. If you're watching this on the YouTube, you may be familiar with like React YouTubers, like they'll watch content or they'll like take snippets of content and respond to them, or sometimes they'll just place their floating head on top of that content and kind of play the content while they're talking over it. Sometimes they do this in kind of live stream function where in real time you're watching them and provide commentary about the stuff that you're both watching simultaneously. Well, there's a new service here in Portland, still in beta, that's trying to deal with that last aspect I was describing. It's called React.tv, obviously designed for reaction types. But here was the issue. More often than not, the person watching the stream and commenting on the stream was not necessarily giving all the views from everybody else watching the React person's stream. I don't know if that's making any sense, but basically they were using someone else's content. That person's content was not necessarily getting views. It was only getting one view, the view of the person reacting to it. What React.tv seeks to do is kind of create a watch party environment where everybody's views contribute to the original content's views. So it's not just a one view kind of thing. Am I making sense here? It's basically trying to make it more ethical to do reaction videos or reaction live streams by allowing the original content to get the views it deserves. I'm making it a lot more complicated than it is. All it is watch party. So people who are used to doing reaction videos, reaction live streams, now have a platform that they can use to do that kind of work and that kind of entertainment. And now the original content benefits from the views as well. So I think it's a really interesting concept. I've also looked through it. I mucked with it a little bit. There's also the ability to kind of create almost television programming where like I could say, every Thursday, all the episodes of Silicon Florist's weekly recap with Portland startup news are going to play. Every single one of them play all day. And you can tune in at any point in time and watch the live stream of that. I mean, who knows, maybe I'm there and I can hang out for part of the watch party or whatever. But anyway, it enables that kind of activity as well. So it feels like there are potentially a couple different directions this could go, or it could go both. But I'm keeping an eye on it because I think it's super interesting. And I think it's a really interesting way to think about the creator economy, specifically people creating reaction content or reaction live streams, and how that whole industry might have the opportunity to be more equitable and ethical in the way that views are counted. So keep an eye on React.tv. If you are a live streamer and want to test it out, you can sign up for an account, and I will keep an eye on what they build out and what the adoption is, and if there's any interesting shows on there that maybe you should watch. Okay, just a quick one. My voice keeps cracking. Real quick one. Y Combinator applications are open. So if you've always thought about maybe getting the support or investment from Y Combinator, now's your chance. Applications are open. Make sure and get those in. You still got a little time. I think there's a few weeks to a month left before they're actually due, but don't dilly-dally, don't procrastinate, get to work on your Y Combinator application. I would love for you to be a future YC alum who's here in Portland, kind of like Darius Monsef with several companies, or Birch Biosciences, which is also a YC alum. So there are more and more YC alums here. It's well worth it for you to take the opportunity to make it into Y Combinator, but you have to get your application in before the application window closes. Lots of exciting community events coming up. I didn't want to forget any of them, and I wanted to remind you about them. So I made a list. I wanted to check off a few of them, a few of the big ones that seem to be really popular, that could be great places for you to connect with community or show off your stuff or do whatever. So let me read through these so you have your list of potential event opportunities for next week and the future in the Portland startup community. Okay. First off, Saturday. Hopefully you're watching this on Friday. This Saturday, it's the Cody MD AI Hack and Back, which is a day-long hackathon with prizes and potentially investors and mentors and all kinds of folks there. So if you're in AI, you're interested in working on health, and you would like the support of Cody MD, which was founded by Dave Sanders, Dr. Sanders, who was the founder of ZoomCare. He's now working on Cody MD. So great environment if you're working on healthcare stuff and you have AI involved in some way. Speaking of AI, Monday is the Oregon AI Bootcamp. That's a full day, AI activities, all programmed and that kind of stuff. That's on Monday. Tuesday is Thai Oregon's Columbia River Pitch. They do this series of pitch events. They have the West Side Pitch. They did the Clackamas County Pitch, and the one for Multnomah County and Clark County in Vancouver, Washington, is called the Columbia River Pitch. So that's taking place next week. Typical Thai pitch competition. People win cash prizes, investment, sometimes services as well. So lots of interesting companies pitching there. I have a list of them on the site if you're interested on who made the final cut. But if you're interested in seeing startups pitch and see what kind of caliber of companies are being built in Multnomah County and Clark County, I highly encourage you to attend the Columbia River Pitch on Tuesday. Tuesday evening is the next show up for small business gathering. It's going to happen in St. John's. Quite simple. Portland Office of Small Business picks a location within the city. They say, we're going to be here. You should show up, come hang out with us, and spend money at these small businesses. So that's it. Just Tuesday, you just got to show up, maybe buy a beverage, maybe buy some food, maybe stroll around in St. John's and visit a few of the small businesses there, and maybe buy some stuff. Super simple, really easy. It's just like I hate to say it, it's a flash mob. It's like the good old flash mob, or like a tweet up It's like a tweet up. I just said tweet up. It's like that kind of thing. If you're interested in supporting small businesses in Portland, specifically in St. John's, I highly encourage you to show up for small business with the Portland Office of Small Business on Tuesday evening. On Friday, apparently there's a gap in the week. On Friday, it's another startup cafe at the Hub, at the Metro Region Innovation Hub, the hub for innovation within the Portland metropolitan region. They, every other week, do their startup cafe. Fridays, I have donuts and coffee and talks and mentorship and hanging out and co-working and all the things and all the stuff. So that's happening on Friday. So if you're looking to meet some peers or maybe hear some good content or maybe you're just hungry for a donut or you need a little more caffeine, whatever the case, that's all happening at the Metro Region Innovation Hub there on the very south end of the Portland State University campus. Also Friday is the big finals for the 2025 Invent Oregon competition. If you're not familiar with Invent Oregon, it's a statewide competition that takes place at the university collegiate level. So all of these entrepreneurs are currently college students or university students, and they have gone through a whole bunch of competition to get here. This is the finals. This is where the big winner is chosen. All of that is happening in North Portland as well. Much like the show up for small business, the Invent Oregon finals are held at the University of Portland this year, but there are colleges from all over the state who show up. So again, if you're interested in who the finalists are, I will link that up so you know who all the companies are, you know who all the colleges are, who are educating those founders and who have supported them throughout the Invent Oregon experience. But if you're interested in seeing the latest innovation from college students in the state, there's absolutely no better place than Invent Oregon, and the finals are by far the best of the best from the Invent Oregon competition. And then finally, where did June go? Like the last Sunday of June, which is June 29th, I was talking about that React TV thing. Well, I'm going to do kind of something like that, but it doesn't really matter if it gets all the watch time and watch hours because I'm just watching my own stuff. But basically, here's the premise. So I was like, a lot of stuff has happened in 2025. I've probably forgotten about half the stuff I've talked to you about. And if I've forgotten half of it, you've probably forgotten half of it or more than half of it. So I was like, how do I refresh my brain? How do I refresh myself on all of these topics? And maybe how do I help you kind of think back to all the things that have already happened this year? So the last Sunday of June, June 29th, I'm just going to do a watch party. I'm going to watch all of the episodes I've recorded for 2025 so far. By then, it'll probably be 25, 26 because that's like half a year. But here's the thing, for you, to save you the torture of having to sit through me droning on, we'll watch it at 2x. So 2x, every episode I've recorded of Portland Startup News, Oregon Startup News for 2025, just the Friday recaps. We're not going to watch everything I recorded, just the Friday recaps for 2025. We'll all get caught up on the news. I'll be there if you have questions or you want to say things or like, if you want to roast me, that's also appropriate. I'll probably roast myself here and there. So hoping you can join me. I'll go ahead and link that up as well. And if it's of interest to you, I would love to have you tune in and hang out while I refresh my memory of what happened so far in 2025 and get ready for that second half of 2025 in the Portland startup community. And then finally, this is again really snuck up on me, the last big gathering we're going to organize for the community. This is like all of the startup organizations kind of help one another with this one. July 8th is the Portland Startup Community Cookout. It'll be held at the Red. There'll be food, there'll be beverages. There'll hopefully be a lot of people there. I mean, it could be a really good opportunity to run into a lot of folks from the community who maybe you haven't had the chance to connect with. Could be a great place to run into people from startup support organizations in the community. When we did this in January, like 400 people showed up. When we did this in April, I think it was March or April, like 600 people RSVP'd. So I'm hoping it's a pretty decent sized crowd. I would love to get you introduced to plenty of people in the community. So if you can make time for July 8th, which is a Tuesday, and then I won't bug you anymore for the rest of the year, except for the Hispanic Heritage Fireside Chats. We'll still do those, but I won't bug you for the rest of the year. This will be the last kind of big blowout. We kind of learned what's working and what's not, but let's make this a big community celebration. Free food, free drink, all that kind of thing. Coming out with your peers, coming out with startup support organizations. Let's get the community together and get folks connected. One I wanted to touch on from last week, you may remember I mentioned that Conveyor was a company that Oregon Venture Fund had just invested in, and I was doing research on LinkedIn and Crunchbase and stuff. I couldn't figure out like what the Pacific Northwest connection was. Well, Oregon Venture Fund was kind enough to reach out. I'd asked, like, does anybody know? And they reached out and they're like, yeah, in fact, the CEO lives in Camas, Washington. So definitely a Pacific Northwest company, definitely within the Portland kind of region. So again, the Conveyor folks, while a distributed company with remote workers, the CEO of Conveyor right here in Camas, Washington. Just want to make sure folks knew that. Okay, now we're getting to the end where I feel like it's just you and me. Like there's just no one else is really watching. Everybody else left. So I kind of saved this time. I've started saving this time for secrets between you and me, because you actually suffered through the whole episode and then we're kind enough to hang out until now. So I'll give you a little background on this secret. Long ago, a guy named Raven Zachary, very active in the Portland Startup community, specifically those days, started kind of in open source and then became very active in the iPhone world. He was the one who put on iPhone Dev Camp before people were even able to publish applications to the iPhone. He built an agency, co-founded an agency called Small Society. They built all kinds of cool apps. He worked on the Obama app. Small Society worked on the Zipcar app and other really interesting apps. And then Small Society wound up getting acquired by Walmart. Anyway, that's background that went tangentially a direction I wasn't really thinking I was going to go. Back in the day, Raven developed this platform site called Portland on Fire. And Portland on Fire was designed to be slow social networking. So what would happen is you'd submit your profile, Raven would pick a profile each day of the week, and then he would publish one profile per day, 5 days a week. And you would get to meet somebody new in the Portland Startup community each day. And that was super effective and worked really well when the Portland Startup community was super small and when Raven wasn't super busy. So Raven got kind of overwhelmed, too busy, too much stuff going on, had to prioritize and focus. And he said, hey, Rick, would you take this over? I was like, sure, I'm happy to. And so I kind of kept it going until it trailed off a bit. And then, a few years passed and I was like, that was a really good service. We should try that again. So I kind of just incorporated it into Silicon Florist and was like, hello, Portland, I'm so-and-so, nice to meet you kind of thing. And would do one profile a day. Again, sort of manageable, but not really at the scale for a growing community to actively engage with multiple people per week. Like it just like either people didn't have time to fill stuff out, or they didn't have time to reach out to the people who were profiled, or we didn't have enough profiles or whatever. And so it wasn't quite working. So it kind of elegantly degraded into a non-existent thing. And yet I still always get requests from people about like, who else is here? I want to meet other people. Can you help me get into it, folks? Can you help connect me with people? And I love doing that work. I honestly do. It's one of my favorite things that I get to do is connecting dots. It's like meeting people, like going, oh, you know, what would be great for you to meet is this person and this person. And then I keep thinking, and I'm like, oh, how did I forget that they should totally meet that person too? And like making those email interests and all that stuff. I love that stuff. If I could get paid to do that full time, day in and day out, I would do that in a heartbeat. I would do that in a second. Collecting dots, connecting dots. I would do it. I just love it. I love it so much. I did a TEDx Portland talk on it long ago. But anyway, love doing that work, but I'm not scalable. So what I decided is the one a day is not high enough volume to be meaningful, or it's too hard to figure out what's happening in aggregate. And I don't have the time to scale to help everyone meet everyone as effectively as I would like to. So I've created a new platform. And here's the little twist. It's not just Portland that needs to be connected. There are amazing entrepreneurs in Pendleton, Oregon, and in Bend, Oregon, and Eugene, and Corvallis, and Klamath Falls, and Medford, and Salem, and Cannon Beach. They're all over. We have amazing entrepreneurs and startups all over Oregon. So I expanded the scope a bit. This addresses Oregon startup people and Oregon startup folks, and it's really designed to be kind of a lookbook connection point for founders, startup-oriented people who are working in startups or on startups or around startups. Doesn't matter if you're a founder or a service provider or an engineer. If you feel like you're part of the startup community and want to be more tightly connected to other people in the startup community, and you happen to reside in Oregon or Southwest Washington, that's fine too. This is for you. So I'm going to link it up. If you're still here and listening to this, I would love it if you would fill out a profile. I will show you a link to the form to fill it out, as well as a link to the profiles that are already in there. And you can kind of thumb through and see who's there and maybe meet some new people. Everybody has to put like a LinkedIn address or a GitHub or whatever so you can connect with them and meet them. If they're of interest to you, you'll be able to filter it. You'll be like, I'm just looking for founders, or I'm just looking for mentors or investors or whatever. You can filter it, you can search through it, all those kind of things. But I want to make this a really meaningful repository for the Oregon startup community. So if you could take a few moments, fill that out. It will go into a queue. I'm reviewing each and every profile to make sure that it's like, oh, you're actually from Oregon or Southwest Washington. Oh, the photo you submitted is actually cropping your head off, so I need to correct your photo. I need to make sure these links work. Is this a 404? Does this go through? All that jazz. I'm dealing with that. So fill out your form. You'll go into a queue. Once I've had a chance to review it, I will publish it. And then, from time to time, I will randomly select an amazing profile to be published to Silicon Florist. And if I publish it to the blog, it's likely to wind up here as well. So that's the carrot, is if you take the time to put yourself out there and provide a way to connect with people as interesting as you, that would be appreciated. And if you take the time to do that, then I will likely figure out a way to feature you and the work you do and your profile. So please consider that. It would really be appreciated, and it would really be helpful in scaling up the ability for more people in the community to get connected more quickly. Hope you're hanging in there. If you got kids, I know it's crazy now that school's out. Please take care of yourself. please try and find moments of sanity here and there. Hang in there. And until we get the chance to chat again, please keep up the good work. Hello, $60,000 doled out in investments in local startups in Multnomah County and Clark County. I will reveal who won the Oregon Columbia River pitch competition. But before we get into that, I don't know if you follow this, but if you stay at the end of the episode, I'm like sharing secrets because there's just like, it's you and me. If you hang around, you're the last one there. So I was like, I'm using this time to share secrets about things that are going on. And I revealed this little project that I've been working on, which is really designed to be kind of a database lookbook of people in the startup community. And originally the concept was it was going to be people in the Portland startup community. But it really dawned on me that where we really need connectivity is throughout the entire Oregon startup community. So revealed that, told a few people, wrote about it on the blog this week and kind of shared it to try and get more people. I would love to have you on there. I'd love to see your profile because it's really starting to gather. I think there are close to 100 people on it now, and it would be nice to see that get bigger and bigger and bigger. You can sort it and filter and search and all this kind of thing. So hopefully helpful to you. But I wanted to take the opportunity to thank 3 particular people who took the opportunity. I wanted to take the opportunity that they took the opportunity to provide their profiles. First and foremost, just alphabetically, Adam Duvander, thank you so much. Longtime member of the Portland startup community. It was great to see his profile in there. Corey Davis out of Salem took the opportunity to put his profile in there. So if you're interested in learning more about Corey and what he's doing in AI, you can scroll through and search and find Corey in there. And maybe if you're in Salem working on AI, you can hit him up as well. And then Jo Fong, a Pi alum, who is always kind of like willing to participate in these kind of things. She has a fantastic podcast. You want to listen to that one. And she's just a real steward of community. So Jo is another one I suggest you reach out to. But most of all, I would just love to see you in there. So if you take a few minutes, I'll link it up below. You can provide your profile. You'll wind up there. Who knows? Maybe I'll even mention you here on the show if you take a few seconds to provide your profile, because we want more people to meet you. We want you connected with more people. So putting your profile in there will help, and hopefully sharing it on the show will help you meet a couple other people. I don't know, but let's do it. Get your profile in there. I might share it and we'll see where we go. Okay, speaking of meeting people. This episode is not going well. The last one was all stream of consciousness. This one, I cannot get my tongue to work correctly, so I apologize. Speaking of meeting people, I just want to give you another reminder that July 8th is the very last big Portland startup community gathering that we will put together for this year. It's going to be kind of a cookout vibe. You don't have to cook anything. Don't worry. We'll have food and beverage and all that kind of stuff for you. But it's at the Red, so we'll have access to both the building and the parking lot. We have quite a few people from the Portland startup community show up. Really great opportunity to connect with other organizations that support startups, other startup founders, other people who are within the sphere of the Portland startup community, and hopefully just a good gathering to celebrate summer and celebrate making it halfway through 2025 in the Portland startup community. I'll link it up below. Would love to see you there. Please RSVP so that we have an idea how much food to get, how many drinks to get, all that jazz. And if you RSVP, please go against typical Portland RSVP culture and just actually show up if you RSVP. That would be huge. If you RSVP, that's great. If you RSVP and then show up, even better. Cool. I look forward to seeing you on July 8th, and we can hang out and have some food and a beverage and chat and meet other people. Should be a good get together for the Portland startup community. And as I mentioned, last one for this year, final one of the big networking events that we're going to host and put together. So please come on out if that's of interest to you. As I teased at the top of the show, this week was the Oregon Columbia River pitch competition. That's the one where they pit startups from Multnomah County, Oregon and Clark County, Washington against one another for prize packages and investment capital. And Oregon wound up providing $60,000 in investment to 2 startups, as well as some prize packages for folks and that kind of thing. So let's say 60,000 plus in prizes. I wanted to reveal who the winners were, so you knew who got the big money and the prizes. So I'm going to read those off to you, so I don't get anything wrong. These are startups you're going to want to pay attention to, regardless of where you are. One of them I've seen win, or at least be mentioned in a couple of different competitions now. So some startups to keep an eye on. Best overall and audience choice was Yak, Y-A-K, which is a modern audit and compliance platform designed to streamline and automate the audit process for firms and organizations. They walked away with a $45,000 investment and $2,500 in cash. First runner-up was Mickleberry Gardens, which crafts a range of herbal honey tonics, raw honey, beeswax-based skincare, and bee pollen products. They walked away with a $15,000 investment. The part I love most about this one is the second place. Mickleberry Gardens is a bee company. The bee is the second bee. Never mind. And the last prize was a cybersecurity package, which went the Skyfarer Academy, a modern aviation training platform that connects aspiring pilots and certified flight instructors. And that's really it for the breaking news. But other things that happened this week, I've been interviewed on a podcast called the AI Biz podcast about startups in AI and what founders who want to incorporate AI or who are working all in fully on AI should be thinking about. So a great conversation, really interesting questions from the host. I went ahead and posted that on the blog, and I'll link that up in case you're interested in learning about it. But the key takeaway that I'm talking about in that podcast is if you're working in AI, a lot are still thinking about how a human might interact with their product that they're building. And I'm just kind of encouraging folks to start thinking a step ahead, which is with the growing presence of agentic AI, what you might find in the not too distant future is it's not actually a human that's using your software or your service. It's actually an AI agent. So just some things to start to think about, like how does your usability change? How does your user experience change when your user changes from a human to an AI agent? So if that's of interest to you, I talk a little bit about that in that podcast and just encourage you to start thinking about that as a founder. Okay, if you're watching this one on the YouTubes, this may be of interest to you. I was kind of thinking back, we're halfway through 2025. I'm like, I can remember a lot of things that happened, but I'm sure I've forgotten a thing here or two. Here we are, halfway through 2025. I was thinking back, there's been a lot of amazing things that have happened, a lot of cool news stories, but I also realized I've probably forgotten some stuff, or there was stuff that happened that just has slipped my mind. And so I was going to go back and kind of review the first half of the year, see the popular stories, see how much money has been raised, how many events have taken place, how many people have pitched, all that sort of stuff. And it dawned on me that if I was going to do that, I might as well bring you along as well. So on June 29th, starting at noon, I'm just going to live stream all the episodes from the first half of the year. And you're welcome to pop in and hang out and chat, ask questions, or roast me, or whatever you want to do. It would be great to have you there. But I'm going to kind of use it as a means of just refreshing my brain and remembering all the things that happened in 2025 so far. And again, don't worry, it's going to be at 2x. So we're going to go through it pretty quickly. If it starts at noon and we have 26 episodes to get through, probably going to end around 4:30 or so. So you got a good 4-hour window there if you want to jump in and coming out. It would be great to see you. I'd love to see you in the chat. And if not, it will be recorded so that you can watch it later. Really quiet week this week news-wise. I think, it's getting into summer. Kids are out of school. People are preparing for the July 4th holiday. So stuff starts to quiet down a bit. I don't know, or maybe people are just waiting to drop news on Friday again. But anyway, not a lot of events coming up with the holiday. Not a lot of news activity happening, but maybe that'll kind of pick up a little later on, which is why I want to get out ahead with like the July 8th event. It would be great to see you there, and I don't want you to forget about that. And while you're taking time off and all that kind of thing, I hope you get time off. But the summertime kind of gets a little bit quiet, but I will continue searching around for the news that's happening. I will continue featuring Portland startups that are interesting. And of course, if you put your name and profile in the new Oregon Startup Folks database, I may even feature you. Okay, time for secrets. I said at the top of the show for the July 8th thing, it's going to be our last big networking event. Originally, as these experiments started, we started at the very beginning of the year. We started planning in November 2024 and launched a series of events at the beginning of the year. Went really well, super interesting, but they've started to kind of like trail off. It's become obvious that like what we're doing, while I feel it's interesting and we've gotten to work with some really amazing people, it's not quite drawing out the community as we had hoped. And so, like any good startup, it doesn't make sense to keep doing a thing that the community doesn't want or that your end user doesn't need. So we're going to go ahead and cut that experiment short. So rather than going a full 12 months, I feel like we learned enough in 6 months, and we see what's working. We see other areas that we could potentially help the community or could potentially work in some new programming and events. So we decided to refocus, to kind of pivot, if you will, and shift into some different activities that we've been planning for later in the future. But now we've been able to constrain the timeline, not do a full year, do 6 months, and then now we can move into our new community experiment. So stay tuned for what's going on there. A few ideas, some stuff's already planned out. I would say, yeah, dropping a hint for the secrets. Right now, it's kind of a if you can't beat them, join them kind of thing going through my head. There's the need for more intimate, curated events that aren't hundreds of people, but are maybe a handful of people. So thinking through some opportunities there. And then finally, something I really, really enjoyed at Pi, but that's as far as I got. Still thinking through it. Secrets, like, don't tell anybody. It's just me and you. I'm just sharing this with you. So if you have ideas, if you think of stuff, just let me know, and I'll keep working on that concept. But I'll also see you July 8th, hopefully, because you hung out this long. Please come hang out on July 8th and have some food and beverage and hang out with the cookout, okay? Because it's summer. Happy summer. Again, things are slowing down a little bit. I hope you get a little downtime. I hope you get some time outside. Hang in there, and until we get the chance to chat again, please keep up the good work.
And that's it for the recap. Thanks for tuning in and playing along. Maybe we do one of these at the end of the year. I don't know, but I really appreciate each and every one of you that showed up and took the opportunity to participate. We will see you soon, probably on July 4th when I record the next episode. Okay, talk to you later. Bye. Oh, wait, I'm supposed to say, and please keep up the good work.